Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo...
Clive Paxton speaking.
Mother here. I need you, Paxton.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course, sir.
My headquarters.
Yes, sir. Where, sir?
I've been forced to take refuge in an impregnable spot, somewhere where no one can get at me.
Yes, sir.
Take a number 12 bus to Westminster Bridge, a riverboat down to Traitors Gate. I'm incarcerated in the tower. Come immediately.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel are directed by Mother to investigate a curious case. A case where several wanted men have managed to escape in time. It was a cold, blustery, grey, wet morning. An easterly wind drove the gulls across the Thames. They cawed in the air as they circled over the choppy water. Secretaries in offices switched on electric heaters. Housewives decided against doing the washing or even the shopping. Executives thumbed through their correspondence and thought longingly of a pub lunch. In the Tower of London, Mother, in his wheelchair, drew a rug around his legs, shivered a little, and poured himself a brandy.
Purely medicinal. Very necessary. Hard to believe that they had to chop people's heads off in the olden times. I should have thought they would have all died of cold. You may enter. Ah, Paxton, come in. 'Tis a dreary day, forsooth. You must excuse the language, but in these surroundings one is rather tempted to think back into the past. So much history and all that. A glass of mead? I mean brandy?
No, thank you, Mother.
Well now, I have a job for you. Normally I would have handed it over to Steed and Mrs. Peel, but they've been slightly overworked lately.
I shall be pleased to undertake anything, Mother.
What you undertake may lead thee to the undertaker, if you understand my meaning.
Oh, that's always the risk of the job, isn't it?
Quite. Well now, we have reason to believe that several nefarious characters who have been absconding with fortunes made from selling government secrets have conveniently disappeared. Here is a list. I can give you but one clue. There's a man called Tayson mentioned. No one knows who he is or where he is, or even if he exists. If you find him, report immediately. Here, take this file. And stay not upon your going, but get cracking now.
The Tayson home was 16th century. The whole estate appeared deserted. The house, set back in well-kept grounds, was rather forbidding. Clive Paxton, eager to please, had spent many hours before tracing it. When he did, he found, surprisingly enough, the front door open. He entered and walked down the main corridor. It had plinths on either side. There were busts, heads of the Tayson family, all dated.
1535 to 1586. Edwin, 1605 to 1649. Bruno. Door. Where does it lead?
Clive Paxton opened the door and stepped very cautiously into a corridor. It was in the shape of a tunnel. It seemed to start spinning. Lights flashed. The noise grew. Paxton felt his senses beginning to fail him. He swayed, staggered, and slowly sank to the ground unconscious. When Paxton woke, he looked about him with amazement. A figure in Elizabethan dress stood up from behind a heavy desk. He moved forward, a hooded falcon perched on his wrist. He reached down to the desk and picked up a pistol. He said,
"Good night, sweet prince." The rest is silence.
In Emma Peel's apartment later that day, John Steed was winning in a game of cribbage.
15-2, 15-4, and one for his knob.
Out.
You're too good for me, Steed. Do you suppose it's because you're so much older?
Ah, well, there's no substitute for experience, Mrs. Peel. And, of course, intelligence, like breeding, will out.
I wonder how much luck figures in it.
Not very much. We Steeds can trace our ancestry back through the ages. Unqualified success over the centuries. Now, for instance, Bold Black Steed was a buccaneer. Then there was Smooth Savage Steed, a smuggler who practically put Cornwall on the map. Samuel Steed was the original surveyor to the Duke of Buckingham. Shakespeare didn't give him his real name in the play of Henry VIII, but that's who he was. We Steeds can be held in good stead.
Methinks the bell doth toll. Oh, don't bother to get up. I'll answer it. Mistress Peel?
Stop clowning about, Mrs. Peel. I want you and Steed here in the tower within 15 minutes, or I'll have your gunsling artist. Got it?
I got it, Mother.
Good morrow and well met. You come most timely upon the hour. Here, Steed, Mrs. Peel, this should keep out the cold.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
Thanks. But bleak, isn't it? Your new headquarters, I mean.
I did ask for central heating, but they said it would destroy the character of the place and might affect the luster of the crown jewels. One has to think of the American tourist sometimes, you know.
Oh, of course. What's the panic, Mother?
No panic, just a death. Clive Paxton.
Paxton? One of our best agents.
Rather was one of our best.
What are the details?
I gave him a case. I regret to say I feel he wasn't ready for it. He was fished out of the Thames early this morning, at 3:45 a.m. to be precise.
Obviously dumped.
Obviously.
Obviously.
He was drowned?
He was shot with this.
Mother reached out a hand and picked up a gun from the nearby table. He held it delicately and handed it to Mrs. Peel. Mrs. Peel studied it intently.
A 16th century gun of medium caliber? Probably a sporting piece used exclusively by noblemen in the Elizabethan period.
Well, with that answer, you gain 10 points, and your team goes into the lead.
It's a strange weapon to use. You sure that Paxton was killed with this?
The ballistics men have already confirmed it, and it wasn't self-inflicted. A man who puts a bullet through his brain doesn't live long enough to place the pistol back in his pocket.
It's curiously archaic.
Maybe, but the problem we are faced with is bang up to date. All through history to the present day, there have been notorious criminals, miscreants, evildoers.
Men who commit crimes and try to evade the law. Men on the run.
Exactly. The case that Paxton was investigating was just that. Men who, wanted by the law, are on the run 1 minute and who disappear the next.
Someone must have devised an escape route for them.
It most certainly looks that way. Now, here, there's a file. Gives the background to all of the men involved. Take it with you, study it, and get on with the job. Paxton was obviously onto something. Don't end up the way he did.
We'll try not to, Mother. Oh, cursed spite that Steed was ever born to put it right. Come, Mrs. Peel, let us go together.
Back in John Steed's apartment, Mrs. Peel made coffee and got a hasty snack. Over it, they studied the file.
Well, this seems to indicate that the first one to go was Karl Blechner, the German financier. He ran off with $500,000. Embezzled the government.
Let me see his photograph. Yes, it's a very greedy face.
Here's an even greedier one. Pierre Gaspard, a French bank robber. He disappeared with a cool $1 million.
Nasty.
Now, here is a face full of avarice. Reminds me of an auntie of mine.
This one needs no introduction.
President B.B. Ginn.
Arrived at his election headquarters, took off his hat.
Took off his coat.
And took off with the party funds.
I wonder what happened to B.B. Ginn.
No one knows. They all disappeared. None of these notorious criminals has ever been found.
Neither they nor their ill-gotten gains. And even more strange, they all disappeared here in England. Last seen heading for these shores and wham, vanished as though they'd never been. You notice, Mrs. Peel, that in the past most men sneaked off to South America. Not these days. Here, Louis de Madraga, a South American, who comes here to escape.
Odds bodkins, but 'tis indeed mighty curious. Now there's a face that's evil, if ever I saw one.
You out of your mind? That's Tubby Vincent. He's on our side. How the devil did he get mixed up in this?
How Tubby Vincent got involved was almost a similar story to that of Clive Paxton. He was an agent who got a clue about the home of Tysons. He also investigated, walking down the main corridor, noting all the plinths with the moulded heads of the Tyson family.
Bill, 1535 to 1586. Edwin, 1605 to 1649. This door. I'll try this door.
Tubby Vincent entered the room. It was all Jacobean, like stepping back into the past. He stopped and gazed about him. A voice said,
Dead. Dead for a ducat.
Tubby Vincent reeled under the blow of a knife, but recovered enough to stagger back into the corridor and slam the door. He lurched up the corridor, out into the dusk and safety. And later, in Steed's apartment, the game of cribbage went on.
15-2, 15-4, and one for Tubby's knob. All right, I'll get it.
Steed.
Steed, what is it?
Tubby Vincent. Tubby, can you hear me? Can you tell me who did this to you?
Steed, it's all in the past. No time.
Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
All right, Mrs. Peel, I'll go.
Steed,
What?
Steed, what is it?
Tubby, it's Tubby Vincent. Tubby, can you hear me? Can you tell me who did this to you?
Steed, it's all in the past. No time.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 2 of this story, in which Emma Peel escapes death, and John Steed is offered the opportunity to escape in time. Mother had misguidedly assigned a rather tricky case to a young agent named Clive Paxton. The case was to investigate the disappearance of several wanted men who had embezzled millions from their governments by stealing state secrets. Paxton, through bad luck or bad judgment, had ended up dead, and it was at this point that Mother, in his new headquarters in the Tower of London, had handed over the case to John Steed and Emma Peel. They'd hardly got going on it at all before there was another death. Tubby Vincent fell through the door of Steed's apartment and collapsed in Steed's arms.
Steed? Steed, is he dead?
Yes, it's Tubby, all right, and he's dead. Knife wound.
We were just talking about him. You said he was on our side.
Was is the right word. He'll have to come here to try and tell us something, but what?
Well, go through his pockets.
Might as well. Good agent always has a carry-through. Means of passing on certain information should be cut down like this. Yeah, the usual things. Wallet. Go through it, will you, Mrs. Peel?
Right. Well, there's nothing much here. Usual things, identification, driver's license, £7 in notes, member's card to the Esquire Club.
Oh, didn't know he was the type.
Well, most types like bunny girls.
Cigarette lighter. And cigarette case. Yes, I've seen one of these before. Standard issue. You press the back and other side opens. Here we are. List of names. Pierre Gaspard, B.B. Gin, Louis de Madraga.
All men who have vanished. All wanted men.
And here, Colonel Josino.
Another man on the run.
Colonel Josino of the South American Republic, the ex-dictator.
Who, so the press has it, absconded recently with half the treasury.
Yet another man on the run. Yet another man seeking refuge here.
What else does it say, Steve?
Josina Makidoki Court, Regent's Park, from the 1st. Make contact at 12:30 p.m. 1st, that's tomorrow.
Who makes contact?
Who can tell? But clearly we have to watch Makidoki Court at 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Josino could lead us to the escape route. He could be our first link in the chain.
Well, I think that's the date. Don't you, Steve?
And so, just after noon the next day, John Steed and Emma Peel, in Mrs. Peel's open sports car, waited outside Makidoki Court.
That's him. That's Josino. Follow him, Mrs. Peel.
Right.
They did follow Josino's car. It was a little complicated, but Mrs. Peel had been in the business long enough to know how to do it. It wasn't until some 10 minutes later that Steed said,
"We're not the only ones at this game, Mrs. Peel."
You mean that blue saloon that keeps passing and dropping back again? Stopping and then overtaking?
That's right. They think it's being natural. Of course it isn't. It's far better to just stick behind as we're doing.
Josina's car's stopping on the left. There, by the barber shop.
Well, you pass him and stop at the next intersection. I'll get out and tail Josino. You check on that blue saloon.
Check. Here we go.
Steed got out of the car, and Mrs. Peel drove on. In a matter of minutes, the blue saloon, having stopped outside the barber's shop, overtook her. Mrs. Peel, with superb presence of mind, didn't even glance at the occupants. But they did at her.
There she goes. She's on to us, Mitchell. There, in the open sports.
What do we do to get rid of her, eh?
Why, get rid of her, of course. Take her out into the country, miles away from Tyson's place, and squeeze her off the road. You do know how, don't you?
Watch me.
Some while, and some miles later, Mrs. Peel found herself doing quite a speed on an open road without any other traffic. The blue saloon lagged behind, and then suddenly caught up. It came alongside and appeared to be racing with her. Mrs. Peel slowed down. The other car slowed down. Mrs. Peel accelerated. The other car did the same. And then... The powerful saloon, matching all of Mrs. Peel's skill, gradually began to edge her open sports car off the road. A bend appeared. The saloon swerved, crowded in, and forced Mrs. Peel to swing the wheel dangerously. She skidded. Mrs. Peel, knowing this was all set for disaster, changed down, and the moment before the crash, rolled herself into a ball and shot out of the car. In the blue saloon, the woman, Vesta, turned to her companion.
That was neat. We got rid of her all right, Mitchell.
I told you, I can always deal with women. Lady killer, that's all.
Don't be too sure.
The advice was sound, for Mrs. Peel, rolling in the ditch, shot upright. Her dignity was more bruised than her body.
I'll make you pay for this. My car! You will pay in full, even my parking fines.
So, you've lost your leads, both of you.
And my car. No excuse. They should lock me up here in the tower like Anne Bullen. Oh, that is the right way to say her name, isn't it?
Bullen.
Oh.
We're both victims of fate, Mrs. Peel. I didn't do much better. That man, Jacino, went into the barber's and simply never came out.
I can give you very little assistance, except to repeat that Paxton went after a man called Tyson. Paxton was murdered. Don't forget that. Just be careful. A glass of white wine, Mrs. Peel?
Well, I'd prefer mulled ale, more in keeping with this place and the weather.
The air does indeed bite shrewdly. It's very cold. But the wine will warm you.
I need something.
Steed?
Thank you. The point is, Mother, what do we do now?
Well, Mrs. Peel has had her close shave. I should think it's time you went back to the barber's and got yours. The key word must still be Tyson, and the objective is still to discover the escape route.
Yes, I suppose so. Cheers.
Your very good health.
Well, I suppose it's once more on to the breach, dear friends.
Yes, exactly. But do be careful not to close up anything with our English dead. We're losing so many agents these days.
We'll do our best. I'll follow the escape route, Mrs. Peel.
You'll find me back at home in a nice hot bath. Bye, Mother.
Sweets to the sweet. Farewell.
And so, having dutifully reported to Mother in his tower HQ, Steed dropped Mrs. Peel back at her apartment and drove to the barber's shop. It was empty. From behind a curtain stepped a white-coated, jovial little man.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Oh, just a trim, please.
Certainly, sir. Just take a chair.
Thank you.
Haven't had the pleasure of your patronage before, have we, sir?
No, I'm just passing through. Recommended to come here by Senor Jacino.
Ah, I see. Want to, get away from it all, do you, sir?
Exactly, yes. Any tips?
Well, I should suggest that when you've had your hair cut, you go out by the back way and down the street to the Eastern Galleries. Very interesting place they've got there, I'm told.
Thank you. I might do just that.
And, of course, Steed did. Having left a substantial tip at the barber's, he walked briskly into the Eastern Galleries and found himself being interviewed by a most attractive young woman in Eastern garb.
Of course, you will need your passport, Mr. Steed.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't got it with me at the moment. Business must be brisk, eh?
It is wise not to ask questions. You must obey implicitly. I trust that is clearly understood?
Of course. Your trust is not misplaced.
You have traveled far?
Far enough.
Good. Then let us say that you are now on the way to the end of your road. But from now on, Ganesha will be with you.
Oh, will he?
Ganesha is the elephant god. He is the remover of all obstacles. With this help, you can surmount any barriers.
Ah, that's nice.
What would you give for an escape from freedom? For complete liberty?
Half my worldly possessions.
Our terms exactly. Here. Your next link in the chain. Please to come this way. I must ask you, please, to consent to being blindfolded. It is necessary that you should not know where you are taken.
Very well.
Steed submitted to the blindfold treatment and was then led through various passages until the sound of traffic told him that he was in the open air of a courtyard. A voice said,
"In here, please."
Steed felt the smooth leather of the car seat and sat down gently.
Relax. This takes quite a long time. May as well enjoy it.
John Steed estimated that the journey took 40 minutes. He was then taken from the car and up a series of steps into a house. The blindfold was removed, and a voice said,
That will be all, Manners.
Very good, sir.
Well, Mr. Steed, so you wish to escape. But forgive me, what are you escaping from? I don't recall your notorious exploits.
I haven't been found out yet, Mr...
Tyson, Waldo Tyson. You have foresight, Mr. Steed.
Oh, I have far more than that. I have diamonds. You can arrange my escape from a very awkward situation permanently.
Oh, yes. You see, I can send you back in time to any century you wish, any era you decide upon. Would you care for a small demonstration, Mr. Steed? If so, then please step this way.
But I'd watch that step if I were you, Steed.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Well, Mr. Steed, so you wish to escape. But forgive me, what are you escaping from? I don't recall your notorious exploits.
I haven't been found out yet, Mr...
Tyson, Waldo Tyson. You have foresight, Mr. Steed.
Oh, I have far more than that. I have diamonds. You can arrange my escape from a very awkward situation permanently.
Oh, yes. You see, I can send you back in time to any century you wish, any era you decide upon. Would you care for a small demonstration, Mr. Steed? If so, then please step this way.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 3 of this story, in which Emma Peel heads for danger and John Steed experiences his first escape in time. John Steed had successfully followed the escape routes taken by various other wanted men. It had taken him from a barber's shop into an eastern gallery run by a very beautiful Asiatic girl called Anjali. She had insisted that he be blindfolded before handing him on to a chauffeur called Manners, who had driven him down into the country. He was received in a large 16th century house by Waldo Tyson, the man who claimed to be able to transport people in time. If Steed looked and sounded rather skeptical, it was because that's exactly how he felt.
Yes, they're all skeptical at first. That's why I insist on the trial run, as it were. But first, tell me how you heard of us, Mr. Steed.
Oh, through a friend of a friend of a friend.
I see. Of course, you know our terms.
50% of what I've acquired. The diamond.
Yes, sir.
You see, my problem is immediate.
Then we will deal with it immediately. Mine is a unique service, Mr. Steed. and one that has been utilized by many before you. Bleshner, Joubert, B.B. Ginn, Colonel Jacino.
Ah, yes. He disappeared quite recently, didn't he? Reports say he's in Canada.
Reports are quite wrong. Colonel Jacino wished to remain in this country, but not to live in the present.
But he can come back in the future?
Oh, no. He'll never be here again. He chose the turn of the century, you see. He is now living in 1904.
Well, I suppose that'll be safe enough.
Of course. Where better to hide than in the past. It's a place where authority may never pursue you.
That's incredible, if it can be done.
I can see that you will never be convinced until you have experienced it, like all the others. What period of time would you like, Mr. Steed?
Well, I've always had a hankering for the 18th century. Gerd Zooks and Step Me Vitals and all that jazz. Where do I arrive? Waterloo?
You will be traveling through time, but not distance. You will arrive at your point of departure. This house, in the year 1790.
This house?
Yes, it's been in my family since the 15th century.
Oh, well, then I shall run into your forebears.
Yes, 1790. Samuel Tyson was alive then, a philanderer by repute, a great one for the ladies.
Sounds encouraging. And how about the others? I see you've got many family portraits and several busts on plinth.
Yes, that's Bruno. He was a great sportsman. Edwin, a duelist. That's Herbert, squire of 4 counties.
How about this chap? Looks rather forbidding.
That's Matthew Tyson. He was the black sheep, an inquisitor, a torturer. It is said that he invented the rack.
Well, I think I shall prefer Samuel the philanderer, much more in my line.
All right. Are you ready to find out?
Well, as ready as I shall ever be, I suppose.
Right. Then I will set the machinery in motion.
Tyson walked over to a panel in the wall and touched a button. The whole wall slid away. In the recess was what looked like an enormous computer. Tyson made several adjustments.
Ready, Mr. Steed? Enter the time tunnel through that door over there.
Well, just walk into it, just like that.
Just as though you were entering another room. Don't be afraid. You'll come to no harm. I will be in complete control. Now, you may experience a little dizziness at first. That's just the centrifugal force. Don't worry. Let yourself succumb to any form of drowsiness. It won't harm you. Ready?
Yes, ready.
Then, bon voyage.
John Steed found himself in a tunnel, the walls of which seemed to start to spin around him. Lights flashed overhead. Steed began to feel dizzy. He staggered forward. It was as though he was walking into a mist, walking very unsteadily on air. The sounds around him increased to a crescendo. And then he remembered no more until he opened his eyes and found himself in a room filled with period furniture.
Well, it's Georgian, all right. It looks lived in. A window.
Steed walked to the window and drew aside the heavy lace curtains. There was a fine view of the English countryside. A coach and horse clattered up.
Samuel the philanderer by repute, with a girl on either side.
There was the sound of girlish laughter from behind a door. Steed moved over and listened.
No, if Samuel Tyson catches me and take a whole whip to me.
Oh, Samuel's outside of his latest doxy. Come on.
Steed moved off and opened the main door. He found himself back in the time corridor. Again, the same experience, the swirling walls, the lights, the gradual increase of sound, until, walking through the mist once again, Steed fought to regain his senses.
Welcome back, Mr. Steed. You look a little bewildered. Yes, you are back in my rooms and back in the present century. I take it that you have no further doubts now.
Well, what happens now?
That is up to you. You may, if you wish, purchase a one-way ticket to the past, and your troubles of the present are over.
The price?
Well, you said you had diamonds. I am inordinately fond of diamonds.
I can't put my hands on them right away.
Oh, but we can give you time, Mr. Steed. After all, time is our speciality. You must make your final preparations. We will be contacting you in a day or two. I'm afraid you will have to leave as you arrived, blindfolded. Forgive me, but it's our precautions against
unwelcome intruders, I quite understand. I consent, of course, and I await your instructions. Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Any time, Mr. Steed. Any time.
While all this was going on, Mrs. Peel was getting impatient. She'd not heard from Steed and had nothing to report to Mother. She wanted to try the escape route herself, but she could hardly call at the barber's for a haircut. Eventually, she risked it and called at the shop.
I wonder if you have any aftershave lotion. It's a present for a friend of mine.
Oh, plenty, miss.
The present's for Mr. John Steed. You may know him. He's a friend of Senor Jacino.
Oh, how interesting.
Yes. Mr. Steed's going away on a trip. This is a farewell present. Well, we all of us want to get away from it all at some time or another, don't we?
You too, miss?
Me too.
Then I suggest you try the Eastern Galleries down the street. Plenty of interesting gifts for sale there. So they tell me.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And a short while after that, Mrs. Peel was being interviewed by Anjali.
A woman? Our European agents should have warned us. I shall have to check with head office.
Head office already know. They were my original contact.
Even so, I
was told to expect an efficient operation. The minimum of fuss. If this is an example of your efficiency, then I shall leave and...
No. Wait. I should have been warned, that's all. Very well. I'll see what can be arranged. But please to take a seat. I will see how soon transport can be arranged. It should not be long. Please, be seated.
John Steed, having been driven back to town by Manners, Tyson's servant, was allowed to take the blindfold from his eyes when he was once more in the familiar London streets. Steed headed for Mrs. Peel's apartment.
Mrs. Peel? Mrs. Peel? Strange. Not here, and no note.
Steed then drove as quickly as he could to the tower and checked with Mother in his headquarters.
No, Steed, Mrs. Peel hasn't been in, and she hasn't telephoned. You say that there's some sort of time machine in Tyson's house?
That's right. I experienced it myself. And uncanny it was, too. I went back to a sort of Georgian period.
We all seem to be getting steeped in history. The atmosphere here is hardly one of mod cons. However, the Raven Pie makes up for quite a bit. Would you stay for lunch, Steed?
Well, I really should be getting after Mrs. Peel.
And she should be reporting to me. Does it occur to you that she may be trying to follow your escape route also?
Possibly.
Very unwise.
You think so?
Yes, of course. What about the two people in that car that forced Mrs. Peel off the road? They must be part of the Tyson setup. If they recognize her, Mrs. Peel will be in very grave danger.
Yes, you're right there. I think I must get back to Tyson's house somehow.
But you say you were blindfolded when you made the journey there and back.
That's true, but I might be able to manage it.
Take someone with you. Clapham will drive you. I'll arrange it. First thing after lunch, all right?
If you insist.
I do. Take it easy, Steed. One mustn't lose one's head, particularly in the tower. Thou hast a lean and hungry look, but lunch will be served at any minute. It's beef. Plenty of beef eaters around here, you know. Well, a little pre-luncheon gin, Steed?
Mrs. Peel wasn't lucky enough to have lunch that day. She was being driven, blindfolded, by Manners along a route that Steed would have given a great deal to know.
How much further do we have to travel?
Well, not all that far. Trying to count the miles, are you? Memorize the way by the sounds you're hearing. Won't do any good. No one's ever found this place on their own.
Oh, I see. And my host when I get there is Mr. Tyson. Isn't that correct?
Well, how did you know that?
Oh, just a rumor I heard. I hope this won't be inconvenient to him. I wouldn't like to take up too much of his time.
He's got plenty of time to spare. That's the one thing you can be sure of. Plenty of time. Come on, lady, this is it. This is where we get out.
Where are we?
You'll find out. In time.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
in the clear night sky, the planet Venus glowed warmly. The observatory was hot. Ernest Cosgrove, seated in his shirt sleeves before the large telescope, paused in his work to wipe his brow with a clean handkerchief. In his early 20s, with a mop of black hair falling into his eyes, he had an expression of keen concentration on his lean face. He made a couple of notes on a pad and chewed reflectively on a half-finished beef sandwich. Returning to his work, he adjusted the focus of the camera attachment and pressed the button.
That should do it. Whew, it's hot.
On the tray, next to the plate with the sandwich, was a glass of beer, 2/3 full. A heavy froth clung to the sides of the glass. The bubbles in the beer kept rising. Cosgrove, intent upon his work, hardly noticed the strange noise that began to fill the room. He reached out for the beer glass, touched it, and reacted with a sharp cry of pain. The liquid in the glass was boiling. The reverberating sound became louder. Cosgrove stared at the glass incredulously. There was a sudden sharp explosion. Cosgrove was knocked from his chair. He lay sprawled in a crumpled heap under the telescope. His black hair had quite suddenly turned snowy white.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many housewives have discovered that the cleaning power of cold water Omo gives them sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
I've tried it, and it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on the general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
Wall's Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We've got strawberry and vanilla, half and half. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. Where Wall's Pink Pussycat now.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel start seeing stars and find that some amateur astronomers are getting invitations from Venus with love. John Steed and Emma Peel were celebrating having nothing at all to do. It was a very welcome change, and one that they both knew wouldn't last all that long. They dined in the country, and returning to town on this very hot night, they'd found a pleasant spot on a roof garden restaurant for a final nightcap.
Splendid night, Steve.
Starry, Mrs. Peel, starry.
I was, meaning the evening's entertainment.
Well, you, Mrs. Peel, starry.
Thank you.
Have a glass of wine?
Oh, I don't think so, thank you. Just how long will this last?
Usually until morning. Trouble's bound to crop up sooner or later. It always does.
I'd prefer it to be later. Oh, look, a shooting star, see it?
They always seem to get away from me. Sure it wasn't imagination?
No. It was a meteorite, all right.
Well, life is filled with unidentified objects.
Mr. Steed?
And you're not one of them, Steve.
Telephone call for you, Mr. Steed.
How the devil could anyone know that I'm here?
Well, they must know your haunts. You better take it. It doesn't have to be trouble.
But of course it was. It was Mother. And a request that Steed stop stargazing with Mrs. Peel and hurry over to Cosgrove's observatory. Nothing had been touched except that the body of Ernest Cosgrove had been delicately covered with a sheet. Steed turned the corner back with the end of his umbrella.
That's young Cosgrove, all right.
Did he trip or was he pushed?
Neither, it seems. Not a mark on him.
Was he important?
Up and coming, according to Mother. Worked in the War Ministry. One of the brighter young lads.
Young? With snow-white hair? He looks
About 60. Not, though. Half that age.
Any idea what he was working on?
Stargazing in general. And from these notes, observing Venus in particular. Seems to have been photographing the planet. Here, look.
They're fogged.
Yeah, so am I at the moment. A young man in the War Ministry takes up astronomy. Dies with no apparent signs of violence, and his hair goes white. Now, what's this? Venus, our sister planet. And written inside, Sir Frederick Hadley. Well, I suppose he'd better be our next step.
Very curious death, Steed, as you say. Is the anyone like this?
So far, Mrs. Peel. So far.
It didn't take long to trace the home of Sir Frederick Hadley. He wasn't in bed. In fact, he was sitting in his study, a room that reflected a man of means. A mass of books, charts, and diagrams covered the floor and the walls. From the open window poked the head of a telescope. Sir Frederick accepted the telephone call from Steed, assured him that he would be available for an interview at any time, and returned to his work. He focused the telescope on Venus and pressed the button marked Automatic. The camera started clicking. Sir Frederick hummed softly to himself and poured out a whiskey and soda. At that moment, John Steed and Emma Peel arrived. Sir Frederick reached out a hand and released the door catch, saying into the speaker,
"Come in. Find your own way up."
Not bothering to get to his feet, he reached out for his whiskey. The glass was burning hot, the liquid boiling. He let it go with a yell.
Ah!
The room seemed suddenly filled with noise. Just too late, Steed.
Too late, Mrs. Peel.
Dead?
At least we know the exact time. A matter of seconds ago, we both heard his voice telling us to come in.
I also heard something else. Curious sort of whining noise. Unusual sound. Almost like something from outer space. Has Sir Frederick always had white hair?
Can't say. Manner of death is identical to Cosgrove's. We know there must have been a connection between them. They're both keen astronomers.
Mrs. Peel moved over to the telescope and peered through it.
Both had their eyes on Venus, too. Both filming at the same time, the time of death.
I think we might take that roll of film and have it developed.
You think it might show some bug-eyed monster in a flying saucer?
Well, whatever he was looking at shouldn't have frightened him to death. From the little I know of Hadley, he was a remarkably tough business tycoon.
Steed and Mrs. Peel made a thorough search of the study.
He seems to have strange pen friends.
Oh?
This letter. Dear Freddy, had a message from Venus. Next meeting Friday the 13th.
Ominous. Is it signed?
Yes, Bert. And a card. Bert Smith's chimney sweep. 24-hour service, anytime, anywhere. 11 Hembridge Road, London.
Anytime, anywhere. Well, that gives you a nice task in the morning, doesn't it, Mrs. Peel?
I'll tidy up in here and get the films developed. You find out where Mr. Smith is sweeping and what he knows about that message from Venus. There's got to be a connection somewhere along the line.
Mrs. Peel found that Bert Smith was working at a house in the country, a large house with many large chimneys. The owner was out, wisely leaving everything covered with dust sheets. Mr. Smith turned out to be a happy chimney sweep.
Sweep all your troubles away.
Mr. Smith! Hello there! Mr. Smith! Hello there!
Mr. Smith's begrimed face appeared from under a plastic sheet which covered the open grate.
Anyone call?
He made a full entrance into the room with a cloud of soot.
Oh, good morning. I was looking for Bert Smith.
Ah, then look no further, dear lady, for I am he.
Mr. Smith doffed a filthy old cap with an elegant flourish.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Peel. Mrs. Emma Peel.
How do you do?
Mr. Smith extended a grimy hand, then withdrew it apologetically.
Pardon me, ma'am.
And wiped it with a brush from his pocket. They shook hands.
You appear to be somewhat startled.
I am rather. Frankly, when I read your card, I didn't expect it.
Gentlemen. The name that fooled you, Bert Smith? Well, actually, see, it's Bertram Fortescue Winthrop Smythe, to be absolutely correct. I had to change it, of course.
Of course.
Oh, firstly, it was far too long to print on the card. Just didn't go on. And more important, such a name is a terrible disadvantage in this business.
Oh.
Of course. Whoever heard of anyone having their chimney swept by a Fortescue Winthrop Smythe?
Oh, indeed.
It's sheer prejudice, Mrs. Beale. They'll have me in for cocktails, but if I ever go near their chimneys...
You're out?
Ostracized.
Social death.
Quite. Terribly unfair, too. After all, sweeping chimneys is all I'm fitted for. It's the only thing I know. Fact, family tradition. Man and boy, we've been chasing up chimneys since William the Conqueror. Sir Matthew Fortescue Winthrop Smythe was actually knighted for services rendered to Queen Anne's flu. But, dally on. Dear lady, how ill-mannered of me. I didn't ask your business here. Is it a maladjusted smokestack?
I hope not.
A bothersome burner, perhaps?
Actually, it's Sir Frederick Hadley.
Old Freddie Hadders, huh? You're a friend of his.
I've met him in more of a professional capacity.
Professional? Then you must be interested in astronomy. How perfectly marvelous. Then we are in sympathy.
We are? I mean, we are.
Well, naturally. Astronomy is my second love. After chimneys, of course. But the two things go hand in hand, really. After all, in my position, sweeping chimneys, the thing I see most of is the sky. Glinting away at the top of a brick stack, a long flue or a triple stack, tiny patch of sky up there. What's more natural than that I should become interested in astronomy?
Oh, it had to happen.
Are you going to become a member of the BVS?
BVS?
We all are, you know, all the enthusiasts. That reminds me, I'll probably be on watching duty tonight.
Watching what?
Venus, of course. For the BVS. The British Venusian Society. Oh, dear lady, I insist that you join. It'll change your whole life. You'll never be the same again.
Careful, Mrs. Peel. You could end up with white hair, too.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant.
What do you mean? I haven't got a maid.
Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
That's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual. The self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean? Well, Duel lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Duel, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Duel cleans and polishes in one go.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. So many housewives, like Mrs. Adnall, say.
I wash every single thing in cold water Omo. Anything that's washable come out spotlessly clean.
Yes, Omo cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
John Steed.
Ah, Steed, found you at home. Good.
Morning, Mrs. Peel. And what are you up to this bright morning?
Learning all about how to sweep chimneys.
Useful hobby.
My teacher is Bert Smith. He's a member of the British Venusian Society.
The what?
The British Venusian Society. Cosgrove and Hadley were both members. Bert Smith says I've got to join. Members do some sort of nightly watch.
Ah.
How about the film from Sir Frederick's telescope camera?
Been developing them. They are going to make most peculiar prints. The negative looks like a fireball charging in from outer space.
Well, can't you enlarge it up and see?
Mrs. Peel? Mrs. Peel, what is it? What is it, Mrs. Peel?
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks.
Yes?
If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Keep your complexion soft and young-looking with the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Like Claudia Cardinale, choose Lux. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 2 of this story, in which Emma Peel goes off on a wild goose chase and John Steed gets an offer. From Venus with Love. John Steed and Emma Peel had investigated the curious death of Ernest Cosgrove, a young man who was also interested in astronomy. Cosgrove had been found dead in his observatory, lying under the telescope, with his hair turned snow white. Later, Steed and Mrs. Peel had arrived at the home of Sir Frederick Hadley, just too late to prevent him dying in an identical fashion. The next morning, Mrs. Peel followed up on a clue that led her to Mr. Bertram Fortescue Winthrop Smythe, otherwise known as Bert Smith, chimney sweep. She was telephoning Steed from the hallway of the country house where Bert Smith was working on the chimneys when she heard a strange sound from the other room.
Mrs. Peel? Mrs. Peel, what is it?
I don't know, Steed. Some sort of terrible noise, like that outer space stuff we heard. Hold on.
Mrs. Peel threw down the telephone and ran into the room where Bert Smith was sweeping the chimney. He wasn't. He was lying in the open grate among the dust sheets, his brushes and poles scattered over the room. He was dead, all right. And from under the rim of his cloth cap appeared a wisp of white hair. The soot which had fallen from the chimney covered his body like snow. Mrs. Peel gazed down at him in utter bewilderment. Then she heard it, the strange sound that seemed to be coming from the sky outside. Mrs. Peel ran to the window. There, at the entrance to the driveway, was a bright light moving away. Get after it, Mrs. Peel. Out on the open road, Mrs. Peel was able to put on some speed. There was no traffic about, luckily, and the car responded like a rocket. A bright object ahead seemed partly obscured in the dust. Mrs. Peel swung after it down a lane. A blinding light reflected back onto Mrs. Peel's windscreen. It glared straight into her eyes, dazzling, searing. She couldn't see. It was as though she was driving into an enormous ball of fire. She couldn't control the car. Some minutes later, Mrs. Peel, hands shielding her eyes, crawled out of her car. She gazed across the fields. There, in the next meadow, a man appeared to be on fire. It was a scarecrow, ablaze. Of the strange object, there was no sign. In the inner office of the British Venusian Society, a slim, neat young man walked swiftly over to a large, modern desk and addressed the person sitting behind it.
Venus, a man called Steed has arrived.
Does he look prosperous?
Extremely.
Show him in, Crawford. Show him in.
A few minutes later...
This way, Mr. Steed.
Oh, thank you. Steed followed the young man and stopped at the desk. He found himself looking at a stunning young woman in her late 20s. She was blonde, but far from dumb. She was engrossed in a mass of documents, adding up columns of figures with the concentration of a high-powered business executive. She looked up and said briskly,
I'm Venus Brown, Brown with an E.
John Steed, with 2 E's.
I'm the company's secretary. Find a comfortable seat.
I've found one.
Steed perched himself on the edge of her desk.
I gather, Mr. Steed, that you wish to...
Apply for membership.
Yes, I'm afraid we're a very small, select group.
Oh, good. I do abhor overcrowding.
With stringent rules.
Which I shall observe unfailingly.
And a very high subscription.
Sky's the limit, to coin a phrase. We are not composed of elderly eccentrics, Mr. Steed.
Steed eyed Miss Brown's slim figure.
I can see that. We choose our membership with great care. Indeed.
To begin with, you're a keen astronomer.
Dedicated. I cut my teeth on the telescope.
Your occupation?
Well, I follow in my father's footsteps. He has spent his life depositing money. I spend mine withdrawing it.
An enviable pastime. I think perhaps...
You're familiar with our activities, Mr. Steed. Firstly, we oppose the present space program. I didn't know we had one.
But we shall have. We shall.
We don't want our efforts to be squandered on the moon. Our target is the planet Venus. There's evidence it could support life.
We believe it does support life.
For years, we've detected radio signals. From Venus? From that direction.
Our members are on nightly watch for any signs of life. There's the duty roster.
Lord Mansfield, Sir Frederick Hadley, Bertram Smith,
Major Whitehead? Have they spotted anything of late? Flashes of white.
Look at this model of Venus, Mr. Steed. Do you see the planet is shrouded in cloud? Distorted, mysterious, remote. Behind those clouds are beings, Mr. Steed.
Friendly ones, I hope.
Come closer. Who can say? Do you like what you see, Mr. Steed?
Oh, very much. Keep your mind on your work, Steed. Is it going to be very expensive for me?
Perhaps. Launching any sort of private exploration always is.
We can't hope to compete with the major powers. Our aim is a small satellite.
We'll still need the know-how.
We have it. I was trained at Jodrell Bank. Mr. Crawford here is a radio astronomer, and we've a host of other...
Venus is extremely persuasive.
Good. I mean, good for you.
We've acquired the backing of the Cuthbert Foundation.
But we shall still have to lean heavily on our members.
Oh, splendid. I have very broad shoulders. Want to check now?
We'll gladly accept a contribution after your election, Mr. Steed. First, you must have an eye test.
Eye test?
One false sighting would discredit the society.
Well, look here, I took a first at Bisley.
We make no exceptions, Mr. Steed. I suggest you visit our Dr. Primble at once.
Well, if you say so, Miss Brown. It is Miss Brown, isn't it?
Yes, Miss Brown.
Oh, well, in that case, yes, to your Dr. Primble, at once. While Steed was enjoying his first visit to the offices of the British Venusian Society, Mrs. Peel was having a far less pleasant day. She was walking over the fields, looking for traces of the strange flying object that had nearly wrecked her car. The burning scarecrow had long since burned itself out. A group of farm buildings had now taken her interest. Was it just sunlight that appeared to be reflected back from the windows? Mrs. Peel approached a large barn.
Anyone in here?
A sudden glare of sunlight shot into her eyes.
Ouch! Ooh. Oh, an old cracked mirror nailed to the oak beam. Just bales of straw, nothing but straw. That noise yet again. What the devil is it? It's all around me. It's coming from above? Outside? No, it can't. Burning. Something burning. The straw, the bales, they're alight. Fire! Fire! Fire!
Mrs. Peel made for the nearest window to raise the alarm, and there, moving down the field away from her, was the same strange space object. Better leave it alone this time, Mrs. Peel. You've got trouble enough. Steed, in his car, tried to raise Mrs. Peel on her car radio. After some time...
Steed?
Ah, Mrs. Peel, about time. Where have you been?
Chasing an unidentified object.
Unidentified object?
Well, that's vernacular, isn't it? A ball of bright light? A thing?
From outer space?
From out of barn, actually. Look, you're not trapping me into any sort of opinion about it. It was just, very, very strange and like nothing I've ever seen before. What have you been up to?
Well, that'd be telling. I've been with Venus. Venus Brown with an E. She's the company secretary. She's one of these unique type Venuses. She's got arms, amongst other things.
Is that a fact? What else?
Oh, lots. I'm working on it.
Well, I'll give you another fact, Steve. Our gentleman sweep is dead. Same format. Even the soot turned white.
I see. Well, Bert Smith's name was one of the 5 names on the duty roster of the British Venusian Society. 3 of the 5 are now dead. The other 2 are Lord Mansford and a Major Whitehead. You'd better get on to them before somebody else does. Try Mansford first.
And what are you going to be doing, might I ask?
Oh, me? Well, I can't do anything until I've had my eyes tested.
Oh, all right. Be good.
Oh, I'll be good.
Good at what, though? That's the point, isn't it?
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sport?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
No dirt can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Whelan had to wash greasy overalls.
And I thought, oh, well, I won't worry. I'll stick it into cold water over. And sure enough, every bit of grease is out.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Folbigge and produced by David Gooden. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
Venus Brown rose languidly from behind her desk and, walking to the mirror, rearranged her hair. It was blonde and fell to her shoulders. She admired it, as she admired practically everything else about herself. Crawford watched impatiently.
I think we are not being careful enough.
I can't agree. One has to take a certain amount of chance in life. We need more money.
You're quite taken with this man, John Steed, aren't you?
He is agreeable and rich.
I still think we should have him very carefully screened.
And if he finds out we're checking on him, becomes annoyed and withdraws his support.
Oh, that's all right with me. We did well enough without him. At least I did.
Well, my dear Crawford, I do believe you were jealous. Silly boy. But I suppose it's only to be expected. All right, check on Steed if you must. But keep me informed. No matter what happens, I can handle him. Just watch me.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
There is no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it. And Mrs. Bodington is one of them.
My wash is beautiful, and I'm very proud of it. My husband particularly wears a lot of white plain bows, and his clothing always looks delightful. There's nothing like cold water Omo.
Yes, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Cold water Omo is the washing powder that cleans best.
Don't just admire your little girl's complexion. Share it. Knight's Castile is doubly enriched with lanolin to keep your skin soft and young. Pure, mild Knight's Castile for a complexion that never grows up.
Episode 3 of this story, in which Emma Peel gets absolutely nowhere. But John Steed passes all tests with flying colours and gets a membership card from Venus with love. John Steed had very much enjoyed his visit to the British Venusian Society. The main reason for his enjoyment were the undoubted charms of the secretary, Venus Brown. Miss Brown was a dish, and Steed privately thought that if he could keep Mrs. Peel on the outside investigations, the inside work should be as agreeable as any he'd had for a long time. It was because he insisted on becoming a full member of the society that Venus had recommended he had his eyes tested. It seemed that all would-be astronomers were subjected to this. Steed didn't mind. He dropped in at Dr. Henry Primble's surgery later that morning, tapping gently on the frosted glass panel with the tip of his umbrella. No reply. Steed tried the door, which was unlocked, and entered. The surgery was filled with a conglomeration of bizarre equipment, including examination chairs, an operating table, plus an array of tall test cards on wheels. Steed stepped forward, but an urgent voice stopped him.
No, stay where you are. Don't move.
Steed halted. He looked to the left, to the right, up at the ceiling, and then eventually down on the floor. A head appeared from behind the ophthalmic chair, a large dome head. The gentleman in question was wearing a binocular loupe, the lenses like elongated antennae. Steed thought he looked like something from outer space, another unidentified object, but he risked the question.
Dr. Primble, I presume? You presume right. Kindly do not move your feet.
What do we seem to have lost?
Contact lens down here somewhere.
Would that be it?
Steed extended the tip of his umbrella and pointed to a position about an inch away from Primble's rather large nose.
Yes, that's it. Oh, much obliged to you, sir. Yes, that's better. Now, my glasses. Had them somewhere.
Steed reached out and withdrew Primble's glasses from his white coat pocket and handed them to him.
Yes, again. Much obliged to you, Mr. Steed. I've never heard of any Steeds in the business.
I'm not in the business.
I see. A patient. Have you an appointment?
No.
Then I can't see you. Never see anyone without an appointment.
Well, can I make one?
Certainly you can. When?
Steed looked at the wall calendar. It said Friday the 13th. And then at his watch, it said 11:45.
How about Friday the 13th at 11:45?
Yes, suits me nicely, Mr. Steed. Take a seat.
Mrs. Peel, determined not to spend another day chasing things that looked as though they came from outer space, made for Lord Mansford's residence. Lord Mansford was issuing orders to his man Jennings.
I shall not wish to be disturbed, Jennings.
Very good, sir.
I intend spending the rest of the morning with my art treasures.
An agreeable way of spending an hour.
You will see everything behind me?
Of course, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Dick. Thank you.
Lord Mansford, a heavily built man in his early 60s, smoothed down his red hair, brushed the mutton chop-styled moustache back with a freckled hand, and made for a large vault.
Set the release for 1 o'clock. If you let me out at 1, understand?
1 o'clock, sir. Lunch at 1:15. I shall set the alarms.
So when Mrs. Peel arrived, she was told...
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Peel. Afraid you've just missed Lord Mansford.
Oh, too bad. When will he be back?
Oh, he isn't out.
Oh, but I thought you said...
He's in. Very much in. He's in his vault, you see. Through that
vault door. It leads to another wing. He's perusing his art treasures.
In a vault?
Security. There's a time lock. No one gets in, and he can't get out until the clock strikes 1.
Oh, got just about an hour.
If Madame would care to wait. I was in the process of mixing an ice-cold, non-alcoholic punch. You'll be very welcome. Then, perhaps, luncheon with Lord Mansford.
It sounds extremely civilized. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, Steve, over to you. I'm putting my feet up for an hour. I sincerely hope you're not doing the same.
But he was, in Primball's surgery.
Feet up a little higher, please, Mr. Steed.
Is it really necessary to lie prone in order to have one's eyes tested?
Better lighting. Now, read the test card from the top. Identify all the hats. From the top, please.
Trilby, Homburg, bowler, jockey cap, pork pie, topper, bolter, Busby, Fed.
Oh, bravo. Excellent.
Well, that's what I told Miss Brown. May I get up?
Into the chair, please. Feet up.
Thank heavens I don't wear glasses.
Now, let's see.
Primball shot out a foot, the ophthalmic chair tilted back with a jerk. Primball peered down into Steed's face, directing a pen torch towards Steed's eyes.
Yes, now, let's see. Yes. So, you hope to join us, Mr. Steed?
Can't wait.
Look up to the left. Yes. Now the right.
I can actually cross them if that'll help.
No. Have you seen Miss Brown's new book, Venus, Our Sister Planet?
Got a copy on order.
It's become the handbook for the society. Though, to be honest, I find it a trifle disturbing.
Oh, in what way?
Well, if there is life on Venus, it's not the life as we know it is.
At a rough guess, no.
It's hot up there, you know. Very hot.
It's quite hot down here at the moment.
I mean, it's too hot for humans. Of course, life can exist in many forms, solid, liquid, or gas. I plump for gas myself, yes. Fiery gas.
Interesting.
Yes. Well, Mr. Steed, your eyes are perfect.
Well, I knew they were.
Welcome to the fold. Oh, and here's a copy of Miss Brown's little book.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
There on the cover is her impression of a Venusian.
Oh, how very extraordinary.
Steed gazed at the photographic cover of the book and then drew from his pocket several bromide prints.
How strange. They're almost identical.
Good gracious. Mr. Steed, where did you get these?
Taken with an astro camera last night.
Good gracious. Oh, this could be catastrophic.
Why? What's the matter?
I warned them. I warned Venus and Crawford. I warned them all.
Warned them? What about?
Oh, this satellite to Venus. If you plan to invade a strange world, they might follow suit and invade us. Looking at these photographs, perhaps they already have.
The Museum Society. Venus Brown speaking.
Dr. Primble here. Hello, Venus. I phoned to tell you that John Steed is perfectly okay.
Thank you, Doctor. There you are, Crawford. I knew he was okay.
His eyesight might be. There was obviously nothing wrong with the way he was looking at you.
I gave him a copy of your book, but he already has photographs taken with an astro camera. Shots of the planet Venus.
Where did he get them from?
I don't know. Said they were taken last night. Thought you should know.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Doctor. We'll be in touch. Goodbye.
What is it now? More interference?
I don't know. But perhaps you could be right about Steed after all.
Mrs. Peel, relaxing at Lord Mansford's home, sipped her cold punch with great appreciation.
Splendid punch, Jenkins.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm glad it is to your liking. Lord Mansford will not be long. It is nearly 1 o'clock. The vault is fully automatic and infallible.
Mrs. Peel placed the glass down on a table near the vault wall. She was surprised to see that the small glass swizzle stick was tinkling against the rim. The tinkling grew louder, and then Mrs. Peel became aware of another sound coming from within the vault. Jenkins also heard the noise. He looked at the clock on the vault door. A couple of minutes to go. Inside the vault, Lord Mansford clapped his hands over his ears. The whole house seemed filled with the screaming sound. Then everything happened at once. There was a blinding flash. The vault clock rang and the door slid open. Jenkins and Mrs. Peel rushed into the vault.
This way, Mrs. Peel. There. He must be.
There he is. In the corner.
That can't be Lord Mansford. He's changed.
But it was Lord Mansford. His face was rigid, lifeless, his hair and mutton chop moustache vividly white.
And with a vicious uppercut, Jimmy Anderson finishes trimming his whole hedge in just 3 hours, 11 minutes. Great work, Jimmy. You play any other sport?
Yes, dominoes.
You're looking pretty cool, Jimmy. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
There's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Gray of Durban has this to say.
Colin explained it. It astounded me. I was really and truly very astounded.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Inside his vault, where Lord Mansford had been spending an hour looking at his art treasures, the space sounds began. The roar increased. Lord Mansford clapped his hands over his ears. The whole house seemed filled with the screaming sound. Then everything happened at once. There was a blinding flash. The vault clock rang and the door slid open. Jenkins and Mrs. Peel rushed into the vault.
This way, Mrs. Peel. There. He must be.
There he is. In the corner.
That can't be Lord Mansford. He's changed.
But it was Lord Mansford. His face was rigid, lifeless, his hair and mutton chop moustache vividly white.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, because it gets out the worst dirt and stain. Mrs. Francis of Port Elizabeth found that Omo cleaned her husband's bathing trunks.
He used to come home and they'd be marked and splodged with tar and oil from our beaches. Well, he wanted to throw them away. So, he'd soak them overnight in cold water Omo. And the next day they were shimmering white again.
Cold water Omo cleans best. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We've got strawberry and vanilla, half and half. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. We're Walls Pink Pussycat now.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel become aware that the British Venusian Society is in need of money, and that all contributions are gratefully received from Venus with love. Emma Peel was completely confused by the activities of the British Venusian Society. Acting upon instructions from John Steed, she'd been trying to get in touch with outside members of the society. They were usually rich, influential members, and by the time Mrs. Peel got to them, they were usually dead. John Steed, on the other hand, was having a far less strenuous time, and should have known exactly what was going on. He didn't. Although he'd so far passed all the membership tests and met a few of the members, including the eccentric Dr. Primble. But the two heads of the organization still seemed to be Crawford, a radio astronomer who made it clear that he didn't like Steed, and Venus Brown, the society's secretary, who made it clear that she did. At least Steed thought that was the impression he was getting. One thing was sure, Venus was living up to her name.
Is that drink to your taste, Mr. Steed?
Delectable.
A little more ice? Oh, it's so hot today. I mixed the drink myself, though only I know the ingredients. What do you think is in it?
It couldn't be a love potion.
Well, there is passion fruit in it.
Oh, splendid.
Well, let's get down to things.
Already? Before it's had a chance to work?
Down to business. Dr. Primble says you've passed all the tests.
That's right. All reactions normal and ready to go.
He also says that you have special shots of films taken with an astro camera, which will be of interest to our society.
Huh? Oh, I don't know, just amateur fumbling at the moment.
You're not good at it.
Amateur fumbling? Well, I suppose I am amateur, you know.
British Venusian Society, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is it possible to speak to Mr. John Steed, please?
Very well. Hold on. For you, Mr. Steed. A woman.
Ah, well, they dog my footsteps, you know. It's passion fruit. Hello?
Steed?
Ah, Aphrodite. When did you get back?
Steve, what are you talking about? Can you meet me straight away?
Charmed.
Lord Mansford's house. It's happened again, Steed.
Again?
Yes. No time for more. Hurry up. Goodbye.
Bye. A Greek girl, I know. Just popped out of the sea. Insists that we meet. Oh, excuse me, won't you? Bye, Miss Brown, or may I call you Venus? Bye for now.
In Lord Mansford's home, Mrs. Peel stood with Jenkins the butler in front of the open vault. They were looking at some photographic prints when Steed joined them.
Tragedy, dreadful tragedy. How could it have happened? Photos of the scene of the crime?
Strangely enough, yes. Lord Mansford kept all his art treasures in there. There was this door which sealed the place off.
When the young lady arrived, Lord Mansford was having a quiet hour with his collection. The timing device on the door was set to let him out at exactly 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock came, and zoom, the usual story. We got in to find him dead.
These prints is taken by an automatic security camera set inside the vault door.
Mm-hmm.
familiar.
Like a fireball against a dark background.
Like the shots from Sir Frederick Hadley's camera and the cover of Venus Brown's book. Let's have a closer look.
Steed walked into the vault and examined the gaping hole in the vault wall.
6 inches of solid steel. Now, what the devil could have cut through that?
Something did. Something more powerful than we can guess.
The New Zealand?
I've seen so many strange sights like this in the last few days. Who knows? After all, we've got to the moon. Something's bound to arrive here one day. Has anything leaked out?
Not a word. Complete security block.
And that duty rota? There's still one man left alive. Brigadier Whitehead.
Whitehead? Asking for trouble with a name like that.
Did you get in touch with him?
Tried. His phone must be permanently off the hook.
Brigadier Whitehead's phone was off the hook. The Brigadier was working. That meant he was living in the past, or rather, reliving past glories. Working on his memoirs, not writing a book, compiling a soundtrack.
Yes, that's about the volume I want. Now, where was I? Yes. Microphone on. That's it. As you can hear, gentlemen, 0 hour is fast approaching. Invasion is imminent. We must counterattack without delay. You've had your operational orders. You, Major Collins, will lead the 1st Battalion. You, Captain Smith, will follow through with the 2nd. And you, Lieutenant, will command the support company.
Brigadier Whitehead drew himself up to his full height and clicked his heels into the nearest microphone.
That's all, gentlemen, and good luck.
The Brigadier whipped smartly over to a bank of turntables, selected one, and started it under his next speech.
As my officers departed, I drove up to the front. Shells were exploding all round. Now, let me see. Where did I put that down record of the shells? Yes, here we are. The inferno broke out. And suddenly, all the guns were silent. There was just the grey sky and the mud. Not a sound.
Brigadier! Brigadier Whitehead!
At last! Come in.
I'm so sorry to disturb you, Brigadier. I did ring the doorbell. There seems to be quite a bit of noise going on.
Yes, quite.
Oh, by the looks of the place, I'm intruding. But your phone is off the hook.
I know. It was taken off the hook.
Oh, I see. You're, still on your memoirs? How's it coming on?
Oh, very well, very well. I've new equipment. Hope to cut a long player on the invasion of Italy. Now, I got to the point where we just landed at Catania. Yes, it was at this point that a messenger drove up. Let me show you. Now, just hold this pickup and put it on when I tell you. Now. I tore open the dispatch. News, bad. I'd lost my battalion commander. I had to reach Ogu. I grabbed the messenger's bike and raced towards headquarters. Suddenly, under the wheels, a grenade exploded. Drop the pickup, now.
Oh, no.
I jumped for cover.
This? No,
wrong effect. Cut! Oh, better take a break. Care for a drink, Venus?
I'd rather have a generous contribution to the Society's funds.
Another contribution?
Well, if we're to launch our satellite...
You've already had 20,000.
That wouldn't even pay the fuel bill.
It would pay a few of mine.
Listen, Brigadier, I'm only a woman.
No, none of that. Before I dig any deeper, I'd like a peep at the accounts.
Accounts?
Treasurer's report. Hadley and Mansford are of the same mind. We'd like to see where the money is going.
Where do you think it's going?
Oh, you are touchy.
Well, if that's the way you're thinking, I'd better leave.
No, no need to be like that. And, look, I can't make watch duty tonight. I'm working on the Battle of Palermo. You know, I almost bought it there. Had the luck of the devil.
Well, I hope it stays with you. Second time round. Goodbye.
decided to call on Brigadier Whitehead himself. About time you did a bit of outside work, Steed. He drove up to the house and parked his car conveniently near the trees. As he moved towards the house, he noticed Venus Brown disappearing along the wooded drive, her long legs briskly carrying her shapely figure out of view round the bend. There was a burst of machine gun fire. Steed dropped into the nearest bushes.
I pulled out the pin of the grenade and hurled it into the dugout.
Steed picked himself out of the bushes.
The enemy was still advancing, and
Then, suddenly, a reverberating sound was heard. Had Mrs. Peel been there, she would surely have recognized it. Light dazzled Steed's eyes. Steed instinctively placed an arm over his eyes. There was a muffled roar. And a scream from the Brigadier. Sounds as though his luck didn't last a second time round after all.
Washing up.
Haven't you tried new Sunlight Liquid yet?
Should I?
Yes, because new Sunlight Liquid gives you real economy. It's proved the most economical dishwasher. 1 teaspoonful washes a whole sinkful of dishes Sunlight clean.
Sunlight clean?
Right. A fresh, sparkling cleanness you've never known before.
Why fresh?
That's the lemon juice.
And sparkling?
Because it's concentrated. New Sunlight Liquid gives you the greatest grease-cutting power for sparkling dishes every time.
There's no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo.
If you use cold water, Omo comes out very, very easily indeed.
Says Mrs. Sutherland of the Innican. Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
John Steed watched Venus Brown disappearing along the wooded drive in front of Brigadier Whitehead's house. He got out of his car. There was a sudden burst of machine gun fire. Steed dived for the shrubbery.
the enemy was still advancing, and
Steed picked himself up and advanced towards the house. There was a sudden familiar roar growing in intensity. A light flashed in Steed's eyes. He placed an arm protectively over his face. The sound grew. And then...
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
housewives have discovered that the cleaning power of cold water Omo gives them sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
That's right. And it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on the general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
To keep your complexion soft and smooth, choose Lux with its creamy, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel become even more deeply involved in activities from outer space and wonder how much of this strange phenomenon comes from Venus with love. John Steed had decided to take a more active part in affairs since becoming a member of the British Venusian Society. Whether this was because he felt Mrs. Peel's activities had been too feeble to prevent more sudden deaths, he didn't say. If he had such thoughts, he was wise enough to keep them to himself. Mrs. Peel suggested that he sort out Brigadier Whitehead, the last person on their possible murder list, himself. Steed did so, and arrived, it seemed, like Mrs. Peel was wont to do, a trifle too late. Steed stared at the house. All was now quiet. He made his way through the shrubbery. He was nearly at the French windows that led into Whitehead's study when he stopped, froze in his tracks. A car was coming up the driveway. Had Venus Brown returned?
Shouldn't think so. Sound of that engine was vaguely familiar. So those footsteps. Hello there, Mrs. Peel.
Oh, Steed, you gave me quite a fright.
Nothing to what you would have had if you'd been here a few minutes ago.
Oh? Brigadier Whitehead?
Was making a devil of a lot of noise. Sounded as though he was playing war games. It culminated in a horrible scream. He is now strangely quiet. Even deathly quiet. Come on. This way.
A few moments later, they were both standing over the Brigadier's body.
Everything on this patch of carpet has been bleached white. Look, Steed, even the gramophone record he must have been holding.
Gramophone records, tape machines. This is what he must have been doing. They were all the sound effects I heard coming from this window.
Steed, look, that tape recorder over there in the corner. That seems to have escaped all the trouble. It's still turning.
Yes, so it is.
Steed walked over and switched it off. It stopped. He pressed the rewind button. It whirled at a fast speed. He then pressed the forward play button and the playback button.
The enemy was still advancing.
And if we knew what that looked like, we might know the answer.
Some while after this, Steed and Mrs. Peel made their way back to the British Venusian Society's offices. This was all new to Mrs. Peel. She accepted Steed's briefing before entering the building.
You know what you have to do, Mrs. Peel?
Mm-hmm. Play the tapes over to Venus Brown and any other interested member and watch their reaction. If there appears to be any suspicious signs, stick close to Venus and not let her out of my sight.
Yes, I think that's what I would do.
Yes, I bet you would.
Well, I can't go in there. They know me now.
Only too well. Where will you be, Steve?
I'm going back to that eccentric Dr. Trimble. He's the only one I know who might be able, inadvertently, to throw more light on this.
I wish you wouldn't use phrases like throwing more light. I've had more than enough. I'll ring you, Steve. Goodbye.
Mrs. Peel, as good as her word, managed to get an appointment to see Venus Brown and played her the tape. When it was over, and merciful silence reigned, Venus Brown said,
Where did you get this from, Mrs. Peel?
I work for a newspaper. It was brought to my editor by a close associate.
And why on earth were you asked to take an interest?
Oh, they put me on all sorts of crazy interviews. I was also handed these photographs. It was suggested by our science correspondent that Earth was being invaded.
Invaded?
By creatures from the planet Venus, of all places.
Photographs can be faked, you know.
Oh, I know. You're an expert in the field.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, not for faking photographs. I'm sure you've never had any need.
Thank you.
I meant an expert in the planet Venus. You're the secretary here, after all. Tell me, what's your view?
Well, they are interesting, of course, very interesting. But I wouldn't like to hazard a guess without a second opinion. I'll call our Mr. Crawford. He's our expert in radio astronomy. That tape is far more in his line. Excuse me.
Venus Brown stretched out an elegant hand with long silvered nails and picked up a white telephone.
Find Crawford for me and ask him to ring me immediately, please. Phew. So hot in here. Do you mind if we have the window open?
Without waiting for a reply, Venus moved to the window, opened it, and drew apart the lace curtains. She turned and slipped off the jacket of her suit, hanging it with studied carelessness over the shoulders of a Venus de Milo model that stood on a plinth in the bay of the window. The telephone rang.
Hello?
Venus. Crawford, you wanted me?
Yes. I have a lady reporter here. She has a most interesting tape recording. I want you to hear it.
I can't get away right now. Things to do.
And try to listen to it over the phone. Do you mind, Mrs. Peel?
No, not at all.
Mrs. Peel started the tape recording from the beginning. Venus held the earpiece of the phone near the speaker and waited. Eventually...
I can't tell over the phone. I'll get over to you as soon as I can.
Oh, very tiresome. All right. He says he can't...
What the devil?
The window. The curtains are aflame. And look at my Venus.
The curtains indeed were aflame, and the model of the Venus de Milo was shattered into pieces. The lovely jacket had disintegrated. Mrs. Peel flew to the window, bounded through, and stared out from the smouldering balcony. In the distance, beyond a tall avenue of poplar trees, was the glistening reflection of some sort of vehicle traveling at speed. Missed it again, Mrs. Peel. Steed had found Primple in his surgery and explained a few of the difficulties.
You say 5 of our members, Steed? Hadley, Cosgrove, Mansford?
Smith and Brigadier Whitehead. And according to the message just received from the Society's officers, an attack upon Miss Brown.
You've seen the bodies of these men?
Appears they died of shock. Hair and clothes bleached white by some intense light.
Then I was right. The Venusians are here.
Well, nothing's been reported from any of the country's defenses. Radar control has picked nothing up.
But if, as I've expounded, these beings are composed of gas, then they'd never be detected. They could travel through our atmosphere in a completely different way. They could travel with the speed of light itself.
Using some kind of extraterrestrial vehicle? An unidentified object?
Possibly.
Yes, well, thank you for your opinions, Dr. Primble. I must go now. See, I'm on duty at Cosgrove Observatory tonight, and with things heating up like this, well, I just don't want to miss a thing. Bye.
In Cosgrove's observatory, sometime later, the phone rang.
Yes, Mrs. Peel?
Your confidence in my ability to phone is touching.
Of course. I'm all set up here. Any luck with the tape?
No, not yet. We're expecting Crawford. He's certainly taking his time. But don't worry, I shan't let Venus out of my sight.
I've got her on my lens here, too.
I'll bet you have. Just don't be sitting in that chair. They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place, but I wouldn't back on that.
I'm not. I've got a friend to help me.
He must be mad.
Well, he's not. He's a bit of a stuffed shirt, though, aren't you, old chap?
How very rude of you.
Not really. He can't hear very well. Stay with it, Mrs. Peel.
I've always been with it, Steed. Goodbye.
Bye. Steed replaced the receiver and moved to the telescope.
Be watchful, alert, and don't just sit there like a dummy.
Steed pushed the head of the figure until its right eye was under the lens. It was a tailor's dummy, but in the half-light, it looked rather like Steed.
Not got my panache, though.
Steed picked up a cold drink and retired behind some rather large filing cabinets.
Starlight is there to me is what your eyes are.
He didn't have long to wait. After a few minutes, reaching out for his drink, he dropped it as the heat from the glass blistered his fingers.
The devil heated that up.
Steed, crouched behind the cabinet, clutched his ears and closed his eyes tightly as the sound and the brightness that flooded the observatory reached its peak. After the explosion, the darkness descended again, and there was silence. Steed crawled out of hiding and rushed forward. The tailor's dummy in the swivel chair drooped over. Its face was a distorted mass of melted wax, all snowy white. It slowly collapsed onto the floor. The door burst open.
Steed! Steed! Did you see that?
Dr. Primble stood in the doorway.
See what, Dr. Primble?
That flash of light. It came from down below. I saw it. It came from the cemetery. They've arrived, Steed. The Venusians, they've arrived. They've landed. They're here. They've taken over the cemetery.
You got trouble, Steed. Dead or alive, you've still got 'em.
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sports?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on. It's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, like Mrs. Bodington.
My wash is beautiful, and I'm very proud of it. There's nothing like cold water Omo.
No dirt can stand up to Omo. Over 1 million housewives have proved it. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
John Steed crouched behind the cabinet in Cosgrove's observatory as the sound and the brightness reached its peak. After the explosion, the darkness descended again, and there was silence. Steed crawled out of hiding and rushed forward. The tailor's dummy in the swivel chair drooped over. Its face was a distorted mass of melted wax, all snowy white. it slowly collapsed onto the floor. The door burst open.
Steed, did you see what I saw?
Dr. Primble stood in the doorway.
See what, Dr. Primble?
That flash of light. It came from below. It came from the cemetery. They've arrived, Steed. The Venusians have arrived. They've landed. They've taken over the cemetery. Come on!
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Cold-water Omo has really powerful cleaning action. Mrs. Senior discovered this.
My husband wears overalls to work, and they come back very sort of greasy and dirty. My girl actually does them by hand in the tub, but she uses cold-water Omo, and they're fine, and they come up perfectly clean.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
I've stuck to cold-water Omo, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
Cold-water Omo cleans best.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We've got strawberry and vanilla, half and half. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. We're Walls Pink Pussycat now.
Episode 6, the final episode in this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel clear up the mystery of an invasion from outer space and take their farewells. From Venus, with love. Practically all prominent members of the British Venusian Society had suffered an attack upon their lives. Most of the attacks had been successful and ended in hurried death. The latest one had failed. Just as well, thought Steed, for it was clear that the intention was to have reduced him to the sickly, white-haired mess that now flopped on the observatory floor. Then, Dr. Primble had burst in with the news that there were odd things going on in the cemetery below. The Venusians had made an invasion. Oh, well, only one way to find out.
Better move carefully, Steed.
Can't see why. The place is as quiet as a graveyard.
There was a flashing light over the far side. I'll take this path. You go round the other way. We could surprise them.
Well, nothing they could do would surprise me. All right, let's see what's on the far side.
When Steed got to the far side, there was no sign of Primble, or anyone else for that matter.
Primble seems so sure of himself. Uh-oh, here it comes again.
Steed didn't wait. He dropped flat behind a large ornamental headstone. The sound built up, terminating with a blinding flash and an explosive sound. The head of the commemorative statue on the tomb toppled over and fell almost into Steed's lap.
Well, sooner you than me.
The light disappeared. Silence reigned. Steed waited. And then?
Time I got out of here.
But he who ducks and runs away can come back later. Steed did, with Professor Horace Clark, a ministry expert. Professor Clark was tiny, brisk and efficient, and had arrived in a station wagon packed with equipment. He knelt with a trowel.
Earth is still warm. Yes, it was even warmer a short while back. I should know. I was lying at the back of the headstone.
This earth's been carbonized.
Well, I was almost singed myself.
It's most odd, Steed. restored. Why, you need a temperature of at least 2,000 degrees to do this. Wasn't a flamethrower. Nothing volatile.
All I saw was a white light. Just a flash of white light.
Yeah. A flash of white light, eh?
Yes. Seemed to be attracted to the gravestones. Many of them have suffered, as you can see.
What about Dr. Primble?
He seems to be badly shocked. He was found on the other side of the cemetery. He had a lucky escape, too, it seems. Swears he saw some kind of spacecraft. The light was mirrored in some way.
Mirrored, eh? Yeah. Well, I've got all the sample I need. Only one thing now. I'd like to hear that tape you've got. The tape of the sound the light makes.
Well, I've got a copy in my car. This way.
In the offices of the British Venusian Society, Mrs. Peel was true to her word. She wasn't letting Venus Brown out of her sight.
I just don't know how long it'll be before Mr. Crawford gets here, Mrs. Peel.
Oh, that's all right. I can wait.
I must say you lady reporters are persistent people.
We have to be. Only way to get a story.
Ah, Crawford. About time. What held you up?
Ministry called. Primble's been attacked. He said it was by Venusians. That they'd landed and attacked him.
Attacked?
Yes, Steed too. It'll interest you to know that Steed is from the authorities.
What? Are you sure?
Yes, so's this lady. Mrs. Peel. She's no reporter, she's Steed's partner.
Oh, dear.
Mrs. Peel made a quick step to the door. Crawford blocked the way.
Not just yet, Mrs. Peel. I don't believe in this invasion any more than you do.
Or the Venusians?
That's a different matter. Come now, do any of us know what's up there? On Venus, or Mars, or any of the planets? Discoveries always start as a guessing game. We may be right, we may be wrong. If you don't explore, you don't find out. But we shall one day. Our funds are going fast.
Your membership is dwindling rapidly. Now, if you'll excuse me...
I came here to hear the tape you brought. Play it to me.
I will. All you do is press this button.
The enemy was still advancing. And then...
Well, Mr. Crawford, recognize it?
I certainly do, Mrs. Peel. I certainly do.
While Crawford and Venus Brown were listening to Emma Peel's tape, John Steed was playing his copy to Professor Horace Clark.
The enemy was still advancing. And then...
Well, any ideas?
Oh, but of course. It's the sound of light amplification of stimulated emission of radiation. In words of 2 syllables.
In words of 2 syllables, a laser beam. Yes, of course. Has a bleaching effect and boils liquid.
Plus a very distinctive sound.
Now, where are they used? Ah, but of course. Got it.
Bright boy, Steed. Back in the British Venusian offices, Mrs. Peel was getting warm, too.
You say it's the sound of a laser beam, Mr. Crawford.
No doubt about it.
Where are they used?
All over the place. In dentistry, communications, eye surgery.
Eye surgery? Got it!
Mrs. Peel made a dash for the door. It took Crawford and Venus totally by surprise. It was one of the quickest getaways Emma Peel had ever made. But she didn't try to escape. She headed for her car and made good time to the home and surgery of Dr. Primble. She made a forced entry through the garage and was doing quite well up the back stairs when...
Oh, no, you duck.
Mrs. Peel found herself grasped in 2 extremely strong arms. There was only one thing for it.
If at first you don't succeed...
Stay where you are, madam. Then don't move, unless you wish to have your head blown off.
With an ordinary pistol. How unimaginative, Dr. Primble.
Martin, who is this woman?
One we nearly got up at the farm. Friend of Steed's, Mrs. Peel.
I see. And what are you doing here, Mrs. Peel?
I didn't come for an eye test, that I promise you.
Does Steed know you're here?
I call that a leading question, wouldn't you?
Never mind, I shall find out. Martin, take this gun. Bring the lady into my surgery. This way, if you please.
And a short while after that, Mrs. Peel found herself tied rather too securely to one of the sight-testing panels in Primble's surgery. She looked around with interest, particularly at a large, portable piece of electronic equipment on a nearby table. The front section had a gun-like muzzle. It was pointing straight at her.
Yes, Mrs. Peel, a laser, but a somewhat advanced model. I'm sure you'd like to see it in action. But first, where is Steed? How much does he know?
He's in the book. Why not ring him up and ask him?
Martin, we've been hoping for a guinea pig. I think we've found one.
Yes, Doctor.
The beam upon her. That's it. Very good.
Not from where I'm sitting.
Splendid. A sense of humor. You know, mine vanished when the Cuthbert Foundation began to divert its funds from medical research to the Society's space project. Yes, I couldn't beat them, so I joined them. And now I've almost destroyed them.
Using the Venusians as an alibi?
An original one, you will admit.
That's about all I'll admit.
This model is remarkably accurate. It can drill holes in diamonds and cut through steel plates like butter. As for human tissue, well, let's experiment. Or do you feel more cooperative?
I feel positively stubborn.
Your last chance, Mrs. Peel. You've seen what it does to people.
Indeed. Oh, well, it's quicker than a peroxide rinse.
You will see. I switch it on.
Can't have that, you know. Mrs. Peel's a natural brunette.
Martin, seize the gun!
Naughty.
Stay still, Steed.
The laser, Steed. Swing it round.
Right. Umbrellas are useful, you know.
Dr. Primble ended up under the remains of his invention. After all the confusion had died down, Mrs. Peel, free at last, said,
Pity about that laser beam. Primble could have made a fortune.
The communications business?
The laundry business. Think of all those spotless white shirts.
Oh, to play havoc with my yellow spotted pajamas.
Mm-hmm.
Will you join me for dinner this evening, Mrs. Peel?
Pleasure, Steve.
I'm sending the bill to the British Venusian Society. When they get the bill, they're really going to see stars.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny? Ah, that's easy. I use Dual. Dual? Yes, Dual. The self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go. How do you mean? Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself. So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing. No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Here's Mrs. Senior of Mbogantweeny.
I've stuck to cold water Omo, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
There's no dirt or stains that can stand up to cold water Omo.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Now, from the makers of cold water Omo...
Two men in monks' cassocks moved silently down the stone passageway of Old Hill Monastery. They opened and closed a heavy Gothic door and walked across the carpeted room. One of the men removed his monk's robe, revealing the uniform of a colonel in the British Army.
Nearly 12 o'clock, Baxter. Yes, Colonel James. Better do a round. Take a walkie-talkie and report back. Very good.
Baxter helped himself to a walkie-talkie from the cupboard and left Colonel James to some paperwork on the desk. A short while later, in the passageway beneath, Baxter paused at each of the monks' cells. They were all heavily bolted on the outside, for Old Hill Monastery was a prison for captured spies.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, because it gets out the worst dirt and stains. Mrs. Francis of Port Elizabeth found that Omo cleaned her husband's bathing trunks.
He used to come home and they'd be mopped and splodged with tar and oil from our beaches. Well, he wanted to throw them away. So, well, he'd soak them overnight in cold water Omo. And the next day they were shimmering white again.
Cold water Omo cleans best. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We drop strawberry at the little top and hop. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. Where walls Pink Pussycat house.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel celebrate a little too soon, and an enemy makes a killing and a clean getaway. Old Hill Monastery is a small but formidable Gothic structure with battlements and turreted windows. It sits sedately in the fields near Marlow and commands a clear view of the Thames. To the inhabitants of the nearby towns, it is thought of as a closed order of holy monks. But it is staffed by highly trained army officers and contains over 100 of the most dangerous captured enemy agents in all England. Lieutenant Baxter, pulling his monk's robe more tightly around him, moved down the passage, looking in at each of the grilles.
There's Dorf. Yeah, he's reading as usual. Lubin. Playing chess again. How a man can play chess against himself beats me. Who wins? Rostov? You hear me? Show yourself.
Baxter, peering into one of the cells, was unable to see the inmate. Without hesitation, he switched on the walkie-talkie and reported the fact to Colonel James.
Baxter to Colonel James.
Come in, Baxter. What is it?
I can't see Rostov in his cell.
You think he may have passed out in the bath?
Maybe. I can't tell for sure. I can only see the frosted glass partition.
All right. Well, you better carry out a routine thickness check.
Baxter immediately removed the monk's robe and took a service revolver from its holster.
Ready when you are, sir.
Give the password.
Apricot.
In his office, Colonel James leaned forward and pressed a button on the panel. The bolts on cell number 3 slid back automatically. Baxter squared his shoulders, tensed his muscles, kicked open the door, and entered the cell in a practiced rush.
Let's have you.
Baxter, confident and alert, peered around the cell. He moved across to the bathroom. It was empty. So was the rest of the cell. Quite empty. The figure of the prisoner seemed to appear by magic through the wall.
What the devil?
Before Baxter could recover from his surprise, Rostov landed a terrific blow, knocking him over the table. In his office, Colonel James heard the sound over the walkie-talkie.
Baxter! Baxter! What's happened, Baxter?
Alarm! Sound alarm! Rostov! Taken my gun and escaped!
Colonel James moved like lightning. His hand went out and set the alarm bells ringing. Instantly, from all over the monastery, men began running at the double to the cell.
There he goes! Get him!
Rostov, at the end of the passageway, whipped up a few warning shots and raced to the next corridor.
But there's no one there. Just a blank wall. He couldn't have got away. It disappeared.
John Steed was having a party in his apartment. It was a small reunion. Steed had two old pals, fellow agents, Paul Ryder and George Neville. The three men were in dinner jackets. Mrs. Peel was with them, wearing a stunning full-length gown. It was all very smart and select, and it had got to the last drink and cigar stage.
Steed, did you ever see anything more of that Admiral, what was his name? Peppy chap, heavy breather.
Well, surely that description can fit any admiral in the British Navy.
Not quite sure who you mean, Paul. I want to propose a toast. Oh, you must remember the old boy. A toast, I insist. All right, a toast. To our benevolent host, the man you can always trust, the man you can always rely on, to the man with... With the wooden leg. Eh? Steed hasn't got a wooden leg. Have you, Steed? If you have, I must say you can't off very well. I'd never have guessed. Admiral Corman, that's who I was thinking. Ah, yes, Corman. Yes, of course I remember. I give you John Steed. Oh, glass is empty.
Oh, let me.
Thank
John
you.
Steed.
Yes, John Steed. And another toast to John Steed's partner in crime. I must say, Steed, you certainly know how to pick 'em. She's delectable, she's delicious, she's also a dab hand with a caviar canapé. Gentlemen, I give you Emma Peel. Emma Peel. And another toast.
No, it's my turn. To Paul Ryder and George Neville. We trained together, we fought together, and I hope we'll remain together for many years to come.
Steed drank and shattered his glass in the fireplace. The simplicity and sincerity of his speech moved them all. Out of a pause, George Neville said,
Oh dear, it's gone all solemn. Positively sepulchral.
That'll never do, will it?
No, because we've never been solemn. Not even in the tightest spot. Not even during the EBA. Steve, remember that?
Oh, yes. The EBA.
Ah, the EBA.
The EBA? European bombing attack?
The exploding bootlaces affair.
Then there was the DCP.
DCP?
The diabolical cipher plan.
And the GAP.
Fill that gap in for me, will you please, Steve?
The great assassination plot.
And what about the GTR?
Ah, yes, the GTR.
We couldn't possibly overlook the GTR.
The great train robbery?
Granny Tittyfeather's rum, homemade.
Kicked like a mill.
Fortified us during the dawn vigils.
Yes, and talking of dawn, I think it's time I was off.
Oh, no, one more, surely.
No, it's gone 5, you know.
5 in the morning? Oh, it can't be, surely.
Mrs. Peel moved to the window and drew aside the curtains. The cold light of dawn flooded into the room. Down in the street, the mews was deserted.
Well, it's home with the milkman then, isn't it? I think our walk is not far, and it'll do me good. Well, thanks for everything, Steve. Next time's my place. Goodbye, Emma. Great pleasure meeting you. See you all again soon. I can let myself out, so don't worry. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, old chap. Bye.
Well, how about you, George, old man?
Well, I'm very easily led, and the prospect of even 5 minutes more with the delectable Mrs. Peel.
I agree. Another bottle?
Well, thank you both. I'll join you. Delicious. Champagne at dawn. It's quite the nicest time.
Mrs. Peel looked down into the street and saw the stocky figure of Paul Ryder walk down the mews in the direction of the park. She didn't see another man standing silently in the shadows watching Steed's apartment. Some time later...
And now, I really must go. It's been a memorable night, Steed. Made doubly memorable by your presence, Mrs. Peel.
Why, thank you.
And, as Paul says, we must all do it again very soon. That is, if enemy agents permitting, of course.
Well, that's always true. I'm sure I can't run you somewhere. Car's in the garage. Won't take a minute.
No, I won't hear of it. I'll grab a taxi at the end of the road. Here's the coat. Bye, Emma. Stay beautiful. Bye, Steed. Call you later in the week.
Yes, do that. Bye, George.
Wow, I'm tired. A hard day's night. But I like them. I like them both very much. And so do you, don't you, Steve?
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. They're two of the best in the game. Don't come any better. Even Mother has to admit that.
I suppose you should have invited Mother.
Oh, but my best champagne. There wouldn't be a bottle left.
Well, there's not much now, is there?
No, so we'd better finish it up, hadn't we, Mrs. Peel?
Down in the street, George Neville turned up his coat collar against the chill dawn and quickened his walk. Near the corner of the mews he stopped. A voice from the shadows said,
Neville. George Neville. Here.
What the devil?
Neville took a pace towards the voice. The figure of Rostov appeared near the blank wall like magic. Neville reached for the gun in his shoulder holster, but too late. Rostov had a gun trained on him and fired it several times. George Neville was spun round by the impact of the bullets. He fell among the dustbins. Steed and Mrs. Peel, hearing the shots, tore out of Steed's apartment.
George! Neville!
Steed, is he all right?
George, who did it?
George Neville managed to gasp out,
Rostov. Was Rostov.
And then he died in Steed's arms.
This new kind of cleanness women are discovering for their dishes.
It's sunlight cleanness.
What's sunlight cleanness?
A fresh, sparkling cleanness you've never known before.
Why fresh?
New sunlight liquid has real lemon juice.
And sparkling?
Sunlight liquid is concentrated. It's got the greatest grease-cutting power to give you sparkling dishes every time.
And new sunlight liquid with real lemon juice means real economy. Just 1 teaspoonful washes a whole sinkful of dishes sparkling clean. Sunlight clean.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, like Mrs. Bodington.
My wash is beautiful, and I'm very proud of it. There's nothing like cold water Omo.
No dirt can stand up to Omo. Over 1 million housewives have proved it. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
George Neville, walking in the dawn light of the mews in which Steed lived, was stopped by a voice from the shadows.
Neville. George Neville. Here.
What the devil?
The impact of the bullets spun George Neville round, and he fell among the dustbins. John Steed and Emma Peel, hearing the shots, tore out of Steed's apartment.
George, what was that? George!
Steve? Steve, is he...
George, who did it? It was Rostov.
The Avengers.
and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Cold water Omo has really powerful cleaning action. Mrs. Senior discovered this.
My husband wears overalls to work, and they come back very sort of greasy and dirty. My girl actually does them by hand in the tub, but she uses cold water Omo, and they're fine, and they come up perfectly clean.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user?
I've stuck to cold water Omo, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
Cold water Omo cleans best.
Day in, night out, linoleum woman, perfectly groomed, sweetly perfumed.
Now you can choose from Benolia's 5 new classic fragrances.
Episode 2 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel find themselves up against prisoners who are their arch enemies, prisoners who are determined to get away. John Steed had held a small reunion with 2 of his best friends, Paul Ryder and George Neville. Mrs. Peel had also graced the occasion, which had been a great success, starting with cocktails and dinner and continuing with music and reminiscences until the early, or rather the late, hours of the morning. Paul Ryder had left first, walking home through the park. George Neville had left after helping Steed and Mrs. Peel drink champagne in the chilly light of dawn. Then, as Steed and Mrs. Peel were clearing away the party debris, they heard the shots from the street below. Neville had died in Steed's arms, naming his murderer. Later that morning, Steed rang Mrs. Peel at her apartment.
Hello?
Steed here.
Oh, Steed, I was hoping you'd ring. Do we meet this morning?
Not yet. I'm going down to Marlow, Old Hill Monastery. I'll call you from there later.
A monastery?
It's a cover for an international spy prison. The man who killed George Neville escaped from there. I'm hoping to pick up a lead.
You think this is serious, don't you? Neville being killed?
Just about the most serious thing that's happened yet. Could be the beginning. I'll keep in touch.
Oh, please do. I'll help all I can.
I know you will.
And Steed, I'm so sorry.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Down at Old Hill Monastery, Steed submitted his pass to a monk at the gate and was allowed into the main building. Colonel James rose from behind his desk in his office.
Oh, Steed, good to see you.
Colonel?
Take a seat.
I prefer to stand, if you don't mind. George Neville is dead. You know that.
I heard. Yes, sorry. He was a good friend of yours, wasn't he?
He was one of my best friends. Now, Colonel, why the devil didn't you warn him?
Warn him of what?
That Rostov had escaped.
The news of Rostov's breakout was circulated through all the normal channels.
Colonel, you should have warned George personally, and immediately it happened.
Steed, I'm sorry. I don't entirely follow you. Why George Neville in particular?
You don't know? You knew why Rostov was being held here in maximum security.
Of course. He was involved in the great assassination plot. He, Lubin, and Esdorf.
Is that all you know about?
Steed, it is my duty to maintain security in this building. We have more than 100 of the most dangerous agents in the Western Hemisphere incarcerated here. I can't be expected to be familiar with every detail of their crimes.
Bureaucratic bungling.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you can't be blamed, but someone should have made sure that you knew the whole story. Well, in this case, anyway.
I don't understand.
Colonel, the great assassination plot was very simple. 3 of their top agents were smuggled into England to kill 3 of our top agents. Each of them had a target, and Rostov's mission was to murder George Neville. Mission accomplished.
Steed, I had no idea.
I know. Well, the thing to do now is to stop it happening again. That means we've got to find out how Rostov escaped. Show me his cell, would you?
Yes.
James made the necessary security precautions and took Steed down to the cells.
Well, I just don't know how it could have happened. Well, this place is built like a fortress, and you know how tight internal security is. No one can open a cell door without the right password, and that's changed every hour. Here we are.
This is Rostov's cell. Ah, Baxter. This is John Steed, Lieutenant Baxter. He was first on the scene.
Tell me what happened, Baxter. I was making a routine check, and he wasn't in his cell. The cell was empty. I reported, got permission to enter.
And when you stepped in, you found he was here, eh, Baxter?
Steed moved around the cell, noting the barred window, testing it, testing the walls, going to the table which contained personal possessions. There were several magazines, most of them on natural history. A couple of bottles of liquor, an empty vodka bottle used as a flower vase with a single flower in it. Steed listened to Baxter at the same time.
I swear to you, sir, I did check through the scanner of the whole area, and he wasn't in here. What about the bard? He couldn't have been hiding there. He was just not in the cell.
And then?
Well, then he appeared right beside me. He just appeared, like
magic, eh, Baxter?
Well, yes.
All right, that'll do. You can go.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steed.
His story's unacceptable, of course. Rostov must have been hiding in here somewhere, and yet I don't know. I wouldn't have thought Baxter was the type to make mistakes.
Plus the fact that there just isn't anywhere a man could hide in here. Could Rostov have tampered with the scanner?
Well, we've checked it. Results negative.
Let's see. Baxter entered here, searched around in the bathroom, then came back, and Rostov materialized here, right?
Right.
He clobbers Baxter, like that, and makes out of the door. Well, then where?
James led Steed down the passageway and round the corner. Facing them was a bricked-up wall.
Here. He disappeared right here.
Solid enough wall.
I told you. The whole thing's impossible.
And yet it happened, Colonel. It happened. The hourly check?
Half hourly. We've stepped things up since Rostov got away. I'll do a round myself.
Mind if I come along?
James led Steed down the passageway, and they inspected each cell. Outside Lubin's cell, they stopped.
Lubin, reading a magazine. Looks harmless enough.
Steed, you said each of these three men had an assigned target.
Yes, that's right.
Who was Lubin's?
Paul Ryder.
They stopped outside Esdorf's cell.
And his? Esdorf?
He was the ringleader, the most dangerous of the three, and the toughest.
Yes, but his target, who was he sent to kill?
We don't know. We interrogated him for weeks. We couldn't break him. He never told us who his target was. I'd like to talk to this man, if you don't mind.
Oh, very well.
Colonel James produced a walkie-talkie and called his office.
Oh, Edwards, open up Esdorf's cell, please.
Password, Colonel?
Damson.
Right, sir.
Esdorf, come in, Steed. Come in. I've been expecting you. After Rostov's escape, it was inevitable that you would come to question me. Let me look at you. You don't change.
Nor you.
Externally, perhaps not. You got the great pains to ensure my physical fitness, but internally, yes, inside I changed very much. I'm resolute.
Well, you were always that.
More resolute. And bitter. Incredibly bitter. A drink.
Thank you.
It's good to see you, Steed. Good to know that you're still alive.
Oh, I never thought I'd hear you say that.
Let me give you a toast. To freedom. It's been a long, long time.
How do you occupy yourself? You have no books.
I think. I ruminate. I plan. I'm immensely proud of Rostov, of course. I trained him, you see. He's my protégé, and he's free. And when Lubin has gone too...
Lubin?
Oh, he will be next. He can't keep us here much longer. First Rostov, then Lubin, and then me.
You're bluffing.
Perhaps. Or perhaps not.
Steed heard the warning bells. It could only mean another escape. He leapt to the door.
Let me out of here! You let me out! Let me out!
In the corridor, all was confusion. Colonel James was leaning against the wall, holding his head.
Who was it? Lubin, I didn't see him.
Well, where is he?
He must have come up behind me and he's heading for the east wing. Oh, don't worry. He can't get away. The men are converging on him. Where's the walkie-talkie? Edwards! Bright scarlet alert. Warn all exterior guards. Nobody and nothing to leave the ground without a triple check. Personal transport, supply wagons, a lot.
Right, sir.
Colonel Jason, what is it? You got him? No. The men converged upon him from both sides of the east wing. They met, they heard his footsteps, and then they stopped. The prisoner just disappeared.
Emma Peel?
Mrs. Peel, it's an urgent job. Get to Paul Ryder. He's just moved and taken the house on the other side of the park. Now, I don't know the address and he hasn't yet got a phone number, but get to him.
Message received, right. But why, Steve?
There's been another getaway. Now, get hold of Ryder and warn him. Tell him that Lubin is free. That's all. Tell him Lubin is free.
Right.
Get going, Mrs. Peel.
Out of the blue comes a new way to fight tooth decay for keeps. New fluoride for keeps toothpaste. It's the clear blue way to fight tooth decay, and it's the best anti-decay toothpaste around. New great tasting for keeps toothpaste.
The clear blue way to fight tooth decay for keeps. Great teeth are forever, great teeth are for keeps.
New family fluoride for keeps toothpaste.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Here's Mrs. Senior of Mbogantwini.
I've stuck to cold water, Irma, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
There's no dirt or stains that can stand up to cold water Omo.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Emma Peel?
Mrs. Peel, Steed, it's an urgent job. Get to Paul Ryder. He's just moved and taken a house on the other side of the park. Now, I don't know the address, and he hasn't yet got a phone number. But find out from the ministry. Mother will know. You get to Paul Ryder as soon as you can, understand?
Message received, right, Steve. But why, Steve?
Well, there's been another escape from here, the Old Hill Monastery. Now, you must get hold of Ryder and tell him that Lubin is out. You got it?
Lubin is out.
Lubin broke out of here a short while ago, and if he gets to Ryder, one thing is certain. He'll kill him.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. This is what Mrs. Lyons of Yellowwood Park, Durban, has to say.
It is the one powder that does everything. Well, for me, I know that.
Yes.
There's so many things that I've used and experimented with just to prove cold water Omo. Really to put it to the ultimate test. You know, and I find that it's come up to all my expectations.
Yes. Cold water Omo cleans best.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We got strawberry and vanilla, soft and hot. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. Where Walls Pink Pussycat now.
Episode 3 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel encounter another killing and receive another threat by an enemy to achieve a getaway. John Steed had been horrified when George Neville, one of his best friends and one of the finest secret agents in Britain, had been murdered. Steed knew who the killer was because Neville had managed to gasp out the name, Rostov, before he died. Rostov, Steed knew, was one of the 3 men sent to England to kill 3 top British agents in the case known as the Great Assassination Plot. The plot had failed, and the 3 men, Rostov, Lubin, and Esdorf, had been captured and imprisoned in Old Hill Monastery, a tightly guarded Gothic building near London. Steed had visited the monastery and been present when the second escape had been effected. Lubin had got away. Steed, knowing that Lubin's target was Paul Ryder, had hastened to the phone to alert Mrs. Peel. Mrs. Peel got on with the task straight away, but she had a little difficulty in finding Ryder's new address. It was a new house on the other side of the park. Ryder himself was doing a little decorating, standing on a ladder, painting a cupboard in the bathroom bright red, when he heard a voice calling,
Ryder. Ryder. Who is it? I'm coming.
Ryder climbed down the step-ladder and walked into his bedroom. The voice called again, echoing round the half-empty house.
Ryder. Ryder. I'm going to kill you, Ryder.
What the devil? Who are you? And where are you?
Ryder walked from the bedroom into his sitting room.
I've come to kill you, Ryder. I'm in the bathroom now.
Ryder retraced his steps back into the bathroom.
I'm going to complete my assignment. But first, I'd like you to see me.
Ryder, who'd been staring around him at the white-tiled walls, suddenly found himself face-to-face with Lubin. Lubin held a gun in one hand. Ryder backed away, crashed into the step-ladder as Lubin fired. Mrs. Peel had just arrived in her car outside the house when she heard the shot. She leapt from the car and tore up the driveway into the house. The front door was open. She rushed in.
Paul, where are you, Paul?
From under the bathroom door flowed a bright red trickle. Mrs. Peel stopped, and then, characteristically and courageously, kicked the door open and shot in.
Paul!
Mrs. Peel saw the dead man lying in a pool of red paint that oozed from the paint tin. She glanced around. There were footsteps in the paint, red footprints that led to about a foot from the wall. Mrs. Peel looked around with confusion, and then she heard...
What the devil?
There, in front of her eyes, were red footprints forming, walking through the open door and down the corridor, slowly fading as the paint wore off, fading into nothing. In Steed's apartment, later...
Paul Ryder. They got Paul Ryder. They got him.
I'm sorry, Steve.
And you were there seconds later.
Split seconds. I heard the shots ran into the house and...
No Lubin.
No Lubin. But he couldn't have got past me, Steve. It was just plain impossible.
The whole business is impossible. Lubin appears, then he disappears.
Steve, you don't believe in invisible men, do you?
No, I most certainly do not.
Steed walked across to his briefcase and opened it, producing a vodka bottle.
Well, there's only one course left, ma'am.
Steve, that isn't the answer.
Huh?
Alcohol won't help. You've got to be strong.
That is a clue. Oh, that vodka. Intoxicating liquor. You know, I'm sure Lubin was a teetotaler.
Well, it's easy to check on. Bound to be on file, isn't it? Do you want me to check at the ministry?
Yes, well, I'd check at the monastery.
So, Steed went back to Old Hill Monastery and checked with Colonel James.
You know, I think you're right, Steed. Lubin didn't drink when he first came here. Then a month or two ago, he put in a request to allow him a liquor ration. But we let them have a bottle a month, you know. Do you think it might have some bearing upon things?
Perhaps. Don't see how. I imagine you check every bottle.
I do better than that. I sample them personally. This one's rather a good blend.
There's possibly nothing in it. Lubin probably took the drink through sheer boredom. Esdorf.
What about him?
He's the only one of the trio left, Colonel.
We've trebled the guard and make spot checks right round the clock.
Guards and checks haven't done much good so far.
For pity's sake, Steve, what more can I do? Chains and manacles? If we have to resort to that, we might as well...
Join the other side, yes. Yes, I agree. I'd like to see Esdorf again, all the same.
When Steed entered the cell, Esdorf was doing some physical exercises.
35. Steed again.
I thought all you did was think.
Think and plan. But the plan remains a plan unless one has the physical prowess to put it into action.
You're still planning to run away from us, Esdorf?
Run? No, I don't think I shall run. I shall walk. A measured trade. I shall regard my freedom as one does an exotic drink, a fine cigar, or a beautiful woman. I shall savor it, a pace at a time. Oh, no, Mr. Steed. I shall not be running.
You put on a fine show of confidence.
I'm also being incredibly well-mannered, delicately avoiding taboo subjects. I'm leaving you to mention the unmentionable. It begins with the letter L.
Lubin?
You brought it out into the open. I wanted to spare your feelings. Cheers.
Cheers.
What was it you said on the last occasion? You're bluffing. What's that? And now you say I am putting on a fine show of confidence. Am I?
So you will escape?
I will escape.
And complete your assignment?
Yeah. It has kept me sane all the time I have been here. The thought that one day I would do what I was sent here to do. That I wouldn't be cheated of it. You can depend upon it. I will complete my assignment.
And who is your target?
You would like to know, wouldn't you?
Well, you've been so forthcoming about your escape. I should...
You would like to know who I was assigned to kill. You tried to extract that from me before, during the weeks of interrogation.
I told them they wouldn't break you. Not you. You're too good at your job, Esdorf.
Oh, better than you, Steve. Had the circumstances been reversed, would you have broken? I don't think so. They're evenly matched, you and I.
Perhaps. Well, I shall leave you.
That's why they chose me, of course.
Pardon?
I said, that's why they chose me. It amuses me to tell you this now, Steed. It's you, Steed. You are my target. You are the man I am going to kill.
Well, of course, after finding that out, I'll assign a special bodyguard to you, Steed.
Oh, that won't be necessary, thank you, Colonel.
Yeah, but if it's you Esdorf is after, if he gets out...
Then it's up to you to see that he doesn't get out, isn't it? Yes, the answer could lie with Dodge.
Dodge? You mean Professor Percival Dodge? The man who vetted this place and gave it its final clearance? The ministry's pet escapologist?
That's right. He's what you might call a scientific Houdini. He's bound to have a few ideas tucked away. I'll go and see Dodge.
And so Steed did. In the Ministry of Technology, the sign on the door read, Prof. Percival Dodge, Testing Division, keep out. Steed entered.
Professor Dodge?
There was a sound from inside a large wall safe. The safe door swung open. The professor stepped out with the casualness of a man leaving a taxicab.
Steed, how are you?
Fine. And you, Professor?
In excellent health. Yes. I always say that if you can break out of a safe, you can invariably get in.
Oh, invariably.
I'm glad you agree. If we put our secrets in there, we might as well post them to the enemy. No, the safe's no good.
The professor reached out onto his desk, seized a rubber stamp, and stamped at the top of the safe, Reject.
When Dodge says it's secure, only then can you be sure. Yes, that's 3 safes they've reckoned lived up to the name. And they don't. As for that pile of locks, I unpicked them with a hairpin in 10 minutes flat. What have we got here? Handcuffs. Says they're escape-proof. Care to try them on, Steed?
Professor Dodge, without waiting for Steed's consent, slapped the handcuffs round his wrists. Steed looked a bit helpless.
Professor Dodge, it's about the Old Hill Monastery.
Oh, yes? My best piece of work. I have the plans here, strangely enough. Perfect planning. No one could escape from that.
Rostov and Lubin managed it.
What? A getaway?
A got-away. That's why I'm here.
That's impossible. It's escape-proof.
Escape-proof? Like these?
Steed twisted his wrists slightly and dropped the handcuffs onto the professor's desk. Then he reached for the rubber stamp and slapped it down on the Old Hill Monastery plans.
Reject, Professor? Any idea why?
Housewives everywhere are discovering new Lux Cream of Lemon dishwashing liquid. Have you tried it, madam?
Yes, I like it. Kind for my hands.
And you?
Yes. Gets my dishes sparkling clean.
And you, madam?
No, I haven't tried it yet.
If you haven't yet tried new Lux Cream of Lemon dishwashing liquid, now's the time. New Lux Cream of Lemon really cares for your hands and gets your dishes sparkling clean. Lux Cream of Lemon at your shop now.
So many women tell us that once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Women like Mrs. Clark of East London.
This is certainly the one that I've stuck to. And it's all I get now.
Yes, cold water Omo cleans best. Over 1 million housewives have proved it.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo...
Take these handcuffs, Mr. Steed. They're supposed to be escape-proof. Sent over here for testing, like the rest of this stuff. Care to try them on?
Well,
Now, what's your problem? Apart from getting out of the handcuffs?
It's about the Old Hill Monastery.
Oh, delightful place. I spent a whole month there whilst vetting it. Ideal for our purposes. No one could escape from there.
Rostov and Lubin managed it.
What? A getaway?
A got-away. That's why I'm here.
Impossible. It's escape-proof.
Escape-proof? Like these handcuffs?
John Steed looked keenly at Professor Dodge as he slipped out of the handcuffs and threw them on the desk.
Oh, this is dreadful. My reputation is at stake. I shall inspect the whole of Old Hill Monastery from top to bottom, right now.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks. If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Day in, night out, linoleum woman, perfectly groomed, sweetly perfumed.
Now you can choose from Vinolia's 5 new classic fragrances.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel make some headway, but still can't explain how 2 top enemy agents made A getaway. Two of John Steed's best friends, both top British Secret Service agents, had been killed. They had met their deaths shortly after the escape of two foreign spies from the prison known as Old Hill Monastery. The escapes had been planned at different times, but were both carried out in a most mysterious manner. The prisoners, pursued and hemmed in by guards, had simply disappeared. Steed had consulted Professor Dodge, who had designed the monastery's security system, and sent Mrs. Peel to the ministry to check up on the personal habits of the three spies, Rostov and Lubin, who had made the escape, and Esdorf, the remaining and most dangerous agent, who swore he would also escape, and once free, would kill John Steed. Mrs. Peel asked for files on the three enemy agents.
Here you are, Mrs. Peel. The files on Rostov, Lubin, and Esdorf.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Peters.
Now, will you excuse me? It's feeding time.
Lunch already? Early, isn't it?
I believe in feeding at short intervals, every 25 minutes.
Pardon?
Delicious little ant eggs.
Ant eggs?
Oh, I often throw in a beetle or two, for hors d'oeuvres, so to speak. Oh, it's not for me, silly, it's for them.
Peters, with a nonchalant wave of the hand, indicated a glass tank.
Look at them, the little dears. Here, come and have some ant eggs.
Mrs. Peel stared, somewhat mystified, at the glass tank. It seemed to contain only rocks and plants.
Shouldn't they have some water in there?
They hardly ever drink.
I meant to swim in.
Lizards hardly swim. Mrs. Peel, they bask. That's the word, bask.
Oh, I see. Oh, I don't see. I don't see any of them.
Oh, they're somewhere. They will hide away, but they are in there somewhere.
Are you sure?
Oh, well, of course I'm sure. That is, of course. Popsy, Alfred, Sidney, show yourselves, you naughty creatures. Popsy, come and have an ant egg.
Mrs. Peel turned away with an amused smile and picked up the files. She opened them, selected several papers and photographs. Clipped to one of the photographs was a piece of paper.
What's this, Mr. Peters?
Alfred, where are you? What's that? Oh, you may well ask.
Peters looked at the piece of paper, which had written upon it, CX, VIII, VI, XXV.
I am asking.
Roman numerals.
Well, yes, that had occurred to me. But why with the files?
We found a copy of that number in the sole of each man's shoe.
Rostov, Lubin, and Esdorf all carried this number?
Yes. It's obviously a code, but we've never been able to break it.
Julius Caesar's birthday.
What? Are you sure?
A joke, Mr. Peters.
Oh, a joke.
A joke. May I keep this for a while?
Certainly. And if you decipher it, you will let us know, won't you?
Oh, I shall, never fear. Bye, Mr. Peters.
Goodbye, Mrs. Peel. Now, where are you, my little pet? Alfred? Popsy?
Back in Steed's apartment, Mrs. Peel spent some time on the files, and then turned her attention to the Roman numerals. She picked up one of Steed's books, Advanced Code Breaking. Couldn't even understand the first sentence and threw the book down. On the table were the personal possessions taken from Lubin's cell after he'd escaped. The copy of Bryant's Natural History magazine had an issue number printed under the title. It read,
Number of issue, CXV, III, VI. The coded number is CXV, III, VI, XXV. All that's lacking between the issue number of this magazine found in Lubin's cell and the code number they all carried is XXV. XXV is 25. Page 25. Oh, page 25 is missing. Torn out.
It didn't take Mrs. Peel long to find out the telephone number of Bryant's Natural History magazine. She got through at once and demanded to speak to the editor.
Bryant's Natural History magazine, Cedric Brown speaking.
Mrs. Emma Peel, speaking from MI5. Important. We want to get hold of a back copy of your magazine.
Which issue do you want?
Well, I'm not attempting the translation. Issue CXV, III, VI. The special reptile issue.
Oh, yes. Well, there's no problem there. But well, we have several copies left. I'm sure I can find you one. Just hold on a moment. You're on my desk. I think I have... No!
on, have you...
Mrs. Peel heard the click of the receiver being replaced at the other end. She slammed down the receiver into its cradle and ran out of Steed's apartment, heading for her car. In the cell inhabited by Rostov before his escape, Professor Dodge was testing the walls, each stone in turn.
Professor? Oh, Steed, I do wish you wouldn't do that. You startled me.
I'm sorry. How are you getting on?
I've covered the east wing and Lubin's cell with a fine hammer. Solid. Granite. 2 feet thick. It'd take a lifetime to chisel through.
No chance of a secret panel, trapdoor?
No. Quite out of the question. I went over the place with a microscope. How anyone could escape from here bewilders me. Given time, I pride myself that there isn't a lock I couldn't pick or a safe I couldn't crack.
Yes. Steed strolled over to Rostov's table. A few things were still lying on it. Steed picked up Bryant's Natural History magazine and thumbed through it.
What's this? Page missing. Page 25,
Mrs. Peel had found the offices of Bryant's Natural History magazine and was mounting the stairs, while inside the office, Lubin was making sure of a few things.
This should stop any further investigation. Nothing important is left. All the papers burned in the metal waste paper basket.
Lubin stopped as Mrs. Peel's footsteps came along the corridor. She tried the door. It was locked. Lubin faded back into the shadows. Mrs. Peel had never let a locked door stop her in her life. Lubin, in the shadows, pulled up the hood of his duffel coat and remained in hiding. Mrs. Peel, smelling the burning papers, advanced cautiously to the wastepaper basket. It was then that she saw Cedric Bryant's body lying by the desk. She moved over, knelt beside him, and turned him over.
Let's see. Dead, all right. What's this?
Beneath the dead man was a copy of a magazine.
The Special Reptile issue.
She picked it up, but a voice behind her said,
I'll take that.
Certainly.
Mrs. Peel chopped the gun from Lubin's fist. He threw her across the room. Mrs. Peel fell heavily. Lubin plunged forward. Mrs. Peel scrambled to her feet and sidestepped. Lubin, unable to stop, tore forward and crashed through the plate glass window. Mrs. Peel hurried to the window and looked down. There was no one there. A few minutes later, she noticed a small van drive away. The van carried a name, Magnus Importing Co. Otherwise, the street was deserted, and the pavement empty.
The Natural History magazine, Special Reptile issue. It came from Rostov's cell.
Oh, don't tell me, Steed. I know. Page 25 is missing.
How do you know?
It's really very simple.
In Steed's apartment, Mrs. Peel paused from sipping a cup of tea and placed the Roman numeral code number on top of the magazine, pointing out matching figures with a delicately polished fingernail.
Mrs. Peel, do you realize that this stumped our greatest cipher experts?
Oh, it's just one of those lucky breaks. Happens.
They'll probably give you a medal. They might even make you a dame.
Wouldn't it sound rather vulgar? Dame Mrs. Emma Peel?
Oh, Mrs. Peel, nothing you wear, not even a name, could be vulgar. So you went to Bryant's place and found him dead?
And Lubin went straight through the window and disappeared.
With the last remaining complete copy of the magazine?
Oh, no. Lubin went, but the magazine remained. Here, turn to page 25.
Here we are. Lizards and their habits.
I've read it. It's, rather intimate.
Oh, disgusting habits, isn't they?
Awful. And terribly crafty. They hide from their enemies by merging with the background.
Lizards. How do lizards fit in with all this? Where's the link between lizards and...
Lizards.
Lizards. Wait a minute. Where's that empty vodka bottle that came from Lubin's cell? Here we are. Just look at that label.
Lizard vodka. Full strength.
Take the protection of famous Shield deodorant.
Squeeze it inside a sensational soap, and you've got...
the soap deodorant.
Here's a deodorant you simply wash on. Shield soap deodorant. A soap that cleans all over with a rich, luxurious lather. A soap that protects all over with the certainty of Shield.
Complete protection can't start till you're clean all over. That's why Shield have invented the soap deodorant. New Shield soap deodorant.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. So many housewives like Mrs. Adenall say.
I wash every single thing in cold water Omo. Anything that's washable come out spotlessly clean.
Yes, Omo cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers, Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel, is adapted and directed by Dennis Folbigge and produced by David Gooden. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
So you went to Bryant's office and found him dead, Mrs. Peel?
That's right. I had a little argument with Lubin. He went straight through the window and disappeared.
With the last remaining complete copy of the special reptile issue of the Natural History magazine.
Oh, no. Lubin went, but the magazine remained. Here, turn to page 25, please.
Mm-hmm. Here we are. Lizards and their habits.
I've read it. It's rather intimate.
Disgusting habits, in fact.
Awful. Terribly crafty. They hide from their enemies by merging with the background.
Lizards. Now, what have lizards got to do with the escape of 3 agents from an inescapable fortress? Wait. Where's that empty vodka bottle that came from Lubin's cell? Here we are. Well, just look at that label.
Lizard vodka, full strength.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Over 1 million South African housewives are delighted with the sparkling clean wash they get from Cold Water Omo. Like Mrs. Connie Goldie of the Innocent.
Well, I found myself without any hot water one Monday morning. Yes. So I dashed out and I bought a packet of Cold Water Omo. And I've never been without Cold Water Omo since.
Yes, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Don't just admire your little girl's complexion. Share it. Knight's Castile is doubly enriched with lanolin to keep your skin soft and young. Pure, mild Knight's Castile for a complexion that never grows up.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed accepts a challenge and Emma Peel begins to realize how their enemies have managed to make their getaway. Rostov and Lubin, 2 dangerous secret agents, had escaped from the prison of Old Hill Monastery. Rostov had killed George Neville and disappeared. Assignment accomplished. Lubin had killed twice Paul Ryder and Cedric Bryant before crashing through a window and disappearing. Mrs. Peel couldn't believe that he could have survived the fall from the 5th floor, but the street had been deserted and the pavement empty. Back in Steed's apartment, over a welcome cup of tea, they studied a few other clues, including page 25 of a special issue of Bryant's Natural History magazine.
There's got to be a connection. Page 25 is all about lizards and their habits. The name on the vodka bottle is Lizard.
Coincidence? Or proof? What proof?
What's his full strength here? I'm sorry. The Magnus Importing Company.
What was that? Let me see that bottle. Oh, dear.
Yes? What is it, Mrs. Pease?
After Lubin fell out of the window, I naturally went to look. There was a van in the street, the only vehicle about. Painted on the side was the name...
Magnus Importing Company.
That's right.
Right. I'll pay them a visit. Now, you get back to Peter's and take back the files. Study those lizards and their disgusting habits. Get Peters onto that page. The article might be in code. Well, come on, Mrs. Peel. At least we're getting somewhere, even if we're moving at the rate of snails and not lizards. Let's go.
Steed found that the Magnus Importing Company had their offices in front of a warehouse near the river. Unable to make himself known at the front, Steed went round to the warehouse entrance and prodded open the back door with his umbrella. Steed walked between lines of crates towards a pool of light at the far end of the darkened room. A man stepped out suddenly.
Yeah?
Ah, right at last. I'm looking for Mr. Magnus.
You found him.
The man stooped suddenly and hid a bottle away under a crate.
Ah, vodka.
Vodka?
Or to be precise, lizard vodka. I'm told it's excellent. I thought I'd order a crate or two.
Impossible.
Impossible?
We don't stock that line anymore.
Oh, dear, but, surely you've got just one bottle somewhere?
Not even one bottle.
Oh, I see. If you do happen to get another consignment,
We won't. We've finished with lizard vodka. For good.
Oh. Well, sorry to have bothered you then.
Bye. Steed moved off slowly, aware that Magnus stooped to retrieve the bottle on the floor. He picked it up. It was a bottle of lizard vodka. Very carefully, he attached a label to the neck. It read, Express Delivery, Martin Esdorf. In his cell at Old Hill Monastery, Martin Esdorf paced up and down. His mood had changed. He was an impatient man. He swung round as the cell door clattered open and then slammed to. John Steed entered with a parcel.
Beware of Steed bearing gifts.
Oh, it's not a gift exactly, Esdorf. You ordered it. You did order this, didn't you? Lizard vodka?
Yeah, that's right, I did.
It's a brand I don't know.
Does that mean that you would like to try it? His pleasure. Allow me.
As Esdorf poured the vodka, Steed wandered around the cell. He stopped at the table and flipped a couple of pages over in Bryant's Natural History magazine. Esdorf watched him.
Steed? Your vodka.
Oh, fine. You know, the secret could be in here.
Steed tapped the magazine. Esdorf's eyes flickered.
The secret to your character. Well, it's the saying, isn't it? Judge a man by the books he reads. Smooth.
Smooth. But I would think that Colonel James would consider it a trifle on the dry side.
Yes, perhaps. But I expected books on mechanics, history, even geography. I must say this one surprises me. Natural history.
When a man has nothing else to do...
But toads and lizards. I wouldn't have thought lizards were in your line, Esdorf.
You're getting closer, Steve. Very close. But you will never be close enough. Perhaps the answer isn't here, in this magazine. Here, take it. Study it. Go and quote it. You will find never the answer, if there is an answer to be found. But I admire you, Steve. I really do. You're incisive, thorough, relentless, a worthy adversary. We are equally matched. We are very alike, you and I. Identical, in fact.
No.
There's a difference. We are both dedicated to our country, both prepared to die for it. You have killed, I have killed.
There is a difference. I only kill when I have to. You, because you like it.
We are merely debating with the grace on the real issue. How, Steed? How? How will I escape from here? You can't stop me, Steed. You won't be able to. And then, when I'm free, we will face each other, you and I. There will be you, there will be me. And snuggled in my hand will be a sleek, well-oiled, shiny comrade.
I prefer Brown and Thiessen Magnum, myself.
I remember that. Oh, yes. I remember that. You have chosen the weapons, Steed.
Now you're going to turn all English and say, let the best man win.
Oh, I shall, Steed. I shall.
Mrs. Peel headed back to Peter's office at the ministry and turned in the 3 files.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Peel.
Oh, you better have this. A slip of paper with the Roman numerals on it. I shan't need that anymore. I know what it means.
You do? You mean you cracked the code?
Oh, quite simple, really. Nothing you need worry your head about. But you might like this.
A copy of the Natural History magazine. An article on lizards. Oh, how very kind and thoughtful of you, Mrs. Peel. My hobby.
Yes. Other people's as well, it seems. Now, why should Rostov and Lubin be interested in lizards?
I can't think. Except, of course, that they make such delightful pets. Now take this one. Here, from the aquarium. This is Alfred. Isn't he a dear? Charming little thing. And one never tires of them because they're forever changing color.
Yes. Yes, of course they are.
Yes, you see, Alfred is a true chameleon. All chameleons change color, of course. It's something to do with the chromophores in the skin. They merge with the background. Let me show you.
Peters took the chameleon from the brown earth, where it had been standing almost undetected, and placed it on the green blotter of his desk. The chameleon began to change color.
Nature's camouflage. Astonishing, isn't it? You'd never know he was there, would you? He's practically disappearing before our eyes.
Yes. Yes, of course. Of course, that's it.
From the bars of his cell, Martin Esdorf was able to see John Steed leave the monastery grounds. It was then, with a thin-lipped smile of triumph, that he carried the vodka bottle into the bathroom of his cell. He opened the bottle and poured the contents down the sink. Then he twisted the neck of the bottle in the other direction. This opened the lower half of the bottle. It was filled with a colorless liquid. Esdorf moved to a cupboard, selected a warm tracksuit, and he poured the liquid from the bottle into the bath and pressed the back of the tracksuit down into it. From the cell door, Baxter looked in.
Check in, Baxter? That's right. This one isn't going to get away, I can tell you.
What's he doing?
Taking a bath. Always does about this time of the day. We'll give him a check on the scanner.
That's funny. I could have sworn it. He was in the bathroom a minute ago.
I could see the shape of him through the frosted glass.
Here, let me take a look. Baxter. It looks as though the cell's completely empty. Call the colonel.
Right. Colonel James, Baxter here, reporting from the cell.
What is it, Baxter? What's wrong?
It's Esdorf, sir. I can't see him anywhere. Price and I have been watching on the scanner. Should I take a look inside?
No, hold it. No, I'm coming down.
In a matter of minutes, Colonel James was with the 2 men in the corridor. Seconds later, he had agreed with them.
Give me the walkie-talkie. Hello there, Edwards. Open up Esdorf's cell.
Password, sir.
Damson.
It's after 5, sir.
Oh, for heaven's sake, man. Raspberry, then.
Yes, sir.
Careful, men. Guns at the ready. Follow me.
The 3 men stepped into the cell. There was no one there.
No one here. No one at all. I could have sworn.
An arm seemed to come from nowhere and hand-chopped Baxter at the back of the neck. Seconds later...
Baxter, what is it? What did you...
Price staggered and fell over Baxter's body. Colonel James wheeled round, coming back into the main part of the cell from the bathroom.
What the devil? Baxter? Price? What happened?
Even the colonel didn't know what hit him. Seconds later, the cell door slammed. Esdorf was free.
Out of the blue comes a new way to fight tooth decay for keeps. New fluoride for Keeps toothpaste. It's the clear blue way to fight tooth decay, and it's the best anti-decay toothpaste around. New great tasting for Keeps toothpaste.
The clear blue way to fight tooth decay for Keeps. Great teeth are forever, great teeth are for Keeps.
New family fluoride for Keeps toothpaste.
No dirt can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Whelan had to wash greasy overalls.
And I thought, oh, well, I won't worry. I'll stick it into cold water over, and sure enough, every bit of grease is out.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo...
Careful now, men. Guns ready. Follow me. There's no one here. No one at all. I could have sworn that Esdorf was having a bath. I saw him through the frosted glass, and then on the scanner, he seemed to disappear. I could have sworn that...
An arm seemed to come out of nowhere and hand-chopped Baxter at the back of his neck. Seconds later...
Baxter! What is it? What is it?
Price staggered and fell over Baxter's body. Colonel James, who'd been inspecting the bathroom, wheeled round and came back into the main cell.
What the devil? Baxter! Price, what happened? Are you...
Seconds later, there was a slam of the cell door. Martin Esdorf was free.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many housewives have discovered that the cleaning power of cold water Omo gives them sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
I tried it, and it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on a general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
There's too much chocolate, double chocolate ice. There's cool chocolate inside, milk chocolate outside, double chocolate, chocolate ice. Double chocolate, another great taste from Walls.
Episode 6, the final episode of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel realize how they have been tricked, but manage to survive to achieve the final getaway. John Steed knew his bitterest and deadliest enemy was Martin Esdorf, who had sworn to complete the task for which he had been sent to England. That assignment had as its target John Steed. Esdorf had sworn to Steed's face that he would kill him, and had even boasted that he would use Steed's favorite weapon, a Brown & Thiessen Magnum, to do the crime. John Steed had left Esdorf in the now doubtful security of the Old Hill Monastery and returned to his apartment to think things out. Mrs. Peel had been investigating the habits of lizards, in particular chameleons, and thought she'd stumbled over the truth, but for the life of her she couldn't see how it was done. Meanwhile, Martin Esdorf had got away and made the cover of the warehouse of the Magnus Importing Company.
That is the trouble with our people. They will underestimate the opposition. We laugh at Steed with his bowl and umbrella, but he can be more deadly than any other I have ever met on either side.
You think he knows?
He may suspect something. He can't know. How can he know? I don't actually know how it works myself. Well, I understand the main principle.
The same principle as the chameleon.
Humble little creature. Strange makeup. The need to hide.
We've taken things a little further, that's all. A pigmented plastoid. More concentrated and spontaneous than that remarkable little lizard. One takes this concentrate, pours it on the correct material.
And it will assume the color and texture of the background against which it is placed. So perfect camouflage. And it works.
Now you're free. You have everything you need. Passport, clothes. Particularly that tracksuit treated with the camouflage solution.
I need a gun.
Oh, here's your gun. Your own Cambretta.
Ah, yeah. My old friend. Oh, but no. No. I would like a Brown and Thyssen Magnum.
Eh? But you always prefer...
I would prefer on this occasion a Brown and Thyssen. Get it for me. No arguments. You see, it's a joke. Yeah, it's a private joke between me and John Steed.
In his apartment, John Steed poured himself a large drink.
This case is going to put me right off vodka for good.
Steed sipped a scotch and stared down at the magazine in front of him. Opposite the page which contained the article on lizards was a large, full-color reproduction showing a very attractive girl in a bikini emptying the contents of a bottle of vodka onto a man in a suit who was lying on the floor. The caption read, "Runaway people escape their problems with lizard vodka."
Runaway people escape. And at the bottom of the advertisement, the name and address of Magnus Importing Company. Well, I had an idea I hadn't finished with Magnus.
Steed looked again at the way the girl was pouring the bottle. Then he picked up the empty one that Lubin had left in his cell.
Tip it up like this. Curious angle.
Steed held it up to the light.
It opens like this with an ordinary twist of the metal cap. But then there appears to be a second thread on the bottle neck.
Come on, Steed, you should have got it by now.
The thread runs the other way. Yes, twist it back and there's a second opening. Liquor can be separated into two compartments. Vodka in the top half, hence Esdorf was able to give me a drink. But what was the liquid in the bottom half of this bottle?
Only one way to find out, Steed.
Visit to Magnus should tell me that.
Might, if you hurry. It's a pity about one-way streets in London. Steed, driving away from his apartment, might have seen Mrs. Peel driving to it, had they not been in separate parallel roads. While they were in the process of passing each other, Steed's telephone was ringing. Colonel James, making the call from Old Hill Monastery, sighed impatiently.
He's not answering. Out then, sir?
Well, of course he's out. Trouble is, he could be anywhere.
It's essential that you get in touch with him?
Of course it is, man. The last time this happened was Lubin. We didn't warn Ryder in time, and Ryder was killed. The time before that, we didn't let George Neville know Rostov was out. Rostov got to Neville and killed him. Now Esdorf has escaped and is intent on killing Steed. Of course we've got to find Steed. I'll try just one more time.
Colonel James muttered angrily against the forces of fate in general and his own sad plight in particular, and dialed Steed's number. In Steed's apartment, Mrs. Peel, just entering, left the door open and flew to answer the call.
Steed?
No, Colonel James here from Old Hill Monastery. Isn't Steed there?
It doesn't seem to be. I heard the phone ringing as I rushed in. What is it, Colonel?
Bad news. Couldn't be really a bit worse. You've got to find Steed, Mrs. Peel. You've got to warn him that Esdorf is out.
Out?
Out. Escaped. Gone. And he's going to kill Steed.
Right. Don't worry. I'll do my best, Colonel. And my best had better be better than yours. Steve? Steve, is that you back? Thank goodness. They just found from...
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Martin Esdorf.
Steed entered the warehouse of Magnus Importing Company with a great deal of care. He moved along the line of crates to the desk where he'd last talked to Magnus. He looked around.
Yes. A crate of lizard vodka. Opened, and a few bottles left inside. Well, this should tell me what I want to know.
Steed placed his umbrella and bowler on the desk, picked up the bottle, and gave it an expert twist in an anti-clockwise direction. The lower compartment of the bottle was full of a colorless liquid. Steed was about to pour some out when Magnus appeared from behind some crates. Steed heard the sound and swung round. Magnus levelled a gun, but Steed threw the bottle at him. It caught Magnus on the chin.
Yes, well, that'll keep you quiet for a bit. But just to make sure...
Steed picked up an empty crate and placed it over Magnus.
Well, it looks tidy anyway. Now, where was I? Ah, yes.
Steed opened another bottle of vodka from the crate and poured some liquid from the lower half over his bowler. The bowler began to turn as white as the wrapping paper it was resting on. Steed sighed.
So that's it. Now you see it, now you don't. The answer at last.
Time ticked on. An hour went by, and another. Esdorf seemed quite relaxed in Steed's apartment, but Mrs. Peel, who had not taken her eyes off the hand that held the gun, knew that there had been no chance to attack. Esdorf knew his job. He would make no ordinary assailant.
Forgive me. A sudden amusing thought you wouldn't understand.
Try me.
It's rather like a riddle. I was trained never to turn my back on an enemy. That when my back was turned, I was most vulnerable. And yet, if I turn my back now, I become utterly invulnerable. I said you wouldn't understand.
Oh, but I do.
Oh, come now.
Like a chameleon, merging with the background. The 9th degree in camouflage.
Now I am impressed.
It must be just the back of you that's treated with, well, whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. Steve's taste obviously extends beyond the more bourgeois trappings of life. You look like you do, and you have a brain. Remarkable. He's outside the door. Come here. Stand in front of me. Feel this gun in your ribs. One move, and it shall last.
Steed,
There's no one there. Come here, you!
Esdorf, with amazing strength, grabbed Mrs. Peel and yanked her to her feet, pressing the gun to her head this time.
All right, Steed. It's you or this delectable creature. Come on, show yourself. Come on!
Pleasure, here I am.
Steed? Steed, where did you spring from?
They forgot to dispose of Lubin's duffel coat. I put it on back to front. Put the kettle on for a cup of tea, will you please, Mrs. Peel?
Later, Mrs. Peel, entering from the kitchen, couldn't see Steed at all. She put the tray down impatiently and said,
Steed? Steed, where are you?
Over here.
Now, where's over here? You aren't still playing games with that silly coat, are you?
Of course not. I'm over here behind the curtains, fixing the window. Like to give me a hand? It's a very small chair. You'll have to stand very close. Come on up. That's better. Now, just hold this, will you? That's it. You've got very warm hands, Mrs. Peel.
Warm hands, cold heart. Steed, I think we need a holiday.
Why not? Anything to get away together. Draw the curtains, Mrs. Peel. It's so cozy in here.
In my day, hard, harsh rubbing was the way to shift grease off my old coal stove. What's changed?
What's changed? Surfaces have changed. They can't take hard rubbing. They need handy-andy care.
Modern stoves and all modern surfaces need handy-andy liquid cleaner with active ammonia. Use handy-andy straight from the bottle. It lifts dirt without hard rubbing or scratching.
Surfaces have changed. It's time I changed to handy-andy, too.
The cleaning power of cold water Omo gives you the superb cleanness you want from a washing powder. Listen to Mrs. Baxter of Claremont.
It really is good. I mean, it's unbelievable, really, that it could be so good, you know.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. from the makers of cold water Omo.
A black Rolls-Royce stood outside an imposing-looking building near Whitehall in London. Inside the building was a long corridor with rows of offices on either side. Each door had the title of the area of England printed upon it. South-West Division, South-East Division, Midlands, etc. At the end of the corridor was an office marked Coordination and Control. Two tough-looking guards stood on either side of the door. They gazed impassively ahead. Further down the corridor, there was a young woman in charlady's clothes. She was on her hands and knees, scrubbing away at the floor. She looked up and murmured,
"It won't be long now."
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. This is what Mrs. Lyons of Yellowwood Park, Durban, has to say.
It is the one powder that does everything. Well, for me, I know that.
Yes.
There's so many things that I've used and experimented with just to prove cold water Omo, really to put it to the ultimate test, you know, and I find that it's come up to all my expectations.
Yes. Cold water Omo cleans best.
International fashion models like Jan Bishop care for their complexion with Lux Beauty Soap.
I know of no other beauty soap that could care for my complexion as well as Lux.
Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 1 of this story, in which Mother, as usual, hands a case over to John Steed, who thinks it very serious, and Emma Peel thinks it's a case of love all. The office of the Missile Redeployment Ministry was luxuriously furnished. Thick curtains covered the windows. Around an oval table, several distinguished-looking men were seated. On his feet at the head of the table, Sir Rodney Kellogg, a dapper, white-haired man, was addressing the meeting. He had about him an air of quiet respectability, and he was obviously in a position of higher authority than the others. In front of him lay a book bearing the notice, "Read, digest, and pass on."
And finally, may I impress upon you that this is a matter of utmost secrecy. The Royal Commission's report must on no account be discussed outside these walls. Each of you will read it in turn and pass it on to the man whose name is next on the list. When you're all thoroughly acquainted with its contents, we will meet again to put its recommendations into effect. That's all, gentlemen. Good evening to you all.
The men left, and Sir Rodney moved over to the guards at the door.
Thank you. You needn't wait any longer. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very good.
The guards walked smartly down the corridor and through the double doors. Immediately, the charlady picked up her bucket and walked down the corridor. She walked boldly through the door and closed it behind her. The moment Sir Rodney heard the sound of the bucket, he swung round, his face suffused with delight and anticipation.
Martha, darling.
Roger, oh, my sweetheart.
Oh, I'm so sorry the meeting took so long.
It doesn't matter, darling, so long as you're here. Oh, you are lovely. What did you talk about at the meeting?
Routine stuff, mostly. All very dull, I'm afraid.
Tell me about it, please.
No, not now. We've more important things.
No, I want to hear about the meeting.
But my little secrets are so boring to you, my love. It wouldn't possibly interest a lovely girl like you.
Oh, but you're quite wrong, Rogers, darling. I'm interested in everything you do. Everything about you. Especially a secret. Oh, you are going to tell me everything, aren't you, darling?
John Steed thought the morning rather cold, but quite bracing. He walked rather jauntily down the street, swinging his umbrella and raising his bowler to the odd acquaintance. At a sign reading, "Danger, Men at Work," Steed raised an eyebrow, turned off into the cordoned area, and reached Mother's headquarters.
Hello, Mother. That sign outside's a bit misleading, isn't it?
Mother, in his wheelchair, was playing table tennis with Mrs. Peel.
I had to get some form of exercise. My game, I think, Mrs. Peel.
What's the problem?
That's what I'm waiting to hear.
You know what a sticky wicket is, don't you?
A difficult one.
That's what we're batting on at the moment. Why? There's a security leak at the ministry.
Which department?
Missile redeployment.
That's impossible. All the personnel have a top QR security rating.
I know. But the evidence is overwhelming. A glass of white wine, Steve, Mrs. Peel?
No thanks, Mother.
A bit early for me.
Never too early for white wine. Red, yes. White, never. As I say, there is a leak, all right. The other side seems to know each move we make almost before we make it.
Any suspects?
Yes.
Who?
Every man in the department. Had them all under surveillance for 2 months. That's better. Hard work playing Mrs. Peel.
Have you checked all their contacts?
With a microscope. All perfectly legitimate. No leads there.
Who's in charge over there?
Sir Rodney Kellogg.
You want me to go over there?
No, let Steed go. We'll have another game. And do try to give me a little competition this time, Mrs. Peel.
Sir Rodney Kellogg was sitting at his desk. Martha, the char lady, was sitting on his lap.
So, that's the situation, my angel. The report proposed a streamlining of the divisional areas and an overhaul of the entire national security system.
Oh, I see.
Why you should bother your pretty little head with such tedious stuff is beyond me.
Oh, but Rodney, darling, I find it fascinating. There's one thing, though, that's not quite clear.
What's that, my love?
What happened to the Pearl Beach base after the reorganization?
Oh, it'll be used as a decoy. The new center of the East Anglian complex will be...
That's enough, Sir Rodney.
The curtains parted and Metcalf, a tough-looking young man, entered suddenly.
Who the devil are you?
Metcalf, security. I thought something like this was going on. I must ask you both to accompany me to headquarters.
Oh, Rodney, darling, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry.
No, my dearest. It was I who was foolish. You mustn't blame yourself.
Oh, but I do. I got you into this mess, and it's my responsibility to get you out. Oh, Rogers, hold me. Just once more.
Martha placed herself close to Sir Rodney, looking up beseechingly into his eyes, and slipped a pearl-handled revolver from under her overalls. She pointed it at Metcalf.
Has to be done, my darling. Has to be done.
When John Steed arrived at the ministry and walked up the steps towards Sir Rodney's office, he heard 3 shots from down the corridor. He broke into a run and burst into Sir Rodney's office at speed. Sir Rodney was standing, gun in hand, staring down at Metcalf's dead body.
Give me that gun, Sir Rodney. Seems you even shoot in triplicate. What's it all about?
I found him in here, going through my papers. There was a struggle.
And you shot him?
Yes.
Without giving him a chance to explain?
Well, I've been drinking. I wasn't thinking very clearly.
I take it you have a permit for this gun?
Oh, yes, of course.
Where did you get it?
It belonged to my father.
A small pistol with a pearl handle?
Well, maybe my mother. I can't remember.
Steed looked at Sir Rodney and without a word broke open the gun, removing the remaining bullets.
Here. Loaded.
Huh?
I said loaded. Go on.
Yes, it must be jammed. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you implying that I don't know how to load my own gun?
I'm implying that you're covering up for someone. Somebody who gave you this gun and told you to confess to a murder you didn't commit.
Oh, that's absurd. Why should I want to ruin a successful career?
Sir Rodney stopped in mid-sentence. His eyes settled on the charwoman's bucket standing in the corner. A silly smile touched his lips, and his expression became Hideous word, but nonetheless the correct one. Gooey.
Something the matter, Sir Rodney?
What? Sorry. I'm not myself today. What was I saying?
Never mind. I'm putting you under house arrest pending a full investigation. You'll be confined to this office till further notice. Oh, one last question, Sir Rodney. Are you aware that there's a security leak from this department?
And what did he reply to that question, Steed?
Nothing. He looked at me as I was talking Mongolian.
And were you?
No, but I do. Quite well, actually.
Shot, Mrs. Peel.
So you don't think he knew who Metcalf was?
I don't think he knew who anyone was. He was too busy thinking of something else.
Any idea what?
No. He seemed to spend the entire interview in a kind of trance. He kept staring into space with an idiotic smile on his face.
Could be drink, of course. Some people do overindulge.
Could be drugs.
Could be love.
Sounds as though it's being got at.
Intimidation?
Blackmail?
Infatuation?
I must ask you to curb your natural frivolity, Mrs. Peel. This case could have serious consequences. The idea of a respectable man like Sir Rodney losing his head at a woman's too ludicrous for words.
But love is ludicrous, Mother. When a man's in love with a woman, she can make him do anything. Don't you agree, Steve?
May I take that up with you later, Mrs. Peel? Meanwhile, anyone for table tennis?
Comes a new way to fight tooth decay for keeps. New fluoride for keeps toothpaste. It's the clear blue way to fight tooth decay, and it's the best anti-decay toothpaste around. New great tasting for keeps toothpaste.
The clear blue way to fight tooth decay for keeps. Great teeth out forever. Great teeth out for keeps.
New family fluoride for keeps toothpaste.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. So many housewives, like Mrs. Adenall, say.
I wash every single thing in cold water, Ahmed. Anything that's washable come out spotlessly clean.
Yes, Omo cleans best.
The Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
there is a public call box in the street outside the Ministry of Missile Redeployment. Into the call box, a charlady, dressed in the traditional clothes, made her way slowly and without fuss. She picked up the phone and dialed a number without reference to the telephone books. In another part of London, a phone rang. A man's hand, well kept, clean, with beautifully manicured nails, stretched out. On the third finger of the hand was a very distinctive ring, a design of entwined hearts. The man picked up the phone.
Bromfield.
Ah, dear darling. Things are getting a bit hot, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
They're on to Sir Rodney. The security man's dead. He's confessed.
Then break contact. Throw him to the wolves.
Exactly what I've done.
Good. Better call and see me sometime. Have to work out another plan. Meanwhile, you better shed that charlady image, hadn't you?
The Avengers.
and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Wonderful new fabric conditioner that not only softens but actually rinses out hardness, rinses in a new kind of softness. Comfort leaves your wash refreshingly young and bouncy again. Just a little comfort in the final rinse gives a lot of comfort to your wash.
Softness is a thing called comfort.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We've got strawberry vanilla, soft and hot. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. Where walls Pink Pussycat house.
Episode 2 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel realize that the security leak at the ministry is no game, but the score remains. Love all. Mother knew that there was a security leak at the missile redeployment department. Everyone in the department had been carefully checked and screened, but so far nothing had been discovered. Things came to a head when Metcalf, a security man, had been found dead. Sir Rodney Kellogg, head of the department, had confessed to the killing, claiming that he'd found him going through private papers, and in the subsequent struggle, Sir Rodney's gun had gone off. John Steed wasn't convinced by the story. He was sure Sir Rodney was covering up for someone else. He had Sir Rodney put under house arrest, pending a full inquiry. That night, Sir Rodney paced the floor of his office. He called to the guard at the door.
Oh, guard! God, I wonder if it would be possible for me to see the personnel file. It's in Mr. Tate's office. Well, Sir Rodney, I don't know. I mean... Oh, now, look here, man. I know you're only doing a job guarding me like this, but I can't be expected to relax. I might as well do a little work, too. Now, come along. Well, I suppose it's all right. Don't see why not. I'll get it for you.
The guard went away, and Sir Rodney continued his pacing. Leaving the door open, the guard returned.
There you are, sir. Oh, thank you very much.
The guard closed the door and said to the other guard on duty,
You know, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
That's Shakespeare, isn't it?
Yeah, King Lear. Just before he fights Macduff and goes mad. Can't be any more mad than Sir Rodney. Bonkers, if you ask me.
Had the two guards seen Sir Rodney at that point, they would have been sure of the fact. For Sir Rodney, having searched the personnel file, had found what he was looking for.
Domestic. Here we are. Martha Roberts, 4 Chester Place. Got it. Oh, my beloved. Now I've found your address. Wild horses can't keep you from me now.
So saying, Sir Rodney flung the file down on the desk and, running the length of the room, jumped through the plate glass window. The two guards burst into the room.
Blimey! He went through the window!
20-foot drop, but he's got away. Look, there he goes.
In Mother's headquarters, white wine was still the order of the day, or night.
Splendid. Beautifully chilled. So, you don't think Sir Rodney killed Metcalf, Steed?
I'm certain that he didn't. Look at this.
Steed produced the pearl-handled revolver.
He told me he had a firearms permit.
Yeah, you checked.
Nothing registered in his name.
Then who is he carrying up for?
Whoever gave him the gun, presumably.
Small, pearl handle. Suggest...
A woman?
Yes, but not necessarily. Plenty of men used to carry these in the early 19th century. Not that I hope we have to go back quite that far. Mother? Yes? What? Well, you're a couple of blithering fatheads.
Don't tell me. Sir Rodney's escaped?
Right. Jumped through a window 20 feet from the ground. Now, what would make an aged civil servant do that? Madness?
Desperation?
Or love?
Mrs. Peel, I have never known you so incurably romantic, or so unhelpful.
I'm sorry, I can't help it.
And I can't help being thirsty. Open another bottle of wine.
Sir Rodney made a clean getaway in his Rolls. He drove straight to number 4, Chester Place, parked outside, ran nimbly up the steps, and rang the doorbell. Some little while later, the door opened. Martha stood in the doorway, but not as the grubby charlady. She looked young and beautiful. She showed no sign of recognizing Sir Rodney. In a cultivated voice, she said,
Yes?
I was looking for Martha Roberts.
Oh, you mean my aunt? She's in the bath. Can I give her a message?
Well, not really. It's personal.
What name shall I say?
Well, just tell her it's, Rodders.
Rodders?
Yes, that's right, Rodders.
She'll know who that is, will she?
Yes, indeed she will.
Right. I'm afraid I can't ask you in because we're in such a mess. Auntie never receives visitors until she's had a chance to tidy up. Just wait, will you?
Oh, of course. Forever, if necessary.
They say there's no fool like an old fool. Here's proof, all right. Inside the house, Martha made another telephone call.
Darling, Martha here. Sir Rodden's got away from the ministry. He's waiting outside. What do I do?
You must get him. Can't have him blabbing everything. Keep him waiting for 10 minutes, then I'll be over and waiting in the street.
What do I do?
Dress yourself in your child lady's outfit. Meet him. Get him to drive you to some secluded spot. Near the park, perhaps.
Yes, and...
Dispose of him. Don't worry, Martha. I shall not be far away.
It has to be done.
It has to be done. But quickly. 10 minutes. Understand?
Steed and Emma Peel were doing a routine check on Sir Rodney's office. The guard was slightly more than crestfallen.
Well, how are we to believe that any one of Sir Rodney's aides would undertake such an escape? I mean, would you like that jump, Mr. Steed?
Not through a closed window.
The point is, why not open it and shin down a drain pipe sooner than take the chance of injuring oneself?
It doesn't make sense.
People in love never do, as I've been trying to tell Mother.
You say he asked for this file?
Oh, that's right. A personnel file. Don't ask me why.
If you knew, it might help.
Well, I didn't see any harm in it, so I went and fetched it.
You haven't touched anything in here?
Oh, no, Mr. Steed. Not a thing. We've left everything as we found it.
The personnel file closed on the table.
As though flung down hurriedly. He found something he was looking for.
But what? Or whom?
Yeah. If only we knew what sort of personnel he was looking for. All right, guard. I'll put in a good word for you. Night.
Sir Rodney waited in Chester Street for 10 minutes. During that time, a sports car drew up across the road. The hand that steered the wheel had a distinctive ring on one finger. Bromfield had arrived. He watched as the door to number 4 opened. Martha, as a charlady, came out. In her cockney voice, she said,
Oh, Rodders, have they let you go?
Martha, my darling, I escaped.
Escaped? Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, I know, but I just had to see you again.
You must go back immediately.
Well, out of the question. Every minute away from you is...
I've been looking for you. You don't want to bring me into this, do you?
Ah, they'll never find us, my love. We'll disappear together somewhere far away where we can be safe.
Martha, looking over her shoulder, saw the sports car and said,
All right, Rodney. I'll go with you. Take me wherever you like.
Oh, my darling. Oh, made me so happy. You'll never regret this, I promise you.
No, but you might.
Never, I swear it. Come on.
Sir Rodney took Martha by the hand and led her to the Rolls. Seconds later, they were purring their way towards the park, followed by the sports car. At a convenient spot, Martha said,
Pull up at the end of this street, please, Rodders.
Yes, but we haven't much time.
Please do as I say, darling. I want to ask you something.
Oh, very well, dearest. Anything you say.
Kiss me, Rodney.
Of course, my love. But don't you...
No, but... I want you to make love to me. I want to be sure you do?
Oh, you know I do, my darling.
And you never leave me?
Never, never.
Martha opened her handbag and withdrew another pearl-handled revolver.
Promise?
I promise.
Oh, what a pity.
Minutes later, Martha joined Bromfield in the sports car.
I'm sorry, darling. There was no other way.
Never mind. There are plenty more fish in the sea all ready for catching. And frying.
People coming, and you want your kitchen to look specially clean. But is everything really clean? Not only where people notice, but in those hard-to-reach cracks and crevices, like around the sink. That's the sort of dirt that's hardest to shift if you don't have Vim 99. Only Vim has deep cleaning bleach to get right down into cracks and deep-set stains, leaving everything really clean and germ-free. For total cleanness you can trust, use Vim 99, the strong one.
No dirt can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Whelan had to wash greasy overalls.
And I thought, oh, well, I won't worry. I'll stick it into cold water Omo, and sure enough, every bit of grease is out.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Pull up at the end of the street, Roger.
Yes, but Martha, we haven't much time.
Please, do as I say. I want to ask you something else.
Well, very well, dear. Anything to say.
Kiss me, Rodney.
Of course, my love. But don't
No,
you think...
but I want to know if you love me.
Oh, you know I do,
Will
darling.
you never leave me?
Never, never.
It was at this point that Martha opened her bag and withdrew a pearl-handled revolver.
You promise?
I promise.
Oh, what a pity.
Sir Rodney Kellogg slid away from her, an expression of utter amazement on his face as he collapsed across the steering wheel, dead.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Wonderful new fabric conditioner that not only softens but actually rinses out hardness, rinses in a new kind of softness. Comfort leaves your wash refreshingly young and bouncy again. Just a little comfort in the final rinse gives a lot of comfort to your wash.
Softness is a thing called comfort. Day in, night out, linoleum woven, perfectly groomed, sweetly perfumed.
Now
you can choose from Vinolia's 5 new classic fragrances.
Episode 3 of this story, in which John Steed thinks Emma Peel might be right in suggesting that top men in the ministry are being persuaded to forget their jobs in order to love all. In investigating a security leak at the Missile Redeployment Department, John Steed and Emma Peel had become aware of a curious atmosphere of unreality. Sir Rodney Kellogg's behavior had been extraordinary, to say the least of it. When interviewed by Steed, he appeared to answer all questions as though in a trance. Later, he'd made a particularly daring escape from the building where he was held under close arrest. No one had been able to trace him. It wasn't until the next morning that John Steed's telephone rang.
Begin?
Mother, there's a Rolls-Royce parked at the Derby Mews. There's a dead man in it.
For Rodney?
I'll bet my free lunch and dry my seat on it. See to it, will you, Steed?
Steed did see to it. He and Mrs. Peel were in the Mews in record time.
Nasty.
Poor old Sir Rodney. This is one murder he can't accept responsibility for.
No sign of the weapon.
Not this time. Small bullet hole. Could be another pearl-handled revolver.
Could be. What suppose he was doing around here?
Eloping?
Oh, now, Mrs. Peel, don't startle that again.
Take my word for it, Steed. In a case like this, you've just... Cherchez la femme.
What's that?
Perfume. Very, very exclusive. Ah, a clue at last.
Mrs. Peel picked up a wisp of handkerchief from the floor.
A lady's handkerchief, and beautifully perfumed.
Well, that's your territory, Mrs. Peel. Think you can identify it?
Of course. It's reckless abandon.
Sounds highly appropriate. Who makes it?
A company called Bell Chamber Brothers.
Well, that's your next call, then, Mrs. Peel.
Bell Chamber broth, perfumiers extraordinary, was so exclusive Mrs. Peel had to positively hunt out their premises. The shop was old-fashioned, but tastefully decorated. Mrs. Peel entered and made her way between the bowls of roses and lavender water, not noticing the tall blonde who was inspecting some scent in a display cabinet. An immaculately groomed, languid young man glided forward.
Madam, and what can I do for you?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Bellchamber.
That's my brother. He's away in Provence at the moment, crushing Lily.
Really? I'm surprised he doesn't object.
I was about to say crushing lilies for Lily of the Valley, madam. James always pops over at this time of year.
But if he's your brother, why isn't your name Bellchamber?
But it is, madam.
Oh, but then how did you know I didn't want to speak to you?
Nobody ever does, madam. I've got no personality, you see.
None at all.
Not one iota. My brother says that as a salesman, I'm a total disaster. When he's here, he shuts me up in the back of the shop like Cinderella.
Really? Well, you know how she ended up, don't you?
How?
She lived happily ever after.
After what? Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Thank you very much for the encouragement. And how can I be of service?
Well, you can tell me something.
Certainly.
It's reckless abandon. Is it a popular line?
With the discerning and the wealthy, it's priced a little high for most pockets.
So the number of clients who use it would be,
10, 15, 20 at the most.
Mm-hmm. Could you give me a list of their names?
Oh, well, that's a little irregular, madam.
But you see, I'm writing an article on perfumes of the aristocracy. I take it you wouldn't be adverse to a little publicity.
Oh, as long as it's discreet, madam. Very well. Please take a seat.
Bellchamber disappeared. Mrs. Peel settled down to wait, watched by the tall blonde, who was Martha, the charlady.
Here we are, madam. As far as I can tell from our records, this is a complete list.
I'm very grateful.
Perhaps you'd care to put your gratitude into more tangible form, madam? These shelves hold our latest range.
What? Oh, yes, certainly. Here's my card. Send me a case of Lily of the Valley, distilled by your brother, of course.
Yes, madam, of course. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Peel left the shop. Martha moved forward, swiftly picked up Mrs. Peel's card and hurried out.
Just a minute, madam. You've forgotten your bottle of... Oh, reckless abandon.
Down in the street, Martha rushed through the traffic to a parked sports car, opening the door and flinging herself into it alongside the driver.
Get after that girl, the one over there.
Why? Why, for heaven's sake, Martha?
There's a list with my name on it.
That's thin, Martha.
Yes, but I've got her address.
And don't worry, my darling. I'll phone Freeman. He'll handle it for us. Don't worry. He never fails.
While Mrs. Peel was tracing one scent, John Steed was following up on clues at the Ministry of Missile Redeployment, interviewing Sir Rodney's second-in-command, Horatio Tate.
A woman? You say that Sir Rodney was killed by a woman?
It looks like it, Mr. Tate. Did you ever see him with one?
Never. He avoided them like the plague. I can't say I blame him, really. Extraordinary creatures, women. Never understand what makes them tick.
And Sir Rodney felt the same way?
They were anathema, Steed. Sheer anathema. Mention women's lib and he'd go purple in the face.
Perhaps he was having an unhappy love affair.
Oh, impossible. There's no room for that kind of thing in our line of country. We lead a very monastic life here, you understand. We can't allow ourselves to be distracted by
Excuse me, Mr. Tate, the Commission's report. If you just put a tick against your name when you've read it and pass it on to the next on the list.
Oh, yes. Put it on the desk, please.
Right, thank you.
You were saying?
I was saying that what you're suggesting is out of the question, Steed. If Sir Rodney had been carrying on, as they say, I would certainly have known about it.
I see. Well, then I'm sorry to have wasted your time.
Not at all. Glad to scotch the rumour before it spreads.
De mortuis nil nisi bonum.
But, yes, quite. Exactly.
Steed left. Tate frowned.
De mortuis nil nisi. Oh, well.
In a nearby office, Roxby, a fellow worker, picked up his phone.
Roxby.
Roxby, Tate, look, I just had a fellow in my office suggesting that Sir Rodney was playing about with some woman here in the office, and she killed him.
What? Well, goodness gracious, whatever next? The chaps in the club will have a good laugh about that. In his office, you say? Well, miracles never cease. But pigs will fly before we see any of that sort of thing in this department.
Roxby was still chuckling as he replaced the telephone and turned to gaze affectionately at the woman next to him. It was Martha, back in her charlady gear.
Darling.
I've got to go now, Daddy.
Oh, so soon, my puppet.
Well, I can't hang around here all day. I've got work to do.
When shall I see you again?
You've got something to tell me.
Oh, my heart is filled with things to tell you, my treasure.
Not those sort of things. I mean important things. The things I asked you to find out for me. And you promised.
Oh, I know. I keep my promise. Oh, but how will I find you, darling?
You won't have to, Basil. I'll find you. Bye now.
With that, Martha picked up her skirts and her bucket and left. Mrs. Peel, in her apartment, having studied the list she'd obtained from Bell Chamber Broth, was consulting Mother on the telephone.
I want to eliminate some of the names on the list first, Mother. Tell me about Lady Vanessa Cholmondeley Davenport.
There's nothing to tell about her except she's dead. Had a drink last Tuesday.
Oh. Mrs. Maud Kingsley Ravenshoe?
Yes, sir. Since she came out in 38.
The Honourable Malvina Harcourt-Smith?
Cross her out. She's a platoon commander in the Hill Guide. Remember that ghastly scandal when she pitched up a car with 3 brownies?
Oh. Well, the Duchess of... Oh, hold on, Mother. There's someone at the front door.
Mrs. Peel, still holding the list, put down the phone and went to the front door. A man stood in the doorway, a snub-nosed gun pointing straight at her.
The list. That's what I've come for. Yeah, that perfume list.
Smells of danger to me, Mrs. Peel.
comes a new way to fight tooth decay for keeps. New fluoride for keeps toothpaste. It's the clear blue way to fight tooth decay, and it's the best anti-decay toothpaste around. New great tasting for keeps toothpaste.
The clear blue way to fight tooth decay for keeps. Great teeth are forever, great teeth are for keeps.
New family fluoride for keeps toothpaste.
The cleaning power of cold water Omo gives you the superb cleanness you want from a washing powder. Listen to Mrs. Baxter of Claremont.
It really is good. I mean, it's unbelievable, really, that it could be so good, isn't it?
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Peel? Peel. What was that about the Duchess?
Oh, hold on a moment, Mother. There's someone at the door.
Mrs. Peel put down the telephone and, still holding the list containing the names of society ladies who used the perfume Reckless Abandon, walked to her front door. A large, bearded man stood in the doorway, a snub-nosed gun in his fist.
The list. That's what I've come for. That list. Hand it over.
What?
Hand it over.
Mrs. Peel did so, her eyes on the man's finger as it tightened over the trigger.
Thank you. That's better. Now, step back into the room and no funny tricks, mind. Slowly now. Back. Back. That's better. Now, you're going to help me destroy this list. Immediately.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks. If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song. We've got strawberry, vanilla, half and half. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. Where walls Pink Pussycat house.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed finds a romantic writer, Mrs. Peel flirts with death, and various other characters are determined to love all. When Sir Rodney Kellogg was murdered, the only positive clue near the body was a flimsy lace handkerchief. Mrs. Peel was inclined to gloat, as she'd always maintained that Sir Robert had been seduced into giving away top secrets by a woman. Mrs. Peel had followed up on the clue of the handkerchief by tracing the perfume on it.
Bell Chambers had given her a short list of all the clients in London who used the exclusive perfume Reckless Abandon. Mrs. Peel, not quite moving in the exalted society channels, had been on the phone to Mother when she was interrupted by the arrival of the man who now held her at gunpoint. The man's orders were clear enough. Mrs. Peel was in a tight spot and she knew it.
Back! Back! That's it. Now, without any more trouble, pick up that cigarette lighter on the table. Do as I say. Now, flick it open. Light it. That's it. Now you will watch this list burn. Don't move.
The man placed the paper into the flame. It burned rapidly. Mrs. Peel suddenly jerked the lighter forward.
Yeah.
The flame singed the man's hand. He yelped, dropped the list. Mrs. Peel chopped the gun from his hand. They grappled with each other, Mrs. Peel trying to stamp out the burning paper with her feet as they did so. Mother, on the phone, was completely confused.
What the hell is going on? Look at what you're doing. Is it over with?
Mrs. Peel was trying her best. She struggled free and made for the burning paper. The man went for the gun on the floor. Mrs. Peel was forced to leave the charred paper and defend herself yet again.
Quiet, Mrs. Peel.
Mrs. Peel closed in, grasping the man's wrist that held the gun. The struggle was fierce. The man's greater strength was telling. He was forcing the gun round towards her, nearer, nearer. With the last of her strength, Mrs. Peel dodged to one side, twisting the man's arm suddenly. The man gasped and slowly collapsed to the floor. Mrs. Peel rushed to the list to find it burned away into ashes. She turned back to the man and searched him, finding nothing but a curious ring upon his finger.
Curious? A sort of entwined heart motif. And an inscription. Casanova ink.
She moved to the phone.
Mrs. Peel, are you there? Are you still living?
Hello? Hello, Mother? Yes, just about. Sorry to keep you waiting. What do we know about Casanova ink? Any ideas?
While Mother and Emma Peel were talking on the phone, the char lady, Martha, was also putting through a call.
I'm phoning from the ministry.
You think that's wise?
It's all right. The public phone in the corridor doesn't go to the switchboard. Everything's going splendidly. They're all studying the book. Every one of them is falling under the spell. Kate's got it at the moment. He must be nearly finished. He's had it long enough, and I shall be moving in.
Right. But just watch it. We don't want any more trouble.
Just a minute. I've got to go, darling. This looks like trouble.
Martha slammed down the phone and watched with growing concern as down the corridor tramped a large policewoman. She looked at all the names on the doors, paused outside Tate's, knocked, and walked in. Tate, without looking up from the book, said,
"Come in."
The policewoman walked over to the desk. Tate looked up. His eyes gleamed. His fleshy mouth fell open in astonishment and delight. He appeared to hang on her every word as she said,
"Are you the owner of the car number UGF711F?
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yes, I am.
You're parked in a no parking zone."
I am?
Yeah. Have you anything to say?
Oh, yes. Yes, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Darling, you there?
Martha, what is it?
Darling, it's all gone wrong. I can't explain on the phone, but the first person Tate saw after the treatment from the book wasn't me. It was a policewoman.
Good heavens.
It's a real spoken-out wheel. I must see you.
All right, tonight.
No, not now. I'm coming straight over.
But, Martha...
No buts about it. I must see you now.
When Steed arrived at Tate's office, he found Tate at his desk. Next to him, handcuffed to him, was the policewoman.
Was it really necessary to handcuff him?
I didn't do it. He handcuffed me. He said, "Those on the law have joined together. Let no man put asunder."
Ah, my dearest. You know, Steed, they lead a dog's life, these adorable girls in blue.
Really? Is that so?
We shouldn't allow it. We should complain to the government.
We are the government.
Yes. Oh, so am I. Well, I shall complain to the Prime Minister.
I'm sure he'll be devastated.
How would you like it if you had to face dangerous criminals unarmed?
Oh, not my cup of tea at all. Tell me, Mr. Tate, have you always felt so strongly about law enforcement? No. Then why the sudden crusade?
Someone came into my life.
This lady?
That's right. Oh, my love. Number 729154, policewoman Grimshaw.
Oh, just my luck. My first traffic offence and I end up tied to Casanova. I should have stayed in a wren.
In Mother's headquarters, he was dividing his attentions pretty equally between a gin and tonic and the ring Mrs. Peel had placed on the arm of his wheelchair.
Very civilized for midday.
The ring?
The gin. Casanova ink. I do confess that although I consider myself an extraordinarily well-read and knowledgeable man, I've never heard of him. Didn't know him.
Well, the man who wore this obviously knew about me.
I've always thought you attracted the most strange assailants.
Beggars can't be choosers, Mother. I have to take what I can get.
Sir, I'd be very keen to destroy that list. Do you recall any of the names upon it?
Only the ones I read out to you.
Pity. Obviously, you hadn't reached the one that mattered. Steed. Good. Just in time to pour me the other half.
Pleasure, Mother.
Tell me, was that incredible report about Tate accurate?
I'm afraid so. He seems to have gone completely off the rails. Suddenly developed a passion for an Amazon in a blue uniform.
Extraordinary. No, I don't sign it, Steve. Thank you. Now, tell me, where is Tate now?
In custody.
He should be in an asylum. Yeah, the whole case is taking on a strange pattern. Don't like the picture.
Neither do I. Any leads yet?
And this ring Mrs. Peel acquired. Not romantically, I hasten to add.
Let me see. Casanova ink. Well, what's this got to do with it?
It's about time you found out, Steve.
What about little old me?
You go back to the ministry, Mrs. Peel, and see if you can isolate the germ that's causing this epidemic. See if you can track down, for want of a better phrase, the love bug.
Mrs. Peel returned to the ministry and explored Tate's office. It was there that she came across the book marked Commission Report, Read, Digest, and Pass On. She opened it, glanced at it without interest, and then suddenly became alert. She sank down into the leather chair and began to concentrate. Steed had also done a little reading in a telephone book he'd found, Casanova Ink. It was in an office block in the East End. Steed found it with difficulty. The reception room was filled with books. Every wall. Steed walked round reading the titles.
The Complete Works of Rosemary Z. Glade.
With that, Steed knocked on the door, which carried the sign, Casanova Ink. Rosemary Z. Glade, Director, and opened it. A woman's voice was reading.
Aha, my dear, he cried. So your husband is the notorious highwayman Blackjack McGinty. He shall remember this night as long as he lives, which won't be long. With that he began to advance upon her. His eyes narrowed evilly, and his breast heaved with lascivious passion.
Steed entered the room.
She shrank back against the wall, her eyes filled with tears. Defile me if you must, you villain, she whispered, but my soul will never be yours. What do I care for your soul, replied the fiend. I have other fish to fry. With which base rejoinder he put out a hand and...
Not to see the brow, Rosemary?
I'm not Rosemary. He is.
Steed followed her gesture. Behind the desk, leaning back with closed eyes, was a tall, elegant man. His hands were crossed. On one of his fingers was a diamond ring. The motif was entwined hearts.
When I was a girl, hard, harsh rubbing was always good enough for my bathtub. So what's changed?
What's changed? Surfaces have changed. They can't take hard rubbing. They need handy-andy care.
Modern baths and all other modern surfaces need handy-andy, liquid cleaner with active ammonia. Use handy-andy straight from the bottle. It lifts dirt without hard rubbing or scratching.
Surfaces have changed. It's time I changed to handy-andy, too.
There's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Gray of Durban has this to say.
According to this planet,
It astounded me. I was really and truly very astounded.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
Steed, on the premises of Casanova, Inc., found amongst the book-lined walls of the reception hall a door marked Rosemary Z. Glade, Director. As he opened the door, a woman's voice could be heard reading.
Her blue eyes filled with tears. Defile me if you must, you villain, she whispered, but my soul will never be yours.
Steed advanced into the room and looked at the attractive blonde who sat at a desk reading from a notebook.
What do I care for your soul, replied the fiend. I have other fish to fry. With which base rejoinder he put out a hand and...
Not Severed Brown? Oh, sorry, Rosemary.
I'm not Rosemary. He is.
Steed followed her gesture. Behind the desk, leaning back with closed eyes, was a tall, elegant man. His hands were crossed. On one of his fingers was a diamond ring with an entwined hearts motif.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many housewives have discovered that the cleaning power of cold water Omo gives them sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
I tried it. And it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on the general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
Day in, night out, when only a woman perfectly good, sweetly perfumed.
Now you can choose from Vinolia's 5 new classic fragrances.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed diagnoses a severe case of romance, and Mrs. Peel goes even further and joins those who love all. John Steed was beginning to think that Emma Peel was right in insisting that love played a very big part in the security leak at the Department of Missile Redeployment. Several men working in the ministry had behaved in a very peculiar manner, and several other men were dead. It was clear that the enemy, whoever that might be, was aware that John Steed and Mrs. Peel were on the case and were out to stop them. Mother had sent Mrs. Peel back to the ministry, and John Steed had traced the concern known as Casanova, Inc., the headquarters of Rosemary Glade, the celebrated romantic writer. Steed quickly controlled his surprise when the tall, elegant man rose from behind the desk and said,
I am Rosemary Z. Glade. And who are you? Mother, you've been a heroine of mine for years. Yes, well, you've interrupted my flow. Rosemary? Flow? And your name is?
Selma. Oh, how could you be so thoughtless?
Only trying to help.
The master doesn't need help. He needs complete relaxation in order to feel the vibration.
Vibration?
From the astral plane. You don't suppose I could write the way I do if my mind wasn't in tune with the other world, do you?
I don't indeed.
And yet you come barging in here without so much as a by or leave, just when complete rapport had been established. Too bad. Oh, dear.
It's all right, Selma. Don't upset yourself. Philistines will never understand. What can I do for you?
I'd like you to autograph my book.
I only give autographs between 3 and 3:15 in the afternoon.
Oh, what a shame. And I've bought every one of your books.
All 349.
Of course, I have them bound in purple morocco. I had to get rid of my Bronte first editions to make room for them.
Ah. Well, then you're entitled to one of our rings, my dear sir.
Rosemary opened a drawer in his desk and took out a box. He handed Steed a ring, one with the entwined heart motif.
Oh, thank you. How extremely thoughtful of you. Now I feel one of the family.
Well, since you're obviously a man of taste and refinement, I'll sign your book.
Steed whipped out a small pocketbook.
How gracious of you. If you just put, to John, with love from Rosemary.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. You know, I met someone with one of these rings only the other day.
Oh? Who?
I can't recall the name. A very large man, had a black beard.
Oh, yes, it sounds like Freeman. He's one of our employees. All our employees wear the rings.
Is he here now?
Possibly. Ask Mr. Bromfield. He's in charge of our printing department. Through that door there.
Thank you.
As Steed moved off to the door indicated, Rosemary settled down and, closing his eyes, said,
"No, where was I?"
With which base rejoinder he put out his hand.
Ah, yes. He put out his hand and grasped the yielding flesh of her arm in a vice-like grip. "Unhand me, you base villain," she cried, her heart in turmoil, "or it will be the worse for you." De Quincey laughed, a harsh, rasping sound that chilled her to the marrow of her bones.
Steed reached the printing room door, opened it, sighed, and closed it to find himself in the printing room. The man Bromfield approached.
Mr. Bromfield?
Yes, that's right. What can I do for you?
I was looking for Freeman.
Not here at the moment. Is he a friend of yours?
Yes, I told him how much I enjoyed the books, and he promised to show me around.
I see. You're a fan, are you?
A fan? But of course. I never go to sleep without a Rosemary's Egg laid under my pillow. Love in the Bernese Oberland. That was my favorite.
You've seen Rosemary?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think I cut off his flow.
I shouldn't worry. That particular fountain will never run dry. Jacini?
Yes, Mr. Bromfield.
Bring Mr.
Steed.
Bring Mr. Steed an advance copy of Love in Budley Salterton, will you? Perhaps you'd like to take it with you. It's hot off the press.
Oh, too kind.
The creature called Athene picked up a parcel and handed it to Bromfield.
Not that one. You know perfectly well that those are forbidden. Already ordered. One from the other pile. There we are, Mr. Steed, with the compliments of Casanova ink.
Thank you.
I hope it sends you to sleep as effectively as the others. Good day.
Oh, there is just one other little request. I've never seen a printing press in action. Do you think I might leave by the other exit and walk through the plant?
Certainly. Help yourself.
Steed did, by swiftly exchanging the book given to him with one from the top of the forbidden pile. No one saw the action.
Amazing. These small presses can produce so much magic.
Bromfield gave Steed a keen look and said,
"Goodbye, Mr. Steed. I hope you enjoy the book."
Steed shook hands, noting the now familiar ring, and left. Bromfield was standing staring after him thoughtfully when Martha, not in charlady guise, appeared from behind a pile of books and said,
"I see that man at the ministry."
"What?"
"He came to questions with Rodney. I saw him again in Kate's office."
"Then he's too close for comfort. We'll have to deal with him."
"How?"
"Easy. The other fellow at the ministry, Fryer. He's in love with your charlady act, isn't he?"
"Mm-hmm."
"And all you have to do is ask him to do you a favor."
And so, not all that while later...
A favor? A favor for you, of course. My darling, you have only to name it.
Thank you, George. Oh, I knew I could count on you.
Command me, then.
I want you to get rid of somebody for me. Someone who's becoming a nuisance.
A rival. His name. Quickly, his name.
John Steed.
Steed. I'll kill him.
You took the words right out of my mouth, George.
John Steed, back in his apartment, opened the books he'd obtained from Casanova Inc. The novel he discarded. The other book he opened and stared at in amazement.
All the pages are blank. What's this? There's in the middle of the cover a small indentation. A minute, sparkling eye. Fascinating.
Steed closed the book and went to open the door.
Oh, hello, Mr. Fry. Is something the matter? Oh, come in. Look, forgive me for mentioning it, but that gun you're holding, the safety catch is off. But something tells me you knew that.
I did. Put your hands above your head.
Why? Why are you pointing that thing at me?
Because you're a philanderer.
I beg your pardon?
You've trifled with the woman I love.
I haven't trifled all day.
She told me so herself. And now you're going to pay for it.
Well, at least tell me her name.
So she's one of many, is she? Just as I thought. One of nature's parasites. The world will be a cleaner place without you, my friend.
Look, can't we talk this over sensibly? That's what they all say.
No.
Well, in which case there's nothing for me to do but...
Steed stepped forward, grabbed the wrist that held the gun. With one swift movement, he forced the weapon out of Fryer's hand. Got a good grip and threw Fryer across the room.
And all for the love of a lady.
In the Missile Redeployment Department, Mrs. Peel had been examining the office that had been occupied by Tate. She'd found the book marked Commission Report, Read, Digest, and Pass On. She'd been reading away with intense interest for hours. In the passage outside, Martha, in Charlady outfit, whispered to Bromfield.
She's in there. She's been reading the book. She's the girl I saw at Bell Chambers perfume shop. She's on to us.
Then she's solving the bubbles watch. Is the door locked?
Yes. I locked it from the outside.
Let me out! Let me out of here!
Leave this to me. I shall be the first person she sees.
But who let me in there? How dare you? What?
Oh.
Hello, my dear. I've come to take you away. Will you come with me?
Oh, yes. Yes. I'd follow you anywhere.
That kind of love isn't just blind, it's plain daft.
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sport?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for sportsmen, of course.
Why? It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
There's no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo.
If you use cold water, Omo comes out very, very easily indeed.
Says Mrs. Sutherland of the Innikin. Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Folbigge and produced by David Gooden. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
in the Missile Redeployment Department, Mrs. Peel sat reading the book marked Commission Report. Read, digest, and pass on. She'd been reading away for some hours with great interest. In the passage outside, Martha, the charlady, whispered to Bromfield.
She's in there. The girl I saw at Bill Chambers' perfume shop. She's on to us. But she's been reading the book.
Then she's solving the problem for us. Is it all locked?
Oh, yes. I locked it from the outside.
Let me out! Let me out of here!
Now leave it to me. I shall be the first person to see you.
Who locked me in there? How dare you? What are you? Oh.
Hello, my dear. I've come to take you away. Will you come with me?
Oh, yes. Yes. Of course, I'll follow you anywhere.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
There is no dirt that can stand up to the... There is no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it. And Mrs. Bodington is one of them.
My wash is beautiful, and I'm very proud of it. My husband particularly wears a lot of white plain bows, and his clothing always looks delightful. There's nothing like cold water Omo.
Yes, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Cold water Omo is the washing powder that cleans best.
Beautiful Jill St. John knows the value of the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Choose Lux to keep your skin soft and smooth. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 6, the final episode of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel decide that physical attraction is too basic, that mental affinity is unsatisfying, and that the only thing to do is... love all. There had been dirty work at the Department of Missile Redeployment, largely due to a man known as Bromfield and his charming accomplice, Martha. Martha, disguised as a charlady, had been working her charms on the senior staff and managed to glean many top secrets from the top men. She'd also persuaded them to cover their tracks by confusing unwanted investigators. One of the investigators, Mrs. Peel, had succumbed to Bromfield's treatment and was now under his spell. The other investigator, John Steed, had been attacked in his apartment by Fryer, another top man who'd been told to kill by Martha. Steed hadn't had a great deal of difficulty with Fryer. He'd merely disarmed him and knocked him out by throwing him across the room. It was at that point that the telephone rang.
John Steed?
Mother here. Yes, Steed, why don't you report?
Oh, hello, Mother. Sorry, a bit of difficulty. Just had a man from the ministry drop in on me.
Huh? Hot news?
No, he's out cold at the moment. It's all extremely odd. Mrs. Peel seems to be right. Something's happened to people's glands. This fellow Fryer burst in here a short while ago and accused me of pinching his lady friend.
Literally?
Figuratively, but I suppose it's much the same thing. Anyway, I think we're on to the root cause of the trouble. I'll report in the morning.
Good. Come to breakfast. Eggs, bacon, champagne. Nothing like it.
That's the date?
Oh, and bring Mrs. Peel, if you can find her.
She's not at the ministry?
No, I've just rung them. She's disappeared. Right, Steve?
The plot, as they say, or as Rosemary Z. Glade would say, thickens considerably.
Where am I?
Well, that's hardly an original thing to say when coming round. You're in my apartment.
Your apartment? What am I doing here?
Recovering from a tiny little accident. You tried to kill me.
What? What? Oh, my head.
No, don't try and move yet. Just lie there and recover. You had a nasty fall.
It was there. I tried to kill you. Why should I want to do that?
Well, I was hoping that you'd tell me that. Try and remember what happened immediately before you came here.
I can't. I can't. It's all a blank. I remember reading a book.
A book? Reading a book? Ah, yes. One of the novels of Rosemary Z. Glade, perhaps?
No, I never read novels. It was official. A book at the ministry. The sort of book one reads, digests, and passes on.
Book? Ah, yes, the book.
Steed crossed to the table and picked up the volume he'd taken from the printing room at Casanova Inc.
It's got to go now, Mr. Fryer. Stay until you feel better. Bye.
In the offices of Casanova Inc., Bromfield and Martha stood looking at Mrs. Peel, who was sitting in an easy chair with a dazed expression on her face. She smiled up at Bromfield adoringly.
What are we going to do with her?
You're with Mrs. Peel, Martha? Why, nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing at all. You see, it won't be necessary. She'll do anything for me. And to my dear.
Oh, yes. Yes, anything.
You see? She loves me. Don't you, Mrs. Peel?
Oh, yes.
She loves me to death, in fact. Open the window, Martha.
What?
Do as I say. Open the window.
Oh, very well.
Now, Mrs. Peel, my dear, give me your hand. That's right. Now come along and have a good look at the view. There we are. Beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it beautiful, darling?
Yes. Yes, it's beautiful.
And beautiful things should be enjoyed to the full. So I want you to step out onto the window ledge and take a closer look.
Yes. Yes, all right.
Then I shall ask you to do something else. Come along. That's it.
What must I do?
The reason for asking you to do this is that I can never see you again.
Oh. No.
It's true. So there's no point in continuing to live, is there?
No. Oh, there's no point.
Now take your time. But you can't come back in here, so off you go then.
Leaving Mrs. Peel literally teetering on the ledge outside the wide window, Bromfield returned to Martha and the large map of England, which was spread out on the desk.
Now, Martha, are you sure Fryer's information was correct?
There's no reason to doubt its accuracy. He was just as thoroughly hooked as the rest.
How did it feel to have the whole of the ministry in love with you?
I can take it or leave it. They were all so boring.
Did it make you feel proud to have so many worshippers?
Not when I knew they couldn't help themselves.
Never underestimate the power of the written word. Look at this book. It looks so large at home, uninteresting and requiring a great deal of concentration. Those poor fools will never know what hit them.
Oh, darling, no one is as clever as you are. You can make anybody do anything.
Only with this to aid me.
Bromfield opened the book, revealing a tiny mechanism in the back cover.
This little gadget, those little microdots, an unbeatable combination, subliminal indoctrination. They read the words, but this message is between the lines. I must say you've done well, Martha.
Is there anything else you want me to find out?
No. Now, here on this map is marked the new security system in full. It's all complete. We fulfilled our promise.
And when do we get the money?
As soon as we deliver this information. Where's Athene? Athene?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Bromfield. I'm right here.
Let's start getting the stuff out of here right away.
Yes, sir. You leave everything to me. I'll see to it all.
What about her outside the window?
Oh, she's just waiting for the final order to jump. All right, Mrs. Peel, I'm going now. When I say jump, my dear, be a good girl and jump. Right. Jump!
John Steed, heading for Casanova Inc., had parked his car and was walking down the road when he looked up and saw the strange sight of Emma Peel on the window ledge. He got himself into the building in double-quick time and headed for the offices. Martha and Bromfield left by one door as Steed belted into the room by the other. Tearing across the room, he seized Mrs. Peel by the belt of her costume and jerked her back into the room.
Come back in here. What the devil do you think you're doing? Is this a publicity stunt or something?
I have nothing left to live for.
It's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. He has left me.
Oh, Bromfield?
Of course.
You're in love with him?
Desperately.
Infatuated? Or indoctrinated? You know, the trouble with you, Mrs. Peel, is you read too much.
And the trouble with you, Steed, is you interfere too much.
John Steed dived at Bromfield's legs and the shot went wide. Steed struggled with him on the ground, grabbed him by the hair and crashed his skull against the metal filing cabinet.
How dare you? How dare you lay hands on him?
Hey, I'm on your side, remember?
Let go! Let me go, you brute!
If I do, will you stop this nonsense?
No, I'll scratch your eyes out!
Very well, then, on your own head, dear.
Steed grabbed his bowler, which had come off in the struggle, and bopped Mrs. Peel smartly over the head.
I know love is blind, but this is ridiculous.
Steed placed Mrs. Peel in a comfortable chair and set about examining the pile of books in the corner. He found the mechanical device in the cover and, holding it up to a mirror, examined it through a powerful magnifying glass. He managed to read,
"You will fall in love with the next person you see." Well, if one of these little mechanisms works on a person reading a book, I wonder what effect half a dozen of them will do.
Steed, my dear boy, congratulations. So, Bromfield and the woman are in custody, and you cleared the whole matter up as usual. Brilliant, dear fellow. You're brilliant.
Oh, isn't he? Isn't he just too wonderful, Mother?
He is. An extraordinarily talented, charming man.
Oh, thank you, Mother. Thank you, Mrs. Peel.
Oh, Steed, I do love you.
And so you should, Mrs. Peel. How you've managed to cultivate such charm, Steed, such panache.
Well, I thought it such a waste that Bromfield's inventions should be thrown away. I had a few of the gadgets made into coat buttons, you see. 2 on my suit, 4 on my waistcoat. Bit flashy, but effective. Take a good look, Mrs. Peel.
Oh, Steed, you are beautiful.
Much more effective than Midsummer Night's Dream. Shakespeare brought up to date, in fact. Give me your hands that we be friends, and Mother shall restore amends. Open the other bottle of champagne, will you, Mrs. Peel?
Out of the blue comes a new way to fight tooth decay for keeps. New fluoride for keeps toothpaste. It's the clear blue way to fight tooth decay, and it's the best anti-decay toothpaste around. New great tasting for keeps toothpaste.
The clear blue way to fight tooth decay for keeps. Great teeth are forever, great teeth are for keeps.
New family fluoride for keeps toothpaste.
There's no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo.
If you use cold water, Omo comes out very, very easily indeed.
Says Mrs. Sutherland of the Inniken. Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
London, Harley Street. A gleaming Rolls-Royce driven by an immaculately uniformed chauffeur glides silently past the consulting rooms of H.R. Camrose, FRCS. Nothing very unusual in this, you might say. London has more Rolls-Royce cars than any capital in the world, and Harley Street more than its fair share of them. But there is something strange about the occupant in the back seat of this car. He is resplendently dressed as a postman. The car turns a corner and stops. The postman gets out, walks quickly round to the main entrance to the consulting rooms, and slips a cream envelope through the letterbox. But then he returns to the car and is driven away. Janice, an attractive receptionist, seeing the envelope on the doormat, picks it up.
HR cameras, FRCS. Oh, what a strange time for the post to arrive. And only one letter. Ah, well.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel are handed an assignment which is not to be sneezed at. Ralph Camrose, as he was known to his friends, had the quiet manner of a seasoned surgeon. A large, distinguished man, he was one of the top specialists in the country. His calm authority gave every one of his patients confidence. On this particular occasion, he was examining the nose and throat of quite an old friend, Jules Farage, a well-known tenor.
Open a little wider.
Nothing wrong, huh?
I think you'll live. Yes, looks all clear now.
Are you sure?
Can you afford to pay my fee and question my diagnosis?
I can't afford to lose my voice in the middle of La Traviata.
Don't worry. I'll guarantee your ability to reach the top notes. Now, come in.
A letter for you, Mr. Cameron.
Just put it down there, will you? Now, Jules, I have this prescription for you. There. There you are. Take some of that if there's any signs of reinfection.
Thanks, Ralph. I'm very grateful.
And see that you make good use of your new voice. I'm coming with a small party to the garden on Saturday night.
I shall sing better than I've ever done. Thank you.
Show Senor Farage out, Janice.
Yes, Doctor.
Before he gives us an audition.
Oh, no. You have to pay, and pay the top prices to hear Farage sing. I go.
This way, then?
As the door closed behind them, Ralph Camrose picked up the envelope Janice left on his desk. It had his name and address neatly and correctly typed upon it. Picking up a paper knife, the specialist slit the top of the envelope. There was nothing inside. He held it upside down and shook it. Nothing came out. Camrose stared at the envelope with a puzzled expression, and then was suddenly seized by a most ferocious attack of sneezing. He began to clutch at his collar, gasping for breath. His eyes began to bulge. He tried to stand, panting for air, then slowly toppled forward over his desk, knocking over a table lamp. Janice, hearing the noise, hurried into the reception room, but by the time she reached him, it was too late. H.R. Camrose, FRCS, was dead.
Nothing like a drive in the country, Steve.
Brush away the cobwebs, Mrs. Peel.
Break with the routine.
Commune with nature.
Streaming in the wind.
The trouble is that's not the only thing in the wind.
What else?
Trouble.
Steed, you've been holding back on me.
Oh, well, I told you this was a mystery tour. It's time to solve the mystery.
Well?
We've been summoned to the presence.
Whose?
Mother's.
Why?
Well, your guess is as good as mine, Mrs. Peel, but when Mother says at once, he means...
Sooner than that. Right. Then if Mother's going to put his foot down, you better put yours down. On that accelerator, don't you think, Steed?
mother's rooms in top security were austere to the point of bareness. Everything was on a level with his wheelchair, including 5 different colored telephones. He came straight to the point, holding out a scroll to Steed and motioning to Emma Peel to take a seat.
Well, what do you make of that, Steed? Came off the telex from New York this morning.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what an upset.
Eh?
Los Angeles Rams 24, Green Bay Packers 19.
Not the football results. Halfway down.
Ah. Third ear, nose, and throat specialist dies of unknown causes. Growing concern at the World Clinics. Not our territory, surely, Mother?
It is now. Look at the headline.
Death of Henry Camrose, famous ENT man, expires in consulting room in Harley Street.
Is there a worldwide epidemic, Mother?
A disease that chooses its victims too carefully for my liking. Find the antidote before it spreads. That's your job.
Yes, first of all, find the disease.
Precisely. And it won't be in any medical dictionary.
How can you be sure?
My nose is twitching. Right, that's your job. Get going and let me do mine. Yes? Working on it. Oh, John Steed and Emma Peel. They've been on the case for a full 30 seconds flat. Yes. There should be a breakthrough any minute. Bye. Well, don't just stand there. Get going.
It's never let us down yet.
What?
Mother's nose.
It doesn't seem to have picked up much of a scent.
Ah, well, that's our department. I'll see what I can pick up in Camrose' consulting room.
And what about me as the female species?
Well, you can visit an old friend of mine, name of Padley. He's another of these ear, nose, and throat specialists. Ask him if he knows any common denominator that links the dead men.
Padley?
That's right, in the book. I'll be in Harley Street if you want me. Meet for lunch, right?
Right.
Nothing's been touched?
No, Mr. Steed. I received instructions to leave everything as it was.
Good. Body is slumped here. This envelope is in his right hand, eh? Curious. Stamp has no postmark over it. Nothing inside? No letter?
No.
Wastepaper basket?
There.
Oh, nothing. Curious shaped envelope. Ordinary paper won't fold up to fit it. Did you happen to see who delivered this?
Well, the postman, I imagine. Although it wasn't the time of a regular delivery. I found it on the doormat.
Special delivery, eh? Right. Recapitulating. Nothing in this room has been removed or destroyed. And Miss Camrose received this envelope just before his death. Nothing in this room, on this desk, appears to have come from this envelope. And indeed nothing fits it.
Apparently not.
So we're left with one inevitable conclusion.
Well, the envelope was empty when it arrived.
Whoever sent it must have been very absent-minded. I think I'll hold on to this. Thank you, Janice.
Mrs. Peel, meanwhile, had found the address of Mr. Padley. His consulting rooms were the type that were shared with other doctors. The board, just outside the reception, informed her that of Padley, Seaton, and Herrick, Mr. Seaton and Mr. Herrick were out, but Mr. Padley was in.
Mr. Padley won't keep you long, Mrs. Peel. Thank you. Well, if you care to take a seat, there are magazines. Thank you.
Mrs. Peel moved idly over to the window and looked down into the busy street. She was just too late to notice a gleaming Rolls-Royce glide up some 100 yards away and park at the curbside. Some minutes later, a postman walked swiftly up the steps to Padley, Seaton, and Herrick and dropped a cream envelope into the letterbox. It was curious that on the way down, he passed another postman going up. The second postman removed his cap and scratched his head in amazement. Then he sorted his mail and pushed it through the letterbox. Mrs. Peel, who'd seen the first cream envelope dropped to the mat, was puzzled to see a second delivery in so short a time. The receptionist, gathering the letters up, started to sort them out. taking the ones for Mr. Padley into his office.
Oh, the post. Thank you, Georgina. Anyone waiting?
Mrs. Peel.
Ah, yes, John Steed's friend, yes. Let me just clear a little of this paperwork. I'll ring you to show her in. Thank you.
Very good, Mr. Padley.
Padley turned to the pile of letters. He started to open a few. They were mostly bills and circulars. Then he noticed the curious cream envelope with no date stamp. He picked up a paper knife and inserted it under the flap. Mrs. Peel and the receptionist, waiting quietly outside, heard a succession of very loud sneezes.
Oh, good gracious, Mr. Padley must have a sudden cold.
Suddenly, the door was flung open. Emma Peel rushed to his aid, but again, too late. Padley died in exactly the same way as Camrose. Mrs. Peel, kneeling beside the body, slowly extracted the cream envelope from his lifeless hand.
Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
Mother, John Steed and Emma Peel's boss, had handed them a most curious case. In the United States, 3 top-flight ear, nose, and throat specialists had all died sudden and mysterious deaths. When in London, Ralph Camrose, a Harley Street specialist, also dies of an unknown disease, the coincidence is thought to be too strong. While Steed examined the dead man's consulting rooms, Emma Peel decided to do a little checking up with other well-known physicians. She was waiting to interview Dr. Padley, of Padley, Seaton and Herrick, when there came the sound of violent sneezing from his office. Seconds later, the door was flung open. Padley, clearly suffering from some form of seizure, staggered into the room and collapsed. By the time Mrs. Peel had reached him, Padley was dead. She knelt by the body and took an empty envelope from his lifeless hand.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 2 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel find out more evidence which is not to be sneezed at. Steed and Emma Peel had a date for lunch. It could hardly be thought of as a celebration luncheon. They certainly had nothing to be happy about. Mrs. Peel had brought the news of Padley's death, and Steed could throw no light on the mystery of Ralph Camrose's early demise. All they did have were 2 cream envelopes. They lay together on the tablecloth alongside the gin and tonics.
Not quite.
Well, you could have fooled me. They're identical. Just the name and address different. No postmark over the stamp on either of them. Both empty.
Different typewriters.
How can you tell?
Now, this one has its L misaligned.
You're a disappointment, Steed. I thought we had a clue.
Ah, but we have.
What?
The envelopes themselves. They're identical enough.
Don't tell me. They're made of antique lay, deckle-edged vellum produced from Manitoban rag pulp.
Well, naturally. But I think we ought to have it confirmed by an expert, don't you?
Well, if it'll make you feel better.
It would make me feel better if you'd stick close to Seaton and Herrick. If we lose any more ear, nose, and throat men, Mother will be very cross.
I see. So after lunch, I go back to protecting the medical profession while you go out on a paper chase. Is that right?
Something like that. I don't think I'll have to chase very far. Madewell and Pugh.
I beg your pardon?
High-class manufacturers of discreet notepaper for the aristocracy. By appointment. Cheers.
Cheers, Steve.
Some few hours after that, Steed presented himself at the warehouse of Madewell and Pugh. There was certainly plenty of paper about. Steed wandered around, feeling the texture of some of the sheets. A fuzzy little man in a pince-nez and white coat appeared from behind a counter.
Madewell is the name. Can I help you?
John Steed. I'm just browsing. I'm interested in the papers.
Well, the one you have in your hand. Beautiful, is it not? Just like velvet.
Ah, you took the words right out of my mouth.
That's our twin ply. Very popular with the aristocracy. The Countess Penn never uses anything else.
That's so. Very appropriate. However, being a gentleman so far without a title...
I quite understand, sir. May I suggest as an interim measure a discreet monogram embossed on our unique tissue-lined parchment?
You may indeed.
I thought I detected a man of discernment.
Thank you.
How much may I put you down for, sir? A choir? 2 choirs? A ream?
Oh, at the very least. Tell me something. I hope you won't consider this an insult, but is this one of your lines?
Steed produced one of the envelopes from luncheon.
I regret to say it is, sir. It's really very, very embarrassing. I must confess, our cream wove bond.
Extraordinary. A firm of your reputation.
I know. I'm very well aware of that, sir. I was only saying to Mr. Pugh the other day we ought to discontinue it.
But Mr. Pugh disapproved?
Yes, it's our big money maker, you see, sir. Low cost to make bulk buying a more attractive proposition.
So it's fairly common?
In every sense of the word, sir. As a matter of fact, something pretty uncommon happened with this stock about 2 months ago.
Really?
Yes. Someone bought 10,000 of those cream-wove bond envelopes.
And no paper?
How did you guess, sir?
That would be telling. Is it possible for you to tell me more of this strange transaction, Mr. Madewell?
Well, I suppose there can be no harm in it. I have to look it up in the ledger. Would you step this way, Mr.
Steed?
Yes, Steed. Now, where would it be? Yes, this should be it. Yes, here we are, sir. 10,000 cream-wove bond envelopes delivered on the 13th of April to the Anastasia Nursing Academy. For what? The Anastasia Nursing Academy. Thought it a bit odd at the time. What would a nursing academy want with 10,000 envelopes?
The board at the reception of Padley, Seaton and Herrick now read Mr. Seaton in, Mr. Herrick out, and of course Mr. Padley permanently out. Emma Peel had lost no time after lunch. This time she didn't wait in the reception room, but insisted upon seeing Mr. Seaton straight away.
I must confess, Mrs. Peel, that although this is my line of country, I've never come across anything like it before.
No trace of gas or drugs?
No, none.
And yet Mr. Padley seemed to be struggling for breath just before he died.
That's what amazes me. According to what you tell me, he had all the symptoms of acute asphyxiation.
And as his partner, you would know if there was anything wrong with his lungs?
We were not only partners, we were very close friends, Mrs. Peel. We've known each other for years. Why, we were students together. We worked for allergy research together, and if there was anything medically the matter with him, he would certainly have consulted me. The post. Place it down there on the desk, please, Miss Drew.
Yes, Mr. Seaton.
A healthy man apparently chokes to death in a large, airy room. It's unbelievable. Perhaps the autopsy may tell us. Might be a report here in the post.
Just a moment, Doctor.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Pugh.
It seems there's nothing more deadly than the mail. Excuse me, this may appear rude, but there could be a special envelope. No.
Oh, you people are so melodramatic.
I'm sorry. Tell me, Mr. Seaton, just before Mr. Padley died, I heard the sound of violent sneezing coming from his room. The receptionist heard it too. Remarked on him having caught a sudden cold. It was violent sneezing. What do you make of that?
Well, I really can't see that it can have any relevance to poor Henry's death. It seems to me he suffered some sort of gigantic muscular spasm which cut the air off from his lungs.
Collar too tight?
All his shirts were handmade. He was a meticulous man who never wore anything that didn't fit perfectly. Excuse me. Seaton? Yes. Yes, Lord Nightingale's x-rays. Yes, I'll see to them immediately. Thank you. Will you excuse me, Mrs. Peel? I shan't be very long. It was rather important.
Yes, of course.
Seaton left the office, leaving the door open. Mrs. Peel gazed at the mound of letters on the desk with a sense of disappointment. Out in the street, a Rolls-Royce drew up silently to the curbside. A familiar figure of a postman climbed out and slipped an envelope under the door. It was just very unfortunate that Seaton, having collected his x-rays, was crossing back to his consulting room at exactly that moment. Curious, he bent down, picked up the envelope, and seeing it was addressed to him, began to open it. Emma Peel heard the dreaded sneezing and darted out of the office. One look at Seaton's contorted face and the torn envelope in his hand told her everything she wanted to know. Mrs. Peel rushed to the front door and threw it open wide. The figure of the postman was climbing into the back of the Rolls. The sight was so extraordinary that Mrs. Peel knew this was it. She ran to where her own car was parked, a few yards away.
First time in a long time I've had to tail a Rolls-Royce, but here goes.
The Rolls swung its way quietly out of London, heading for the wooded countryside of Buckinghamshire. Emma Peel, playing all the tricks she could think of to keep inconspicuous and at the same time not lose her quarry, followed a discreet distance behind. In the Rolls, Priest, for that was the postman's name, picked up the speaking tube to talk to his chauffeur.
We seem to have a visitor, Dexter.
So I've observed, sir.
An uninvited guest. Think you can do something about it, Dexter?
I rather think so, sir. There's a crossroads a short way ahead. 5 alternative roads. Should be easy.
Good. I leave it to you.
When Emma Peel arrived at the crossroads some minutes later, there was no sign of the Rolls, and the 5 roads were all empty. Mrs. Peel, exasperated, knew she'd failed. She turned the car and headed back to London. The Rolls, hidden under some trees, remained for a while.
You got the number?
Yes, sir.
Good. I want to find out who she is.
And then deal with her, sir?
Exactly. Carry on, Dexter.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
the Anastasia Nurses Academy was an imposing-looking training school, thought John Steed, no expense spared. Yet this was the place that had ordered 10,000 cream-wove bond envelopes from Maidwell and Pew's. So far, Steed's only clue to the mysterious deaths of some of Britain's leading ear, nose and throat specialists. When Steed called to make a few discreet inquiries, a rather beautiful nurse was hanging up a skeleton.
Aren't you going to introduce us?
His name's McTavish.
What's he doing out of his cupboard?
He lives out here during exams.
Ah, so you can bone up on your facts, eh? Ask the matron if she can spare me a few minutes, will you please, nurse?
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 3 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel, investigating the deaths of the ear, nose and throat specialists, find the whole affair not to be sneezed at. John Steed saluted McTavish, the student's skeleton, with his umbrella, and followed the shapely form of the nurse, Melanie, down the corridor. He had privately decided that he quite liked women to have a little flesh on their bones. When Matron appeared, Steed wondered if quite so much flesh was necessary.
Ah, there you are, I'm Matron Alice.
Morning, matron. What have you to...
No, not at all. I only hope I can be of service. Mr...
Steed.
Ah.
You've heard of my foundation, of
Oh,
course.
I'm afraid not.
No? Oh, what a cloistered life you ministering angels lead. The Steed Foundation is dedicated to the service of the sick.
Oh, I see. Buying your way into heaven, Mr. Steed.
Well, it's the only place left, matron. We are thinking of endowing an establishment of this nature.
Oh, well, this establishment is unique, Mr. Steed. We pride ourselves in setting the highest possible standards.
Oh, I appreciate that, matron. All we can hope to do is to follow lamely in your footsteps.
Well, what is it you want to know?
Why, the secret of your success.
Well, that is simple. We only accept what we consider to be the cream of the nursing profession.
Is there much paperwork involved?
Paperwork?
Well, I'm hopeless at administration. You see, I wondered if I'd be biting off more than I could chew.
The amount of correspondence we have to deal with is, well, nothing out of the ordinary. Letters of acceptance or rejection, mostly rejection. We receive roughly 200 applications per month. 1 or 2 are successful.
Well, I'm sure you're right to be so selective. So it would come to something like 50 letters a week.
Oh, well, something like that.
Well, I don't think that would present too great a problem. I'm most grateful to you, Matron.
Oh, always glad to meet a genuine philanthropist. Only wish there were more like you.
Well, if one's born with a silver spoon in one's mouth, one must see that it feeds as many people as possible. Goodbye, Matron.
Goodbye, Mr. Steed.
Emma Peel was driving at high speed back from the country. It had been a wasteful trip. She'd tried to follow the Rolls-Royce that contained Priest, the postman who'd been delivering those fatal envelopes. But Priest had been on to her, and had in fact completely turned the tables. Mrs. Peel didn't know it, but she was being tailed back to London.
Whatever happens, she mustn't see us, Dexter.
I understand, sir.
It'll be easier as soon as we reach town. There'll be much more of this type of car on the road. They're not easy to tail in a rose.
I think it's the last thing the young lady expects, sir.
Mrs. Peel reached town in record speed and made for Steed's apartment. Some minutes later, and half a block away, the Rolls glided to a stop.
So, our little bird has come home to roost, Dexter.
It would appear so, sir. Do we pay our nest a visit, sir?
But of course.
One of these?
Dexter, the chauffeur, reached into his pocket and drew out an envelope.
No. I want her alive. Here, I think we better use this.
Priest produced a cut-glass scent spray, handling it with extreme care.
We must find out what she knows and who she's working for. This should do the trick.
Up in Steed's apartment, Mrs. Peel looked round, saw that Steed's bowler and umbrella were not on the hall stand, and made for the drinks table, poured a large drink, and picked up the telephone. Priest and Dexter left the car and made their way up to Steed's apartment.
Hello? Institute of Allergic Diseases? May I speak to Dr. Fawcett, please? Yes, I'll hold on.
Dexter and Priest, having checked carefully, have found the right corridor and approached Steed's front door.
This must be it. Over to you, Dexter.
You'll come right over then. Fine, I'll be expecting you. Thank you, Dr. Fawcett. Oh, hey-ho. Yes?
Good day. Market research. We're canvassing for opinions on a new perfume due to appear in the shops next spring. I have the spray here. We call it Oblivion. I think you should fall for it.
But Mrs. Peel sensed all was not well. She noticed the shadowy figure of the postman in the background. She looked at the scent spray in Dexter's hand and the drink in her own. Without hesitation, she threw the drink in his face. As he stumbled into the room, Mrs. Peel chopped him neatly. Priest swung into action, grappling with Mrs. Peel. Dexter struggled to his feet, clutching at the scent spray.
Hold on.
Oh, no, you don't.
All right. I've got her. Help me. The sooner we get her down to the car, the better. Come on.
It was some while after that unpleasant happening that Steed arrived home. He started to remove his keys from his pocket when he noticed that the front door was ajar. He hesitated, prodded the door gently with his umbrella. That someone was waiting inside, he had no doubt. Warily, he pushed the gap wider and entered.
Mrs. Peel?
The man who spoke was a fussy little grey-haired creature. He was sitting primly on a chair in the middle of the room, as though endeavouring to create his own atmosphere of isolation.
Comfortable? No. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, I am, frequently.
Choosing curtains like those.
I rather like them.
Too dangerous. 22.3% of all hay fever sufferers are allergic to that type of material.
That's common knowledge, surely.
And look at the dust about the place. Breeding ground for all sorts of bacteria. Where's Mrs. Peel?
I haven't the faintest idea, Mr.
Fawcett. Dr. Fawcett. Institute of Allergic Diseases.
Oh, is that so? I understand, then, that Mrs. Peel asked you to meet her here.
That is so. 4 hours, 31.5 minutes ago.
In connection with Dr. Padley's death?
In connection with the deaths of Dr. Padley and Dr. Seaton.
What?
Dr. Seaton died this morning, soon after the death of his partner.
The same symptoms?
As far as I can ascertain, yes.
Then Emma Peel was certainly onto something. When did you say...
Steed broke off as his foot brushed against something on the carpet. He stopped and picked up the scent spray.
Odd.
Very odd.
A scent spray in the middle of my carpet. What do we deduce from this, Doctor?
That Mrs. Peel was here before I arrived. She probably phoned me from this very apartment.
True. Smell this.
Hey, steady, steady.
Well?
Chloroform.
I don't like it.
You're not the only one. If chloroform is exposed to light and air, it oxidizes to generate phosgene, which...
Dr. Fawcett, would you think me inhospitable if I suggested we postpone our little chat?
Not at all. What's another 4 hours to a busy man?
Well, it's just that I'm due for a rather unpleasant interview. Already, I can hear a voice saying...
Lost her? Lost Emma Peel? What on earth do you mean, Steed?
Well, she's disappeared, Mother.
Dirty work?
Smells. Here, the spray, a trifle unhygienic, too.
Inordinately careless. Scotch?
Oh, please.
Anything positive going?
Not much.
Our time's getting short. 4 more ear, nose, and throat men dead in the last 6 hours. 1 in Brazil, 1 in Australia, and 2 in Russia. Soda?
A dash.
What's the next move?
Find the answer to the puzzle.
What sort of puzzle?
Why a nurses' training college would order 10,000 envelopes.
Sounds like a road to nowhere.
Maybe, but it's got to be travelled, though.
Need any help?
No, thank you. One-man job. Mine.
When?
This evening.
And so, later, John Steed journeyed again to the Anastasia Nurses' Academy. Outside the main doors, he read the motto, 3 C's.
3 C's. Competence, comfort, compassion. And no difficult locks, I trust.
There weren't. Steed entered silently. He found Matron's office without trouble. Then he heard an unusual noise. Unusual, anyway, for that time of night. Steed tiptoed to another door and opened it. To his amazement, Steed found himself gazing at a long line of typists, all typing away at envelopes, throwing them into growing piles in their delivery baskets. Steed closed the door.
3 C's. Curiouser and curiouser and curiouser.
Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
John Steed was sure the answer to the case could only be found by following up on the clue of the empty envelopes. This had taken him, later that day, to the training college of the Anastasia Nurses' Academy. Steed had managed to get into the building all right. He started his investigations from the matron's office, and it was there that he'd heard the strange sound of typing.
Shorthand typing at a nurses' training college? And in the evening?
Steed opened another door and found himself staring at rows of girls typing furiously. They were addressing envelopes and throwing them into delivery baskets. Steed closed the door.
Curiouser and curiouser. Yes, like Alice in Wonderland. I wonder what matron Alice can tell us.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed, still unable to find Mrs. Peel and baffled by the evidence to hand, nevertheless believes a few fresh clues are not to be sneezed at. John Steed, placing his umbrella and bowler on the hat stand in Matron's office, slipped on a special pair of gloves. He decided to risk turning on the light on the desk and started to make a thorough search of the room.
Telephone directories. Hundreds of them. New York, Barcelona, San Francisco, Adelaide. All over the world. Files. Correspondence to be answered. Strange, there's nothing medical. And what's this? From Colonel Morris Timothy, retired. Walsingham House. Dear Matron Alice, glad to know our plans are going ahead without a hitch. Keep up the good work. Victory, final victory. That is the aim, and it lies just ahead. Sincerely, Morris Timothy, Colonel retired. Colonel Morris Timothy. Now, I've heard that name somewhere before. And still not a clue about Mrs. Peel. Where the devil has she got herself to?
Mrs. Peel, at that moment, was asking herself very much the same question. She knew she was in some sort of cell. It contained a bed on which she was lying, feeling rather sick. There were also several sacks leaning against the walls. As Emma Peel sat up, holding her head, the heavy door was unlocked and swung open. The man called Priest entered.
So, you've come round. Got a tiny headache, have we?
Oh, no. We're just a tiny bit homesick.
Tell me a little more about home. Where is it, and who are you working for?
I'm not working for anyone.
Come now, you must see that we mean business. There are ways.
I can't.
Now, that won't do any good.
No, but this might.
Mrs. Peel was really doing quite well, but unfortunately Dexter appeared in the door of the cell. He held two items. In his left hand, a straitjacket. In his right, a rather ugly cosh.
Thank you, Dexter. Yes, if you want to play games, little lady, then we must give you a copy of the rules. A straitjacket, Dexter, and then find Matron. She has work to do. This girl has got to be made to talk.
John Steed, meanwhile, had gone for a drive. Mother wasn't too pleased to see him. It was getting late, and there was still other work to be done.
Well, what is it this time, Steed?
What have we got on Timothy?
Oh, Steed.
Yes, Mother?
How long have you been in the department?
Oh, I don't know, quite a few years, I suppose.
Then you must know by now that we don't file personnel under their Christian names.
This is a surname. Colonel Morris Timothy, retired, of Walsingham House.
He's clean.
You sure?
It's my job to be sure. Morris Timothy, Indian Army, served in 2 wars, the 2 world wars, that is. Not just frontier stuff. Wealthy, something of a philanthropist, a bit kinky. Endows various worthy causes, including...
Including the Anastasia Academy?
Yes.
I think I'd better pay Colonel Timothy a visit.
Any news of Mrs. Peel?
Not yet.
I'm worried. But you know what they say. No news is good news.
Yes. Good night, Mother.
Walsingham House, residence of Colonel Timothy, retired, was large, old, and rambling. The sort of house that could have been converted into a private nursing home. Steed rang the bell, and receiving no answer, tried the door. To his surprise, it opened. The hall, marble-floored and richly panelled, was furnished with antiques. 3 large crates struck an incongruous note. Steed lifted the top of one of them with his umbrella.
Full of handkerchiefs. And the next? Paper tissues.
Curiosity, sir, was responsible for the demise of the cat.
Not to worry, I have 8 lives left.
My advice would be not to throw them away too easily.
But cats don't listen to advice. They walk alone.
That's why so many of them get lost, sir. Have the goodness to remove your coat and roll up your shirt sleeves.
What? Fisticuffs?
Antibiotic injection. Colonel's orders. No visitor allowed in without it. You are a visitor?
A Steed. Now, I phoned. Perhaps I should have also brought my health certificate.
Wouldn't have been of any use, sir. The Colonel insists on his own form of protection.
Against what?
Other people's germs. You see, he has enough of his own to contend with.
Infection prone, eh?
Ever since he came back from Monat, no resistance to Western bacteria. This won't hurt, sir. Now.
You handled that like a connoisseur.
Practice makes perfect. Colonel Timothy will see you now. This way, Mr. Steed. Mr. Steed, sir.
Come in, Steed, come in. You know that the only creatures who get colds are human beings and chimpanzees?
Amazing.
Excuse me, kettle's boiling. Got to have me inhalation, you know.
Can I assist?
Better not get too near. Pour the boiling water into that bowl, there's a good fellow.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, thank you. Now the crystals. That's better. Towel over the head. Only take a minute. You know, there's a lesson to be learned from all this.
I beg your pardon?
A lesson to be learned from the chimpanzees.
Oh, safer to walk on all fours.
No. The more civilized you are, the more susceptible.
Disease of the sophisticated.
Got it in one.
It's yes?
Oh, it's so good. Ever thought of going to Malaya?
Well,
Don't. Dreadful place. Have a look at that.
Early Etruscan?
Not the container. It's what it's got inside. Common cold virus. Preserved at minus 16 degrees centigrade in dry ice.
That's so. Should I have known?
What was it you wanted to speak to me about?
My card.
Steed Foundation. Never heard of it.
Well, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I assume that you've never had a serious illness in Mozambique.
You must be clairvoyant.
We've endowed 3 hospitals there. Now we're founding a nurses' training college to staff them. And as you have helped endow the Anastasia Academy...
You want my advice?
Please.
My advice is don't. More trouble than they're worth.
But the Anastasia Academy...
Never go near the place. Boring, excruciatingly boring. Now, if you want to see really something interesting, let me show you over the rest of the place.
Bless you.
What? Yes. Well, this way.
The colonel led the way from the room down some steps, and pushing open steel doors, revealed that the rest of the house was a form of nursing home.
3 C's. Do they stand for competence, comfort, and compassion?
What? No. That's the other dreary place we were talking about. Cold Cure Clinic. Yes, my pet project. Decided if the medical profession couldn't cure my cold, then I'd do it myself. There's not much luck so far. Well, like to look around.
Well, there's nothing I should like better.
These things take time, you know. Glover! Coming. Now, Dr. Glover, my chief of research. Frank, this is Mr. Steed of the Steed Foundation.
Good evening. Sounds impressive, Mr. Steed.
Only if one comes from Mozambique.
Steed branches out. Thought we might put him in the picture. Show him the shop window, as it were.
Oh, a prospective helper. Good. This way, Mr. Steed.
Tell me, what are all these small rooms leading off the corridors for?
Guinea pig quarters. Student volunteers. We give them artificially induced colds and then house them in pairs so that we can compare their reactions.
How are the colds induced?
Well, first we give them a session in the deep freeze room. Perhaps you'd like to see it. This way.
Good evening, Doctor.
Evening, nurse, evening. Yes.
Steed didn't react, but he did notice that the badge on the nurse's uniform read Anastasia Academy.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Folbigge and produced by David Gooden. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
on the bed, in a dimly lit cell, Emma Peel struggled feebly. She'd made one unsuccessful attempt to escape by tackling the man Priest when he came to try to extract information from her. Unfortunately, he'd been helped by Dexter, who turned out to be quite an expert with a kosh. Mrs. Peel now had a large bump on the temple and a headache. She was further restricted by a gag and a straitjacket. She'd seldom been more helped. Mrs. Peel fell off the bed. She staggered to her feet, lost her balance, and fell heavily against one of the many sacks that were propped against the wall. The sack tore open, fell sideways, and started scattering the contents on the floor of the cell. Hundreds of envelopes, all typed out, ready for posting, all exactly the same as those used to cause the deaths of every ear, nose, and throat specialist. Emma Peel passed out.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed, although infected with enthusiasm, realizes that he is still out in the cold and wonders if his efforts are really not to be sneezed at. John Steed, visiting Colonel Morris Timothy, retired, had found him in the grip of a most vicious cold. Steed gathered that this was more or less the Colonel's permanent, unhappy state, and that as a result of this, the retired army man had decided to devote the rest of his natural days to finding a cure. Steed, privately, thought it would be a long job, but he agreed to be shown over the Colonel's cold cure clinic, which was attached to the house.
Well, this way. I'm sure you'd like to see our deep freeze room where we induce colds for curing. Yes, this way. Evening, nurse.
Evening, Dr. Glover. Evening, Colonel.
Evening.
Steed did not react, but he did note that the badge on the nurse's uniform read Anastasia Academy. The first nurse had also had that uniform.
That's true.
What's that?
I said, two.
Bless you.
This way, Mr. Steed.
bit austere, isn't it?
Everything must be ultra-sanitary and 100% hygienic.
Quite. Tell me, these guinea pigs, the students who volunteer, do they do this for fun?
Science.
They get free board and expenses.
Oh, this is the room. It's kept just below freezing point. Prolonged exposure to such a temperature usually induces a cold within 48 hours. Would you care to look through the grill?
That would certainly shiver my timbers.
Oh, I don't think it does any permanent harm.
What happens when they've caught the cold bug?
Then we isolate the virus and inoculate the patients with experimental antidotes. Come and see our allergy room.
Oh, thank you.
Everything to your satisfaction, Doctor?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you, nurse.
I see that you employ anesthesia nurses.
Yes, all part of the helpful organization. Glover here insists on it. You train them, we'll use them.
And they are only the best. Matron Alice sees to that.
How's she now?
In here next. "75% of the population have at least one cold a year. 25% have 4 or more. The loss of working hours is staggering.
The mind boggles.
Quite.
So this laboratory is where we experiment on antidotes for allergic diseases.
And we're after complete victory. Yes, no good chasing the enemy into the footholds where they can regroup, search and destroy while they're still out on a raiding party. That's the ticket.
Hide them in the veins and in the arteries.
In the cells and in the membranes.
In the handkerchiefs.
And in the paper tissues. The biggest mistake they made was to invade me. I intend to fight back with every weapon at my disposal. Yes, every weapon.
Out in the night, speeding its way towards the heart of the city, was a Rolls-Royce. Priest, in the back seat, reached for the speaking tube. With the other hand, he held an envelope.
Dexter, you may as well know our destination. It's the same as before, Doctors Padley, Seaton and Herrick. This time it's for Dr. Herrick. Do hurry, Dexter. We don't want the doctor to be too late to collect a special delivery.
John Steed completed his tour of the clinic.
Well, thank you, Dr. Glover. Most interesting.
Well, I hope you'll decide to join us, Mr. Steed. The more the merrier.
Carry on the good work, Glover. Remember our aim, unconditional surrender. This way, Steed. A long campaign, Steed. Long campaign.
And, of course, you're running short of allies.
What's that?
Cameras, Padley, Seaton, all dead. Did you know them?
I wrote to them several times. Never had a reply. Like a drink? Scotch?
Oh, thank you.
As Colonel Timothy, retired, turned to the drinks cabinet, Steed sneaked a quick look down at the open appointment book on the desk. What he saw gave him quite a start, for there, in the Colonel's precise hand, was written, "Contact Herrick."
I suppose they thought themselves above this sort of thing. Perhaps they thought, as specialists, they were too good. Too brilliant to work on something as common as the common cold. Your drink.
Oh, thank you, Colonel. But I don't think I'll stay for it after all. Thank you again. See you.
Oh, really, Steve, but you haven't...
And under cover of this last outburst, Steed left. He made for the nearest phone box on the London road. In the London consulting rooms of Padley, Seaton and Herrick, old Dr. Herrick was working late. He sighed, stretched himself.
Sufficient to the day. No more calls. Sufficient to the day.
Downstairs in the parked Rolls, Priest gave his instructions.
The delivery doesn't take place to the rooms, Dexter. That's Herrick's car, the large black one standing over there by the entrance to the park. Leave the envelope propped up against the inside of the windscreen. Then come back here and wait.
John Steed, having given up hope of reaching Herrick by phone, ran back to his Bentley, climbed in, and drove as fast as he could towards town. While in the road, Priest waited patiently. It had its reward. Eventually, old Mr. Herrick left his rooms, doddered his way down the steps, and over to his car.
There he goes. Won't be long now, Dexter.
Herrick's car was an automatic. He got in, started the engine, slipped the car into gear, and was about to drive off when he noticed the envelope propped up on the inside of the windscreen. Herrick frowned, took the envelope, ripped it open. The effect was immediate. He first sneezed. His foot slipped as he was thrown forward and hit the accelerator pedal. The car shot forward at great speed, rapidly climbed the grass verge. At the entrance to the park gate stood a large tree. Herrick's car hit it a glancing blow. The door flew open, and with one last enormous sneeze, Herrick pitched out. As the rolls purred by the crash, Steed arrived. He stopped outside Padley, Seaton, and Herrick, and then saw Herrick's crashed car. He hurried over. A glance told him that Herrick was dead. Another glance showed him the envelope clutched in the old man's hand. In the allergy room of the cold cure clinic, another envelope was being held, this time by a pair of rubber gloves worn by Matron Alice.
Just your mask. Now, the nozzle into the envelope and seal it. So. And now, this is a special delivery. Note the name, personal and private. John Steed, Esquire. Urgent. This must go at once, while I go and attend to that little pet nuisance of ours. I rather fancy she needs cooling off.
There was only one person John Steed could talk to, a person just as worried about the case as he was, Mother.
Things are going out of control, Steed. I told you when I assigned the case that it was urgent. Now, every day brings in more reports of specialists dying. Now, why do you think I sent for you in the first place?
I'm beginning to have my doubts, Mother.
Your job is to stop the smear in the medical profession.
I wish we could find Mrs. Peel.
How far have you got now?
4 envelopes.
Well, that's an improvement. Last time it was 10,000. What have they got to do with it?
I wish I knew. One was found near every dead man.
Well, it's no use running to Mother all the time. Find out anything at Timothy's place.
No, not really.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
I am.
Why?
Too many arrows point in that direction.
Laws of coincidence broken too often.
That's right. Emma Peel was onto something before she disappeared.
How do you know?
Because she sent for Dr. Fawcett of the Institute of Allergic Diseases.
Had a chat with him?
A short one. May I use your phone?
Help yourself. Not that one. Unless you can speak fluent Swahili.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do. However, I think you're sickening.
What?
For a cold, Mother. For a cold.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
a light clicked on in Emma Peel's cell. She blinked furiously, trying to readjust her vision. Hands seized her, and the straitjacket was mercifully removed. The matron peered down at her.
Now, if you decide to cooperate like a good girl, you won't be hurt. First, we'll remove the gag. Now, a few questions. Will you answer truthfully?
Yes.
You promise, not lip service now.
Yes. Not lip service. Teeth.
Emma Peel's bite was always worse than her bark.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 6 of this story, in which Colonel Maurice Timothy, retired, realizes that John Steed's contribution to the cold cure clinic is not to be sneezed at. John Steed returned to his apartment later that night. The day had been a long one. Steed had an idea the night was going to be even longer. He telephoned Fawcett of the Institute of Allergic Diseases and was expecting him round. Perhaps it was a combination of the fact that he didn't put the light on, and he was rather thoughtful, that caused him to step right over an envelope lying on his doormat.
Well, first things first, a large drink.
Steed sipped his drink reflectively and began to pace to and fro. On the third perambulation, something white caught his eye. He bent down, picked up the envelope, and studied it.
Personal and private. John Steed, Esquire. Urgent. Ah, good news. They're on to me. And that can only mean one thing. At least I'm on the right track.
Emma Peel had not found recent events very encouraging. It seemed the matron rather resented being bitten in her podgy forearm and was determined that Mrs. Peel should be cooled off.
A period in the deep freeze should cool your temper, my girl. All right, put her in there. And now the temperature gauge. Let's set it to sub-zero. That should do the trick.
When Fawcett of the Institute of Allergic Diseases arrived at Steed's apartment, he wasn't in a very good mood. Never a cheerful man, he found being called out at night extremely irritating. He was quite prepared to give John Steed a piece of his mind. He rang the bell. But when the door opened, he recoiled in horror.
Sorry, boy. Not out of space, just a gas mask. Necessary for a little experiment. Go ahead.
What are you playing at, Steed? Inviting me round here so late.
I should explain. Here, put this other mask on and come through.
Oh, very well.
There. Come through.
Yes, it's all right.
Right now. Come and watch this. Now, you see, I've received an envelope. Now, I have got reason to think it contains something rather deadly. So I slit the envelope. So. And took the contents all over Mrs. Peel's treasured pot plant. Oh, dear. She's not going to thank me for that at all.
The pot plant was positively wilting.
What the devil's this all about, Steed? My dear Fawcett, that's why I've invited you here. I want you to tell me. Let's leave the rest of the thing for a bit. Let me give you a drink. The pickles through the mask, eh? Oh, never mind, won't take long. I'm sure it'll clear soon. It's a question of temperature in my belief. Do sit down.
it was a question of temperature that was bothering Mrs. Peel. The freezing chamber was, well, freezing. She tried jumping up and down, and then running round in circles. Poor Emma found that her exertions were wearing her out without making her warm, and she was quickly succumbing to the intense cold.
Oh, for a drink. A nice hot drink.
Your drink, Fawcett. I think we can remove our masks now. Well, that seems to be safe enough. Now, the envelope. Anything left in there, do you think, Fawcett?
There's enough. Oh, it's not dangerous now. Might be infective, but it's not lethal. Microscope, Steed.
At your elbow. Slides on the desk.
Let's take a smear. Now let's see.
Anything left? Anything interesting?
Enough. Have to have it analyzed, of course, but my guess is that it's a common cold virus powder, manufactured at a fantastic concentration.
Virus powder?
It sounds innocuous enough, but it'd be powerful enough to kill an elephant.
So the victim would sneeze to death?
If he didn't choke to death first.
Well, how do you isolate a common virus?
By a dry freeze, or rather a freeze-drying process. But how it is concentrated to this extent is beyond me.
Death by post, eh? So simple.
So effective. An unsuspecting victim would stand no chance.
But why ear, nose and throat specialists? Camrose, Padley, Seaton, Herrick? What on earth do they have in common?
Well, the tragedy is that if they'd realized what it was in each envelope, they would each have known how to deal with it.
Why?
Because they were all working in the same field.
What field?
Anti-allergy research.
You mean common cold allergies?
Yes, that's right.
What I can't understand is why you haven't received one of these envelopes yourself.
Probably because I am only concerned with virus analysis.
Whereas the dead man...
We're concerned with antidotes. Any one of them might have discovered one already, for all I know.
So, if they'd lived, they would have been a constant threat to someone who has the facilities to produce this powder. Excuse me, Fawcett, it's late, I know, but I have to see a certain gentleman, late retired.
In the deep freeze room, Emma Peel had faced up to the fact that it just wasn't worth trying to keep warm by burning up energy. She looked around the place.
Ooh. Oh, there's no way out, except that small grating. What size hips, I wonder? Well, I have been slimming lately. But how? It has possibilities. And I can never move it. Nothing here even to attempt it with. Nothing but silly tablets and medicines and... Now, what is this?
Mrs. Peel stopped by a shelf of bottles. Prominent amongst the other packets of drugs was a packet labelled potassium chlorate tablets. Next to the packet was a bottle labelled ether. Mrs. Peel stared at them for some time.
And that gives me an idea. Potassium tablets.
She reached up, took the packet, and began sprinkling a trail of tablets from the grating, which was almost at floor level, to the opposite side of the cell. She removed one shoe and began carefully grinding the tablets into a powder.
Potassium chloride explodes under impact. So careful. Ether is inflammable. Well, mix the two and hit out, and something's got to happen. Well, the grating's out, and so am I.
Mrs. Peel squeezed her lissom body into the opening and found herself in an air shaft. It was a little draughty, but the temperature was nearer normal. As she began crawling on all fours along the tunnel, she heard voices.
Well, Steed should be out of the way by now.
Seaton certainly is.
There was one point when I thought the case was getting out of control. I was actually thinking of calling in the chief, but he wouldn't have liked it.
It's all right, matron. There were no delivery complications. Steed will have found the letter by now, opened it, sniffed, and snuffed it. So what's next?
A final allergy test. And then we can start to eliminate the rest of the opposition.
What kind of test?
Oh, a very final one. We need a special guinea pig.
It was at that point that Emma Peel, in the air shaft above the heads of the matron and priest, could go on no longer. She held her nose as hard as she could.
What's the survival risk?
Nil.
And how about using...
Mrs. Peel sneezed, lost her grip and shot down the air shaft, arriving with a clump and a sneeze at their feet.
How about using her?
Ideal. Take her to the allergy laboratory. The chief can deal with her immediately.
John Steed had knocked up a gentleman who'd just retired. Retired for the night, that is, as well as retired from the army. Colonel Maurice Timothy, late, we've gone into all that, was not at all pleased. He'd met Steed with a shotgun at the ready. Steed had done some swift talking, but...
It's preposterous, ridiculous. Murder by mail, deadly dust. Even if it were true.
I think you know it is true, Colonel.
You mean you suspect me?
The colonel raised the shotgun.
I don't know why you bother to deny it. You have all the cards.
I don't believe in playing them. Not in the habit of shooting people in cold blood.
Colonel, if you hadn't got anything to do with this, then don't you see that you yourself would have got one of these envelopes before now?
Well, now, bless my soul. I never opened my mail until morning, but look at this. On the tray ready with my breakfast things.
That's it. Colonel Maurice Timothy, retired. Most urgent. Now do you believe me? Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
Mrs. Peel had escaped from the deep freeze room at the cold cure clinic by removing the grating that led to the air shaft and crawling her way along the tunnel that led to the other rooms. Unfortunately, just above the shaft that led down to the matron's office, she was overcome with an irresistible desire to sneeze. She tried to prevent this by holding her nose, lost her grip on the metal support, and shot down the opening into the room beneath.
Right, I've got her. Here's the special guinea pig we need.
Ideal. Take her to the allergy laboratory. The chief can deal with her immediately.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 7 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel solve their case and agree that despite the inconvenience, their partnership is not to be sneezed at. Morris Timothy, retired, stood looking down at the breakfast tray, all set out for serving the following morning. On the tray, propped against a china milk jug, was an envelope. It was addressed to him. John Steed moved forward swiftly and picked it up.
Now do you believe me, Colonel?
Death through the mail? You mean that envelope contained... Oh, it's preposterous.
You care to open it, Colonel?
You mean someone is trying to...
I do. Fawcett of the Institute of Allergic Diseases has had a smear of the virus under a microscope. He swears it's lethal. I'd like to try it.
I say, someone actually trying it out on me, what?
Exactly, Colonel.
What do we do, Steed?
We have to find that someone very quickly.
And where do you suggest we look?
Right here, or rather in the extension of your house.
What? You mean in my cold cure clinic?
Right.
But that means I've been nurturing a viper in me bosom.
I'm afraid so. One whose sting is still very deadly.
Gracious, I hardly know what to say, Steed.
Exactly. Going to open up for me, Colonel?
I'll do better than that. I'll come along with you. Nothing like the call to arms to bring the color to the cheeks. What's the plan of campaign?
Frontal assault. Yes. Straight down the corridor. Now, where's my umbrella? Bowler? That's it. Shoulder arms.
I have a tin helmet somewhere. Shotgun. Steady the butts. By the left, Steed. March. What are we looking for, by the way?
A tall, attractive brunette.
Who isn't?
Now, this one's married. Name of Mrs. Emma Peel. That is, if we're not too late.
Mrs. Peel was in the allergy room and rather in need of help. She was suspended by one hand from a beam, her feet barely touching the floor. The rope around her wrists was so tight that she was forced to use her hand to clutch the beam. Her other arm, which was bare, was tied to her side. Mrs. Peel wasn't very happy with the arrangement.
Won't be long now, mate.
No, it's a shame to keep her waiting. Now she's ready. Yes. Chief, everything prepared.
Oh, splendid. We'll start with the usual standard tests, find out her resistance. Priest, check with Dexter and see we're not disturbed.
Very well, Dr. Glover.
You wish me to repair the injection, Chief?
You wouldn't be allergic to caviar and champagne, Mrs. Peel.
Try me.
Oysters?
Love them.
Quail? Any form of poultry or seafood?
No. Are you allergic to anything at all, Mrs. Peel?
Yes.
Oh, what?
Fat matrons.
Let me prepare just a small injection, Chief.
Very well, matron. Go ahead.
John Steed and the Colonel had broken formation when they entered the main body of the cold cure clinic. In fact, in the darkness of the corridors, they adopted trench warfare and moved forward in a crouched position. The Colonel had the shotgun at the ready. Steed held his umbrella like a medieval lance.
No one in sight.
Combined operation elsewhere.
Indubitably. But where? Shh. Halt.
What?
There. By the door.
Sentry door. What? I have a plan. I shall...
Whatever the Colonel's plan was, it was lost in the confusion of his sneeze. The man at the door, Dexter, sprang to his feet and whirled towards them. The Colonel caught him on the face with his tin helmet. Steed administered the coup de grace with a bop of his bowler.
Like L-alamine all over again.
Surprise attack.
Pincer movement.
The fluidity of approach.
And your hands above your head.
Hands above...
High above your head.
Thank you. Shotgun down, Colonel.
Prisoners of war, it seems.
Sorry, we don't take prisoners. Remember the Battle of Vimy, Colonel? Nice strategy, eh?
Copybook.
Remember how it all began, a diversionary attack?
One to the left and one to the right.
Right!
Army issue.
And demobbed with...
Steed and the Colonel had again used the tin helmet bowler technique to advantage. Priest was out for the count.
Out cold. This way.
She is allergic to ragweed, Dr. Glover.
Oh, perfect. A rather plebeian allergy, Mrs. Peel, but perfect for our purpose.
Which is?
The test of my serum. A test to destruction.
But if I'm to be destroyed, you may as well tell me why. Why are you killing off all those men?
The oldest motif, the oldest cliché. They knew too much. I've discovered an allergy to which no one is resistant yet. Swab the arm, ready for injection, matron.
Oh, very good, Doctor. But soon one of your colleagues might have discovered an antidote.
Precisely. Now, a little whiff of my dust can destroy an entire population. Our whole country. And there'll be no defense against it.
Weapons sold to the highest bidder. Is that it?
A few grains of my powder will make me rich, Mrs. Peel. A few grains of powder or a few milligrams of my liquid. Hold her steady, matron.
Kick out, Mrs. Peel, and look out for Glover. Stay where you are. All of you. Stay still. You see this vial? There's enough liquid in here to kill the whole clinic. Still. That's better. Now I'm leaving you. Bye.
I'm glad to see you haven't lost your grip, Mrs. Peel. Help her down, Colonel. I hate to see a woman hanging around aimlessly.
Colonel Timothy.
Hat trick, Steve. All yours, Colonel.
Oh, very ungraceful. I'm going after Glover.
Glover had taken the back way out, and that meant using the iron fire escape. Steed anticipated this and hurried to the floor above. As Glover began the descent, Steed called to him.
Glover, up here.
I warned you, Steed.
I know, but I've never been able to follow doctor's orders. Besides, you've forgotten something.
Steed reached into his pocket and withdrew the envelope addressed to the Colonel.
You forgot your mail.
Steed slit the envelope quickly, held it upside down, and let it float down upon Glover. The effect was instantaneous, but hardly surprising.
Water in this foot bath for me, Steed?
I'll do better than that. Here. Auntie Ermintrude's patent cold cure. We'll have you up and about in no time. Drink it up.
You're not joining me?
Well, it's a bit heady for the time of day. Go ahead. It clears all the sinuses.
Not bad. Very kind of your aunt. I should write and thank her.
Yes, well, I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
Poor Auntie Ermintrude died at an early age.
Oh, dear. What did she die of?
She caught cold, actually. Well, anyway, one good thing about this, I didn't catch cold. Bad for the image. I mean, you and I both with colds at the same time. If you see what I mean.
People might talk.
Yes, draw the wrong conclusion.
Steed, you'd better face it. You're hopelessly compromised. This footbath is big enough for 4 feet, Steed.
Move over, Mrs. Peel.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
the conference room of the Capital Land and Development Company is large, imposing, and dominated by a large oak desk and 7 chairs. At the moment of starting this story, it is empty. Miss Charles, an attractive, icily efficient young woman, is placing pads and pencils around the desk. Having done so, she glances at her watch and moves to the door. Before she gets there, it opens. Sir Jeremy Broadfoot enters.
Everything is set for tomorrow morning's board meeting, Sir Jeremy.
Good. Thank you, Miss Charles.
If there's nothing else, I'd like to get away early.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Important date tonight, Miss Charles?
I just wish to leave early. Good night, Sir Jeremy.
Miss Charles left the room and the building with cold dignity. Sir Jeremy permitted himself a smile as he watched her climbing into her car. What he didn't see was another car parked across the road. It had 2 men in it. They watched Miss Charles drive off. They saw Sir Jeremy draw the curtains of the conference room. They looked at each other, removed a suitcase from the back seat, and one of them said,
"Overture and beginners, old man. 5 minutes to go and curtain up."
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, because it gets out the worst dirt and stains. Mrs. Francis of Port Elizabeth found that Omo cleaned her husband's bathing trunks.
He used to come home and they'd be marked and splodged with tar and oil from our beaches. Well, he wanted to throw them away, so I said, well, he'd soak them overnight on cold water Omo. And the next day they were shimmering white again.
Cold water Omo cleans best. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Lux is the beauty soap chosen by beautiful film stars around the world. They choose Lux for its rich, moisturizing lather. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel start their investigations into a murder case that has overtones of old-time vaudeville. The case of... Stop me if you've heard this. The 2 men in the car were Merry Maxie Martin and his partner, Jolly Jenkins. Maxie, round, chubby and smiling, was a happy man. Jolly, morose, thin and miserable. Maxie smiled in anticipation of what lay ahead. He indicated the Capital Land and Development Building. Jolly agreed with a languid nod of the head. They left the car, crossed the road, and let themselves into the building. In the corridor that led to the conference room, they stopped. Maxie put down the suitcase.
This'll do all right. Quick change. Right. Ta-tum, ba-bum, ta-tum, ba-bum, ta-ta-ta-ta-tum, ta-tum, ba-bum. Open up, we're in the wings.
Jolly Jenkins opened the case, and from it took a battered straw hat, a false shirt front, and a magician's wand. Maxie donned a coloured bowler with blonde straw hair attached and placed a clown's red ping-pong ball over his nose. They both changed their shoes. Jolly into a pair of tap shoes, Maxie into the oversized clown's shoes. In a matter of seconds, they were ready.
This is it. Come on, we're on.
Inside the conference room, Sir Jeremy looked up in surprise, wondering who could be arriving so late. He hardly had time to say,
"Come in,"
when the door burst open, and the act began.
You've got to S-M-I-L-E. To be
What the devil? Who are you?
I say. Would you care to hear what the girl said to the sailor? Certainly not.
What sort of joke is this? Now look here. You may think that this is very funny.
No, not funny, old man, not funny. I'll tell you what is funny. A man was walking down the street. He met his pal who'd been married for 50 years. He said, "Here, ever thought of divorce during your marriage?"
And the other fellow said, "No, only murder."
Here, speaking of murder, this'll just kill you.
Maxie drew a large, long-barreled pistol from his pocket. He pointed it at Sir Jeremy and fired. Sir Jeremy, a look of utter bewilderment on his face, clutched at his chest. A red stain appeared on his white shirt, spreading over his fingers as he slowly fell across the desk. Dead. The two men hardly gave him a glance, but with a hand on each other's shoulders, they made a typical vaudeville exit from the room.
Oh, we're very, very sad that you've had to leave us, but when you've gotta go, you've gotta go.
Much later, another car made its way through the web of streets towards the Capital Land and Development Building. It was Steed's car. He was at the wheel, Mrs. Peel alongside, with a very intricate street map.
Where are we now?
Page 31.
Oh, that helps a great deal.
Oh, sorry. According to this, we should just have passed over a couple of squiggly lines with a blob at the end.
A railway bridge.
And dead ahead is a broad band with zigzags.
What? That's the Thames.
Oh, well then we take the first left before that.
Right.
No, left.
I mean, right. Left.
We sound like a music hall act. Right, I mean. Oh, forget it. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the right.
Gotta be right this time.
How was Sir Jeremy Broadfoot killed?
Shot. The boys moved in, cleaned the place up, left everything for us.
Signs of a struggle?
Oh, not at all. This car may be tricky to handle in a confined area.
I meant
but...
Sir Jeremy. Any signs that he's... Left?
Taken by surprise.
I know, but I realized we should...
I meant Sir Jeremy. No sign of a struggle. He was taken by surprise.
Or knew the murderer. Now we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11th on the right. That is... Yes. Then we are... Oh, dear.
From where I sit, it looks as though you've got the map upside down.
It is. Upside down.
Well, then we'll just have to go back to the beginning and... Hey, look.
The Capital Land and Development Company. Stop! But how?
Never question the dark mystique of fortuity, Mrs. Beale. Just close the darn map and get out. Let us hasten to the scene of the crime.
Some minutes later, Steed and Mrs. Peel were in the conference room, gazing down at the chalk markings on the floor which outlined where Sir Jeremy had slithered off the oak desk.
I suppose the whole place has been what the crime writers call thoroughly searched.
Thoroughly.
Mrs. Peel reached down under the desk and retrieved a magician's wand. She gazed at it reflectively.
The results are waiting for us in Sir Jeremy's private office. This way.
Oh, right.
Mrs. Peel, aren't you forgetting something?
It's 241 shopping days to Christmas? No?
No.
Oh! It's your birthday?
No. Why have we been called in?
Well, that's a good thought. Why have we been called in?
Well, this company, the Capital Land Development Company, have just landed the contract.
Ah, I see. What contract?
Cupid.
Cupid?
Cupid.
Who is he?
What is it? In the event of war, where would the government want to go?
The moon?
Ah, no, quite the opposite. Underground. Cupid. C-U-P-I-D. The Cabinet Underground Premises in depth. Are to be built by this company.
Oh. So naturally, when one of their directors gets popped off...
We are very concerned. Now, let's look at the evidence.
Okay. What's Exhibit 1?
A footprint found in the grounds outside.
They took a plaster cast, I hope.
They did indeed. This is it.
Steed indicated a cast of a large clown's shoe. Small heel, all foot.
There's something written on it.
Yes, a footnote, as it were. Despite the size of the shoe, the impression depth suggests the person was of normal height.
Not a giant.
No. Unless, of course, he was a remarkably thin one.
A dieting giant? Can't be very common.
What have you got there?
Oh, this?
Mrs. Peel waved the stick she'd picked up.
Oh, the stick. I picked it up in the other room under the desk. It seems to be...
At the wave of the wand, it sprouted paper flowers.
Ah, a bunch of flowers. For you, Steed, with my love.
A quick drive away from the Capital Land and Development Company is a variety artist's rest home. It's called Gresham Grange, or more commonly known as Grease Paint Grange. In the main hall is a tiny proscenium arch, and on the small stage is a permanent Punch and Judy theatre. A collection of old-time actors and musicians gathered around it in movable wooden chairs. The show was a late one, but the audience was rapt in attention. In the front row sat Maxie Martin and Jolly Jenkins. Punch pushed onto the platform a gallows and hammered on the wooden stand.
Excellent, gentlemen. There were no complications?
None. Exactly as he says. It went exactly as rehearsed.
And you're quite certain you were not seen?
Oh, quite certain.
Not a cell was about.
Just like first house on a Monday.
We didn't get an hand.
Gentlemen, ladies, please, quiet. I must remind you that Sir Jeremy was only one of the board. Our work must continue.
I agree. No resting, even matinees on the weekends.
A long run, that's what we are after.
Our revenge will not be complete until all the directors are gone. Look at this, gentlemen. This is a portrait of another director of the Capital Land and Development Company. His name is the Honorable Thomas Randolph Cleghorn. He is your next victim. Strike. Now. He must be killed. Killed.
And with a vicious uppercut, Jimmy Anderson finishes trimming his whole hedge in just 3 hours, 11 minutes. Great work, Jimmy. You play any other sport?
Yes, dominoes.
You're looking pretty cool, Jimmy. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
The cleaning power of cold water Omo gives you the superb cleanness you want from a washing powder. Listen to Mrs. Baxter of Claremont.
It really is good, you know. I mean, it's unbelievable, really, that it could be so good, you know.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
In the main hall of the variety artist's home, Greasepaint Grange, several members of the home gathered about a Punch and Judy stand. Maxie Martin and Jolly Jenkins in the front row. Punch was addressing his audience.
Excellent, excellent. There were no complications, Mary Maxie?
None.
Satisfied all went well, Jolly Jenkins? He is dead?
As a doornail.
And you're quite certain that you were not seen?
Oh, quite certain. Not a soul there. Like first house on the Monday.
Didn't get an hand.
Ladies, gentlemen, please, quiet, quiet. I must remind you that Sir Jeremy was only one of the board. Our work must continue.
I agree. No resting.
A long run, that's what we want.
Our revenge will not be complete until all the directors have been removed. Look at this. It is a photograph of another director of the Capital Land and Development Company. His name is the Honorable Thomas Randolph Cleghorn.
Punch waved the toy club and brought it down hard on the wooden platform in front of him.
He is your next victim. Strike! Strike! Now! 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 He must be killed! 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 Killed!
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many housewives have discovered that the cleaning power of cold water Omo gives them sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
I tried it, and it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on the general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We've got strawberry and vanilla, half and half. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. Where walls Pink Pussycat now.
Episode 2 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel are called in to investigate a second murder and get rather more on the right track and even come near to saying... Stop me if you heard this. John Steed and Mrs. Peel found themselves assigned to an unusual murder case. Murder cases weren't really their department. Normally, it would be a police or a Scotland Yard matter. But Sir Jeremy Broadfoot was an extremely important man whose company had just landed a secret government project. He had been shot dead, and his death might jeopardize the government planning. So, Steed and Emma Peel found themselves looking into things. They hadn't got very far, and certainly didn't anticipate that another murder had been arranged. The victim this time was the Honourable Thomas Randolph Cleghorn, who was extremely fond of hunting, shooting, and fishing. He was very much a hunting, shooting, and fishing man.
Yes. Splendid day for a shoot, Ponsonby.
Oh, rather.
The water looks fine. Plenty of fowl here. I should get a brace of plump duck within the hour.
Should do.
Look, I'll take the far shore side. You work round to the woods over there. Flush 'em out. Ducks will rise on this marsh. I'll give 'em a duck call.
Oh, great.
Listen. There, see?
But what Cleghorn didn't know was that some little way away, in the marshland, merry Maxie Martin and Jolly Jenkins, attired in their stage outfits, were sitting in a flat punt. Jenkins blew through a musical instrument and repeated the duck call.
Oh, that'll get 'em, Jolly. They'll be folded in the aisles. Got the feathers ready?
Feathers at the ready, Maxie.
Dum-da-da-da-dum-da-da-da-dum, dum-da-da-da-dum-da-da-da-dum. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the most death-defying act since William Tell and the Apple.
Maxie stooped low into the boat and put on the colourful bowler. On the top of it was an artificial duck.
Play it again, Jolly. Encore! Play it again.
Maxie stood up in the punt. The artificial duck appeared above the reeds.
Cool, near thing. Like facing rotten eggs at the old Empire Art Depot. Here, Jolly boy, throw the feathers, mate, throw the feathers.
Jolly Jenkins threw a handful of feathers into the air, and they both crouched low in the punt. A few minutes later, Cleghorn splashed his way through the marsh, crashing through the reeds, confident of a kill.
I say. Would you care to hear what the girl said to the sailor?
Don't be disgusting.
Perfectly correct. I thank you. We always hit 'em hard, knock 'em in the yellows, like this.
And this. And this.
And this.
Maxie and Jolly made their exit in the punt.
Oh, we're very, very sad that you've had to leave us, but when you've gotta go, you've gotta go.
What do you think it is, Steve?
Red ping-pong ball with a hole in it. Concentrate on the game. I thought you were good at table tennis.
I am. Come on, your service.
16-7.
Of course, it needn't have anything to do with the murder.
It was found on the scene of the crime, near Cleghorn's body.
Yes, so you said. But the Honourable T.R. Cleghorn was drowned.
And bopped on the head, severely. Very badly bashed on the top of his artistic cranium.
Bopped with a traditional bopper, in fact.
A blunt instrument. There.
Shot.
Oh, none of it makes much sense. Gigantic footprints, sticks that turn into bunches of flowers, and now red ping-pong balls.
Well, perhaps I'll stand more chance of beating you if I used the red ping-pong ball. Or wore it as a nose. Hey, Steed. Da-da-da-da-da-da, all the world loves the clown.
Mrs. Peel popped the red ball onto the end of her nose and did a little clown's dance.
Now, why the devil didn't I think of that? Of course. Come on, Mrs. Peel, I've got another job for you.
You're joking.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not even clowning. Come on.
The Variety Organization's makeup registration office in Stepney consists of 2 very crowded rooms and only one person. The person is Miss Marcia Rugman, a small lady, nervous and highly strung. She'd led a very checkered life, having been a singer, a dancer, a trapeze artist, a wardrobe mistress, a dresser, and now keeper of records. When Mrs. Peel walked into the building, Miss Rugman was painting an egg. She was painting most meticulously the face of a clown upon it, noting every detail of its distinctive makeup. Mrs. Peel rang the doorbell rather loudly. Miss Rugman gave a start, the egg rolled off the desk and broke.
Oh, dear. That's the second today. Oh, all right. Patience.
Yes? Marcia Rudman? Makeup registration?
Yes?
Emma Peel. I phoned you earlier to ask for information. May I come in?
Come in? Oh, that's most unusual.
Is it? I thought these were public offices.
But that's the trouble. They're too public. Oh, they're all right. Come in if you must, but kindly notice the notices.
Mrs. Peel looked around the walls. There were many notices, all exhorting callers to take care.
Don't tread carelessly or bang into anything. Don't swing handbags. Don't talk loudly. Don't bounce on your toes. Don't vibrate. Don't even breathe near eggs. Just don't.
One section particularly could apply to you, the handbag. You see, I have to take these precautions. Every clown's makeup in this section is carefully recorded on an egg and stored in those long racks. Every clown's face registered and copyrighted, all on large-sized eggs. Oh, if they ever broke...
Omelettes for life?
This is not funny, Mrs. Peel.
Oh, sorry. I want to trace a clown, a red-nosed comedian.
What does he look like?
Ah, well, that's the trouble. We have so little to go on, except this.
Mrs. Peel drew from her pocket the red ping-pong ball with the hole in it.
Of course, to me, it's just a red ping-pong ball, but perhaps...
It'll take time. Colour, shape. It'll take time. But just leave it to me. I'll trace it. Yes, leave it to me.
Miss Marcia Rugman may have been confident that she could trace this red-nosed comic, but the board of the Capital Land and Development Company weren't so sure it would do any good.
A red-nosed comedian? Oh, really, Steed?
Well, that's the line we're following, Lord Dessington.
But where's the sense in it? 2 of our board have been murdered. You're trying to tell us that some fellow with a red nose...
Would be excellently disguised. Not so, Seagrave?
Steed's got a point there, my lord. All clowns look alike.
What do you think, Wiltshire?
I prefer a good baritone myself, or a troop of gals, eh? High-stepping young fillies. No disguising their charm.
That's hardly the point. I still say, what's the sense in it, Steed? You were brought in because of Project Cupid, because the murders might be part of a bigger plot to wreck the project, and now we're talking about comedians.
The whole thing's been trouble from the very start. This project...
Oh, come now, Wiltshire.
What do you mean, trouble? I thought it had all gone smoothly.
And so it has, Mr. Steed. As the youngest member and accountant...
you know least about it, Seagrave. What about the fights we've had? Bradford and Cleghorn arguing about the choice of materials, you and Dessington over the choice of subcontractors.
Perfectly normal on a project of Cupid size. Natural to have disagreements on perfectly amicable terms.
Yes, well, I won't keep you any longer, gentlemen. I don't have to warn you to be on your guard.
Against comedians? What'll he do? Tickle us to death?
It won't be a joking matter. Oh, incidentally, Mr. Seagrave, you were wrong about all clowns looking the same. Every clown registers his personal makeup. It's copyright, and they can all be traced. That's what we're working on at the moment. Well, good day.
Later, in Greasepaint Grange, Punch, from his stage, was holding forth.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned this meeting because we do have an emergency.
An emergency? What is it? We were all set to play the game with Wiltshire.
Wiltshire will have to wait. This concerns part of your makeup, carelessly left at the scene of the last crime.
Oh, that was only a facial extremity, a scarlet proboscis.
A nose by any other name. It was a vital clue to your identity. You have both been wearing full stage makeup.
Well, I work best when I'm in costume.
I feel naked without it.
He's right.
We work the act like this all the time.
Quite. But your makeup is distinctive to you.
Well, of course it is. If I found out anybody was pinching my act, you know what The registration offices. Miss Rugman.
Exactly. She is the emergency. She must be disposed of. What do you say to that?
Yes.
Kill! Your dog gives you a lot of pleasure. Now here's something you must do for him. Give him all new Procos health food for dogs. It's complete. New Procos contains all the energy-giving vitamins and protein a healthy dog needs. So with New Procos, you need feed him nothing else. New Procos health food is all he needs. Care for your dog. Give him New Procos health food for dogs. It's complete, and he'll love it.
There's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Gray of Durban has this to say.
I can't even explain it. It astounded me. I was really and truly very astounded.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
Punch was holding forth yet again on his small stage of the Punch and Judy Theatre at the old artist's home of Grease Paint Grange. This time to a selective audience.
Mr. Punch, why all this hold-up? We were set to play the game once again. We were all set to kill Wiltshire.
Wiltshire will have to wait. This concerns part of your makeup. It was carelessly left at the scene of the crime.
Ah, that was only a facial extremity, a scarlet proboscis,
A nose by any other name. The point is that it was a vital clue to your identity. You have both been wearing stage makeup.
Well, I work best in costume. Isn't that so, Jolly?
Max is right. I feel naked without makeup.
Yeah, we work the whole act like this all the time.
Quiet. Your makeup is distinctive to you, Merry Maxie.
Of course it is. If I'd found out anybody else was stealing my act and my makeup, do you know what Oh, the registration office. Miss Marcia Rugman. She knows me. She's got my face on file.
Exactly. She is the reason why I called this emergency meeting. She must be disposed of. What do you say to that?
Yes.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Cold Water Omo has really powerful cleaning action. Mrs. Senior discovered this.
My husband wears overalls to work, and they come back very sort of greasy and dirty. My girl actually does them by hand in the tub, but she uses cold water Omo, and they're fine, and they come up perfectly clean.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
I've stuck to cold water Omo, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
Cold Water Omo cleans best.
Beautiful Jill St. John knows the value of the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Choose Lux to keep your skin soft and smooth. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 3 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel hit even more trouble and meet a comedian's gag writer who says, inevitably, "Stop me if you've heard this." 2 members of the board of directors of the Capital Land and Development Company had been murdered, and John Steed and Emma Peel were, frankly, baffled. The only real clue they had was a theatrical one, a red nose in the shape of a ping-pong ball. The sort of nose a clown would wear. Not much to go on, except that every clown has to have his makeup registered. Mrs. Peel had gone to the registration offices and interviewed a nervous little lady named Marcia Rugman. Miss Rugman had promised to identify the red nose from the hundreds she had registered. Mrs. Peel was content to wait. John Steed was resigned to waiting. But Mary Maxie Martin, who owned the nose, wouldn't wait a moment longer.
Come on, we got to get there fast, Jolly.
Don't call us, we'll call you. Here we go.
No, not that fast. We don't want to end up dead like the rest of them. No, not that slow. We'll never get there at this pace.
You know something, Maxie? What? I think you better drive.
I don't wish to know that. Kindly leave the stage. Look, the whole act's been like a hearse all week. It's either Miss Rugman's hearse or it's a double bill affair, yours and mine. Carry on, but for heaven's sake, find a place.
I think it's down a bit and then second on the prompt side.
Then get there, will you? This is the most important date we've ever had, Jolly. Get there.
Miss Marcia Rugman had worked quietly but thoroughly for hours, going through all the clown's makeups illustrated upon her countless rows of eggs. She sighed impatiently.
Takes so much time. There are so many faces and so few clues. think I might just put my finger on him at any moment. And then again, of course, it could take days. Ah!
Miss Rugman stretched out a nervous hand.
This could be it. Yes, I think so. Now, all I have to do is to ring Mrs. Peel and report the whole matter. Peace at last.
As Miss Rugman made her way towards the small outer office which contained the telephone, a fanlight in the storeroom opened.
Careful now, Jolly. Any noise is going to spoil our whole entrance. Right. Great, here I come. Good. Where is the old bag? Must be through in the other office. Okay, Jolly, let's try the old banana routine. Suits me.
Miss Rugman was on the phone to Emma Peel.
Hello? Hello, Mrs. Peel. Yes, Marcia Rugman of Variety Registration.
Oh, yes. Have you any news for me?
Yes, I think so. The red nose seems to be identical to that used by a variety comedian known as... Oh dear, something's happening. Hold on.
Here we go, Jolly. A 1, a 2, a 3. I say. Would you care to hear what the girl said to the sailor?
That is ridiculous.
Perfectly correct, I think, oh.
Now, what is this? What's going on? What do you think you're...
There was a large banana skin in the way. Miss Rugman, in her concern, didn't see it until too late. She ended up under a bench. Maxie produced his toy pistol, and he and Jolly went into their exit routine.
Oh, we're very, very sad that you've had to leave us, but when you gotta go, you gotta go.
It was Miss Rugman. She sounded as though she had something to tell me. Then she was called away, and there was some crazy type singing going on. I think the old girl's in trouble. You better come with me, Steve.
By the time Steed and Emma Peel had broken into the registration offices, Maxie and Jolly had, of course, left. Miss Rugman didn't look a pretty sight, lying on the floor amongst the broken eggs and the filing cabinets.
All the king's horses.
And all the king's men. Poor thing, nasty mess.
What the devil was she about to tell you?
We shall never know.
I sincerely hope we shall. Now, let's see, she was on the telephone. That's through here. Yes, the phone's still off the hook. What's this on the writing pad?
Hey, let me see. A red-nosed comedian, the registration of Mary Maxie Martin.
We could be getting somewhere at last.
Congratulations to Maxie and Jolly. Superbly executed, if you will forgive the pun.
The egg woman can't give us away now, eh, Jolly? That's no yoke, eh?
They don't call Maxie the man with a million cracks for nothing.
What next, Mr. Punch? Or rather, who is next?
Back to the directors, of course.
Wiltshire. We had a new routine all worked out for him, didn't we, Jolly?
Sure. This one will go like a bomb, Mr. Punch. Like a bomb.
Right. Wiltshire it is, then. But first...
Yes?
First, I think you must think carefully. Is there anyone else who could give you away? Anyone who knows your act well?
No, everyone we know is dead.
Yeah, or soon will be.
Right. Then you'd better get off to rehearse. We don't want anything to go wrong.
It won't, we promise you. Split-second timing, that's been the secret of our success. Come on, Jolly, let's give him the old Tabex in. La-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum.
Oh, we're very, very sad that we have to leave you, but when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Meeting dismissed. That concludes our session.
Here, there's just one thing, Mr. Punch.
Oh? Yes. Who is it? Letty LaRue, the lass from Lancashire. What is it, Letty?
You asked if there was anyone who knew Max's act. Well, what about the gag writer?
Gag writer?
Aye. I work through all the halls up north with Maxie and Jolly. They always have the same gag writer.
You think he might give something away?
Max and Jolly haven't really worked for years, but they could be traced through the gag writer.
Quiet. Anyone know the name of this gag writer?
Marler. Bradley Marler. That's his name. Bradley Marler.
So this Mary Maxie Martin hasn't really been in work for ages, Steve.
Resting, Mrs. Peel.
And what are we doing in this sleazy place?
Bradley Marler.
Who's he?
A writer. The only person I can find who might lead us to Mary Maxie. He used to write his material for him.
Gag writer. I've never met one of those before.
Well, it's always nice to have a new experience. Ah, here we are.
Come in.
Bradley Marler was an experience. Wearing dirty slacks and an enormous sweater, he was sitting behind a rickety desk peering at a typewriter. Papers fell from the desk, spilling over the floor. He looked up and ran his fingers through long, unkempt hair.
Bradley Marler?
If I'm not, I'm having a great time with his wife. Great time with his wife. Not bad, eh? Jot that down.
I beg your pardon?
It's a joke. Great time with his wife, and I'm not even married. Well, perhaps not.
Yes, well, I'm John Steed, and this is Emma Peel.
Steed and Peel. No, never heard of you. Song and dance? Acrobat? Listen to this. Girl was going to marry a millionaire. Friend of hers said, do you know what you're doing? He's 78. The girl says, look, if someone gives you a blank check, you don't look at the date. Like it?
Devastating. Not so, Mrs. Peel?
It has a certain humorous shape.
Don't go away. I've got more, yeah?
We were hoping that you could help us.
I'm a writer, not an agent. Can't get anyone work.
We're not in the entertainment business.
Oh, in television. I've got a hilarious brain surgeon routine.
Not television.
Oh, a doe rabbit came out of the prairie bush and said, I wouldn't do that again for $50.
Yes. Well, we don't want to start any hairs running. I understand you used to write gags for Mary Maxie Martin.
Who hasn't worked for some time. Hardly surprising.
Maxie Martin? Dear old Maxie Martin. Whatever happened to him?
Yes, well, we thought you might be able to tell us.
I haven't seen him for years. A great comedian, a quick change artist.
You don't know where he might be at the moment?
No. Where do they all go? Vaudeville, Variety, it's dead. Theatres, music halls, closed. Maxie Martin and Jolly Jenkins. Old style, that act. Couldn't adapt a new routine.
Yes, well, tell me more about Maxie.
What is there to tell? He ruled the Gloucester Palladium. Played there for years. I loved him.
The Gloucester Palladium, that rings a bell.
Yeah, it's closed now, of course. It's been stamped in empty for I don't know how long. Falling to pieces, I shouldn't wonder. Like all the other old theatres.
Yes, well, times change.
Sad. Sad when you think you'll never see Max's big feet again. And that red nose. Yeah. Variety's dead.
Is it? I wonder. Dead, but, won't lie down.
Or it might just be deciding to fight back.
By trailing around the old haunts like the Gloucester Palladium. Let's go, Mrs. Peel. Bye, Mr. Marler. Thanks a lot.
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sports?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
There's no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo.
If you use cold water, Omo comes out very, very easily indeed.
Says Mrs. Sutherland of the Innican. Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Folbigge and produced by David Gooden. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
Brigadier Wiltshire, a member of the board of directors of the Capital Land and Development Company, had his very impressive saloon parked in the garage beneath the building. he worked only a short time a day, in an advisory capacity only. So Maxie Martin and Jolly Jenkins knew they would have only a little while to wait.
Yeah, that's his Nib's car, Jolly. I fixed everything. Won't be long now.
In the money, eh? Can't take it with you, though, can you?
Oh, remember the war? When we even played garages. That number we used to do for the troops, how did it go? Oh, I'd give the world to start all over. Back in the old routine. Tell my nights. And here he comes.
The brigadier walked smartly to his car, got in, put the key into the ignition, started the engine.
I told you it'd go like a bomb. Come on, let's make an exit.
Oh, we're very, very sad that you've had to leave us, but when you've gotta go, you've gotta go.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. This is what Mrs. Lyons of Yellowwood Park, Durban, has to say.
It is the one powder that does everything. Well, for me, I know that.
Yes?
There's so many things that I've used and experimented with just to prove cold water Omo. Really to put it to the ultimate test. You know, and I find that it's come up to all my expectations.
Yes. Cold water Omo cleans best.
Don't just admire your little girl's complexion. Share it. Knight's Castile is doubly enriched with lanolin to keep your skin soft and young. Pure, mild Knight's Castile for a complexion that never grows up.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel continue to chase old-time variety acts, and Bradley Marler, the gag writer, says for the last time... Stop me if you've heard this. John Steed was sure he was right in thinking that the murders of the directors of the Capital Land and Development Company were connected with old-time variety music hall. Mrs. Peel thought so too, but couldn't for the life of her see why. But there was evidence to link the crimes with Merry Maxie Martin and his partner, Jolly Jenkins. But no one, not even Bradley Marler, who used to write material for their act, knew where the two comedians were. It seems that old variety artists never die, they simply fade away. But successful company directors do die. Sir Jeremy Broadfoot, the Honourable Thomas Randolph Cleghorn, and now Brigadier Wiltshire. Lord Dessington, also on the board, was worried. Don't blame him.
Three of us gone now, Miss Charles.
Don't look at me, Lord Dessington. I really am almost as upset as you are. I assure you it had nothing to do with me.
Of course it hasn't, you silly woman. And you're safe enough.
I don't quite know what you mean.
Well, I mean, no one's likely to murder you.
I sincerely hope not. I've always tried to do my best for the company.
Yes, of course. Well, there's work to do. Come, let's go into my office. Dictation.
Yes, Lord Dessington. I'll just get my book.
Very well. Follow me.
At the door of his office, Lord Dessington paused and called back as he opened the door.
Oh, and bring with you the...
Lord Dessington staggered back into the boardroom. He gazed in horror at the floor of his office. There was a very large, heavy arc lamp, shattered in 100 pieces.
Miss Charles! Miss Charles!
Coming! Oh, what on earth have you done?
It isn't what I've done, Miss Charles. It's what someone has tried to do to me. Call John Steed. Tell him someone has just tried to kill me. Call him at once.
John Steed arrived in double quick time.
Placed so that it would fall upon the next person to enter. Old-fashioned type of joke. The would-be killer has an old-fashioned mind. It all fits.
If I hadn't paused to give extra instructions to Miss Child, then I'd probably...
I see what you mean. But our killer made one mistake. He didn't get you.
Lord Dessington, I've just heard the news. Are you all right?
Just all right, Seagrave. Just all right.
Well, it's no thanks to you, Steed. 3 of us dead. And now another murderous attack. And what, might I ask, have you been doing to help? Chasing eggs? Or is it still red noses?
One red nose, actually. Attached to a gentleman known as Merry Maxie Martin. Clown, comic, quick change artist, soft shoe shuffler, star of the Gladchester Palladium, and I suspect killer.
There's a killer about, all right. I can't say if... Gladchester Palladium, did you say?
Yes, that's right.
But this company owns the Gladchester Palladium.
Huh?
Miss Child, fetch the file on the theatre building.
I'm afraid it isn't available. We filed it in our archives.
Eh? You'll just have to take our word for it, Steed. The Gladchester Palladium is ours. Bought it along with a whole chain of vaudeville theatres. 30 or 40 of them. All due for demolition, of course. Vaudeville dead, as you know.
Yes, that's what Mrs. Peel and I have both been saying. And Mrs. Peel advanced the theory that vaudeville might be fighting back. It looks as though she's right, doesn't it?
In the main hall of Greasepaint Grange, the home of old variety actors, Mr. Punch, on his small Punch and Judy stage, was once again the centre of attraction. He banged the stand with his cudgel.
Failed.
Oh, we're sorry, Mr. Punch.
Very sorry, Mr. Punch.
Sorry? What's the good of being sorry? It was a total failure.
Oh, don't worry. We'll do better, second house.
Yeah, of course. Second house, we always slay 'em.
Lord Dessington should now be dead.
But he will be. Very soon. You can't win 'em all, you know.
Jolly's right. We'll leave again immediately. It won't happen again. We promise. Come on, Jolly. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, we're very, very
Wait.
to leave.
Eh?
I asked the company earlier if there was anyone you could think of who might prove to be a danger to our plan.
Well, we told you. No one.
No one.
Miss Letty from Lancashire says otherwise. Not so, Miss Letty?
What about your old gag writer, Maxie? The one who gave you all those blue jokes that closed us down in Scunthorpe.
What, you mean...
That's right. Bradley Marler. He was a lousy writer, in my opinion. Should have stayed off the Stout more. But he was devoted to you. He'll know where you are and could give us all away.
Bradley Marler. Yeah. Haven't used him for years.
Well, you'd better use him now. Once and for all time. Agreed?
Bradley Marler, much as he loathed the medium, was working on a new TV series. It was clear from the amount of paper reaching up to his ankles that he wasn't getting along very smoothly. There was no knock at the door. It was merely thrown open. And entrance as usual.
I say. Would you care to hear what the girl said to the sailor?
Absolutely impossible.
Ha-ha, perfectly right, I think. Oh.
Maxie, Martin, and Johnny Jenkins. Great, just great. Hi, boys, take a chair.
Hi. Long time no see.
Funny you chaps should pitch up. You know, there's been a fella in here looking for you.
Is that so? You hear that, Jolly?
Just in time. We found you just in time.
Where you been hiding yourselves?
Underneath the arches. We dream our dreams away.
Got it! Greasepaint Grange. That's where you've been, of course. And you plan a comeback, so that's why you've come to me. You need fresh material. You want to get in and make a killing, that's right?
A killing? That's right.
Killing, that's right.
Hey, do you remember that knife-throwing act I worked out for you? It was sensational. You remember, Johnny? You used to stand in front of that board.
Yes, that's right. Show me how, Brad. Show me how.
You have your hands outstretched like this. And you, Maxie, you used to pretend that you were drunk. Great.
Yeah, that's right. I used to stagger about the stage like this. Oh, yes. And I had a bit of pattern. I used to sing a little number. I'm hungover bad this morning. That's why they call me Max the Knife. And then I used to throw the knife, drunkily, but of course very accurately, like this.
Oh!
The large, vicious-looking knife swished through the air. It was accurate. The handle protruded from the center of Bradley Marlowe's chest.
Oh, we're very, very sad that you've had to leave us, but when you've gotta go, you've gotta go.
Well, now, Mrs. Peel, you know what you have to do.
Mm-hmm. Stay close to Lord Desington, act as bodyguard.
That's right. I think there's no doubt that they'll try again.
Right. I'll stay very close. I won't let him out of my sight, not even for a second.
3 people have been killed, and, well, I suppose one can't blame people like young Seagrave for wondering why we haven't foreseen what would happen. They could try and get at Lord Desington at any time.
Don't worry, Steve. They won't get at him. Not with me around.
That's what I like to hear. Confidence. Well, here we are. I only hope that Lord Desington agrees to your being so, intimate.
We'll see just how intimate he thinks it's going to be.
I'm very worried, Mr. Seagrave. Very worried.
I think we all are, Miss Giles.
You know, Mr. Seagrave, that Lord Desington is a very busy man. But in point of fact, he doesn't use his office as often as other people.
Oh, rubbish. Of course he does. Who else uses it more than he does?
One person in particular.
Who?
Me.
Good gracious. Well, you can hardly be serious. Who would want to kill you?
That's what Lord Desington said. He considers me completely unimportant. But I'd like to point out that if these murders are calculated to destroy Project Cupid and undermine the whole of this company, there are 2 people who know more about the business dealings than any others. One is me, because as confidential secretary, nothing can be kept from me. And the other is you, Mr. Seagrave, as company secretary. I think you should be worried, too. Don't you?
John Steed dropped Emma Peel off at Lord Desington's and drove home in a thoughtful mood. When he entered his apartment, the phone was ringing.
Steed?
Steed. Mr. Steed. Marlowe.
Bradley Marlowe? Yes, what is it?
I don't know what you can make of this, but it really killed me. When Mary Maxie called.
Maxie Martin called on you. Did you get his address?
Yes, written it down on a paper. The knife.
No?
Knife.
What knife? What are you talking about? Marla? Marla, answer me.
It's on the...
Marla! What is it, Marla? What are you playing at, Marla?
No good, Steed. Bradley Marlowe has cracked his last gag.
And with one last lurch, Sam Lacey finishes washing his dog in just 17 minutes, 45 seconds. Well done, Sam. Play any other sports?
I lift a pint of beer now and then.
You look very fresh, Sam. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, like Mrs. Bodington.
My wash is beautiful, and I'm very proud of it. There's nothing like cold water Omo.
No dirt can stand up to Omo. Over 1 million housewives have proved it. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo...
Emma Peel had been given the job of looking after Lord Desington. She arrived at the offices of the Capital Land and Development Company and got straight to the point.
Steve tells me I have to stay with you all the time, Lord Dessington. Never let you out of my sight.
Really, dear lady? You think it's necessary?
Yes. Yes, I agree with Steed. Someone made an attempt upon your life and you escaped. It was a very narrow escape. They will try again.
Oh, come now, not necessarily. Of course, I appreciate the service, Mrs. Peel.
Apart from the assignment, Lord Dessington, Steve and I thought... Shh. Carry on. Act normal. Leave this to me. There's someone outside the door, and I'll attend to it right now.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks.
Yes?
If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We've got strawberry and vanilla, top and half. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. We're Walls Pink Pussycat now.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed takes a step forwards, Emma Peel one backwards, and Maxie Martin and Jolly Jenkins again crack. Stop me if you heard this. With 3 murders, 1 attempted murder, and 1 undiscovered murder they knew nothing about, John Steed and Emma Peel were not doing very well on this case. They knew that the whole board of the Capital Land and Development Company was threatened with destruction. They knew that a vaudeville artist, known on the boards as Merry Maxie Martin, and his partner Jolly Jenkins, were possibly responsible for the crimes. But how and why was still a mystery. Steed and Mrs. Peel felt that their job was to protect the remaining members who could be in danger. Lord Dessington was an obvious target, one attempt having already been made on his life.
Shh. Wait. Oh, Miss Charles, isn't it?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Quite thrown off my balance. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lord Dessington. I didn't mean to disturb you.
No. Come in, Miss Charles. Come in.
Miss Charles is in.
I came to remind you, sir, that you are due at Farrington Hall today. You asked me to jog your memory.
Yes, so I did. Do you fancy a trip into the country?
Oh, yes. Yes, I think that sounds very attractive.
You are going with Mrs. Peel?
Well, why not?
I'm sorry, sir. I apologize. After all, it has nothing to do with me.
You're right there.
I have apologized.
What is it, Miss Charles? Don't you approve of my charming bodyguard? Mrs. Peel has agreed to look after me. You think it's a good idea?
It isn't for me to say, sir, is it?
No, it isn't. But now you've shown your disapproval, you might just as well continue your opinions.
Well, as you have asked, I hardly think that it is right for the company's image.
Do you think that another murder might help the company's image, Miss Charles?
I hardly think that the would-be killer will strike again so soon, particularly at Farrington Hall. However, Lord Dessington, I'm sure that the lady knows what she is doing.
Yes, I'm sure that she does. Shall we go then, Mrs. Peel? Before the sparks fly.
While Mrs. Peel concentrated on her task of looking after Lord Dessington, John Steed was following up on the mysterious phone call he'd had from Bradley Marler, the variety gag writer. He'd called at Marler's office before to ask for information regarding Maxie Martin. Marler had promised to help trace him if it was at all possible. But the phone call had been desperate and garbled. Steed had got round there straight away to find...
Stabbed. That's what he meant about the knife. Stabbed or is this a throwing knife? Yes, it is. A knife thrown into his chest. Knife-throwing act? Again, we have this theatricality. I must have dragged himself to the phone, dialed my number, blurted out the message, and then this. But he did say he'd written down the address where Maxie Martin is staying, but where in all this?
Steed looked around at the hopeless confusion of Marler's office. The whole place was knee-deep in papers, all scribbled on.
Yeah. My wife is so changeable. A month ago I adored her. Today I can't stand the sight of her. A candle maker is one who works only on weekends. Oh, no. No wonder Maxie Martin gave it up if this is all he had to go on. Oh, well, somewhere amongst this lot is the clue I'm after. It's only a question of time.
And Mr. Punch addressed his audience once again with...
It's only a question of time. They're all going. Bradley Marler had taken his last curtain call.
Oh, well, we did our best, Mr. Punch.
And you know what our best is like. We knock 'em out.
We paralyze 'em.
We slay 'em.
Oh, laugh. Why? We thought we would have tried. We slayed 'em in the old Kent Road.
Very good, very good, very good. But now to business. You must both leave at once. It is essential that you both rectify your previous mistake. You know what I mean.
Lord Dessington?
Lord Dessington?
Lord Dessington. He must be killed. He must be killed. He must be killed. He must be
Lord Dessington drove Mrs. Peel down into the country. He was in a particularly thoughtful mood.
A penny for them, Mrs. Peel.
Oh, just going over things. Steed and I haven't done too well on this case, Lord Dessington.
Well, it's hardly your fault. The whole affair is quite bewildering. I mean, what the devil have we got to do with music halls and all that sort of rubbish?
Well, it's clear enough that your company has taken over lots of the old variety theatres and is in the process of pulling them down.
Even so, that's just a business transaction. Vaudeville is dead. There's no place for it. You can't blame us.
But somebody does.
Yes, but why?
I'm not sure. There's more to it than that. The Variety Act is just a cover-up. There's someone who's behind it all. It must be someone who knows about Project Cupid.
Eh? You think so?
I'm sure of it.
Well, I don't see it myself.
Well, neither do I. That's the reason I'm trying to think it all out. How long has Miss Charles worked for you, Lord Dessington?
About 2 years.
Yes, I see. And all the information on Project Cupid is filed away in the offices of the Capital Land and Development Company?
Of course. I'll tell you quite frankly, Mrs. Peel, that I'm darn glad to get out of the place for a bit. I don't know why, but I feel safer in the country.
Well, I wouldn't be too sure about that, Lord Dessington. Are we here already?
Yes, this is Farrington Hall. Or at least where it will be.
But it isn't even built.
No, not yet. But it's all planned. Like your opinion on it. As you see, it's all marked out with white tape. Every room. Do you understand Builder's plan?
Well, I haven't exactly majored in the subject, but I think I can catch on. The house will face this way.
Yes, that's right. The windows will be here, facing the hill.
Remarkable view.
Mrs. Peel, you are standing in the fireplace.
Oh, so sorry. I think the place has possibilities, Lord Dessington. But
Mrs. Peel stopped and looked keenly at a cluster of bushes.
What is it, Mrs. Peel?
I thought I saw something move down there in what will be your gardens. The bushes. They move.
Burnham Wood comes to Dunsinane, eh?
Well, something like that. Although it's unlucky to quote from Macbeth, you know. We've had plenty of attention from the variety stages. Heaven help us if the classics catch up with us.
That was hardly likely, for down in the bushes, the two comedians were ready to start their act yet once again.
Ready, Jolly, old boy?
Ready, Maxie. We've got to be good this time.
Yeah, sure. Now, just keep up the pace and don't gag through the laughs.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to get any?
Sure. He who laughs last and all that. Are you all set? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. You've got to S-M-I-L-E to B-H-A-P-P-Y.
Back in the marked-out foundations of Farrington Hall, Mrs. Peel and Lord Dessington were amazed to hear the sounds of a comedy song emanating from the bottom of the grounds. Lord Dessington was inclined to be amused. Mrs. Peel wasn't. She drew a revolver from her handbag, gave an order to Lord Dessington...
Stay here.
...and made off in the direction of the sound.
Here she comes. Now, you take her on, Jolly. I'll do the dirty deed.
Sure. Come here, me proud beauties. Ha-ha!
Jolly legged it into the bushes. Mrs. Peel followed. But Merry Maxim Martin remained hidden. Then, when all the confusion appeared to have passed, he calmly walked up the slight slope and said to Lord Dessington,
Oh, I'm very, very sad that you have to leave us, but when you gotta go, you gotta go.
What the devil? Keep your hands off.
Too bad. A bit of a tight squeeze, as the actress said to the bishop.
Maxie had his hands round Lord Dessington's throat. A short while later, Lord Dessington died. Mrs. Peel tore after Jolly Jenkins, but she didn't catch him. In a strange way, he seemed to know the undergrowth better than she did. He just vanished.
I missed him. How the devil did that happen? Not a disappearing act as well.
Mrs. Peel returned to the marked-out patch of ground where Lord Dessington had planned to build Farrington Hall. He lay sprawled in the grass amongst the chalk marks.
Oh, no.
It was at that moment that Mrs. Peel heard the car taking off. She could have sworn that someone in the car was singing.
We're very, very sad that you've had to leave us, but when you've gotta go, you've gotta go.
Mrs. Peel made after the car. In Lord Dessington's Rolls-Royce, she was able to make good time, catching up easily on the worn-out old jalopy driven by Maxie Martin. But he hadn't far to go. He turned into the entrance to Greasepaint Grange just ahead of her. It was at that precise moment that John Steed stopped wading through countless pages of script written by Bradley Marler.
Ah, got it. Gresham Grange, commonly known as Greasepaint Grange. Of course, the old-timers' rest home. That's where we'll find them.
You'll find tragedy unless you move more quickly, Steed. Get going.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Here's Mrs. Senior from Boggantweeny.
I've stuck to cold water, Irma, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
There's no dirt or stains that can stand up to cold water Omo.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. From the makers of Cold Water Omo,
John Steed knew that somewhere amongst the mound of papers in Bradley Marler's office was the clue to where Mary Maxim Martin lived. Bradley was dead, and Steed knew that Maxie had killed him. Steed suspected that Maxie and his partner Jolly Jenkins were responsible for all the murders in this very unusual case, so he searched furiously for the address. And then...
Gresham Grange, otherwise known as Greasepaint Grange. Of course, the old-time variety artist home. That's where they live, and that's where the whole affair will be solved. Now, how the devil am I going to be accepted as an old-time theatrical artist? Well, perhaps it won't be so hard after all.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Over 1 million South African housewives are delighted with the sparkling clean wash they get from Cold Water Omo. Like Mrs. Connie Goldie of the Innocent.
Well, I found myself without any hot water one Monday morning. Yes. So I dashed out and I bought a packet of Cold Water Omo. And I've never been without Cold Water Omo since.
Yes, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Shirley Ann Field chooses Lux for her complexion.
I always use Lux. I find it so very rich and creamy, and I love the perfume.
Like Shirley Ann, choose Lux for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
The sixth and final episode of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel stage their own act and unmask the real villain in the curious case of... Stop me if you've heard this. Mrs. Peel had been driven down to the site of Farrington Hall by Lord Dessington. John Steed had appointed Mrs. Peel as Lord Dessington's personal bodyguard, and Mrs. Peel hadn't done too good a job. Lord Dessington was dead, strangled by Maxie Martin, who, with his partner Jolly Jenkins, had made a smooth getaway. But Mrs. Peel had followed them and ended up at Greasepaint Grange. Outside the building, she swung the car to a stop. To her surprise, she found herself confronted by a policeman.
Good afternoon, madam. What seems to be the trouble?
Oh, well, I can't explain, officer, but I've traced 2 men here. I suspect they're criminals. Thank goodness you're here. Will you please stand by? I may need you to make an arrest.
Well, of course, ma'am. I'm on duty. Got me truncheon ready, and where I hit, no grass ever grows. Like this.
Oh.
Mrs. Peel, taken completely by surprise, collapsed under the blow. Maxie Martin caught her expertly and whistled to Jolly Jenkins.
Give us a hand, Jolly. A bird in the bush is worth 2 in the cinema.
Right.
Ooh, they always fall, don't they? Funny I can always fool a woman.
Bless 'em. What would Madeline's be without 'em, eh?
Too true. Let's get her inside. Mr. Punch will want to know the latest happenings. Now, you take her feet. I'll hold her under the arms. Here we go now, then.
Oh, we're very, very pleased that you come to join us. And when you've got to come, you've got to come.
Mr. Punch, on his small stage in the main hall, was interested.
No one saw you? Are you sure?
Sure we are. She was alone, wasn't she, Jolly?
That's right. She followed us. What could we do? We didn't bring her here. She must know about Lord Dessington, though.
Then there is only one thing to be done. This woman must be eliminated.
Yes. but listen, that's all very well, but I can't kill a young bird like her. I agree with everything you say, but no, I can't do that.
You've killed often, Mary Maxie. Why the distinction?
I don't know. I just can't. Can you, Jolly?
I don't know. I've never tried.
Why don't you hand her over to Frederick? He's always looking for extras in his act.
That's okay with me, Mr. Punch. Let me have her. For me new Sawing a Woman in Arms act. I need a new assistant.
Well, the other 4 didn't last long.
Now, look, that's not fair. Listen to me. That'll be horrible death. Look, Mr. Punch, look, if we got a killer, then let's do it quickly.
Then who will volunteer to do it quickly? You say you won't, Maxie?
No, I've already told you, no.
Then it is agreed. Give her to Fiery Frederick.
Well, that's agreed then. So what? What happens now? What's the next move, Mr. Punch?
We have nearly completed the mission. There will be a final meeting here this evening at 6 o'clock. Understood?
But there's only one more left on the board, and
6 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, that's enough.
Meanwhile, John Steed prepared to invade the old-timers' home. He drove up to the main entrance and introduced himself as...
I'm Gentleman Jack, a smile, song, and an umbrella. And the umbrellas.
I'm afraid we're full up. Can I help you otherwise?
Well, this is Greasepaint Grange, the home for retired West End fun makers.
Yes,
a stopping-over place for resting artists.
Yes,
well, I'm resting.
Right. Oh, not here, you're not. No vacancies. You can't stay here. Not even if you're good.
Oh, but surely you can't have any objections to showing me around. I mean, I may be able to put a little money into the place. Angel Jack, that's what I've been called in my time. I'm married an angel. Some people have all the luck, of course. Thank you. Lead on, then, would you?
Letty, the lass from Lancashire, had no reply to Steed in this ebullient mood. He walked straight past her into the main room.
Oh, very well. I suppose a quick look around won't do any harm. Now, this is the main hall. We're all very comfortable here, as you can see. This is, of course, the lounge.
A small Punch and Judy stand. Oh, entertainment's laid on. Can't wait for a vacancy. And tell me, what's behind the main curtain?
That's just an anteroom. The guest rooms are this way. The apartments down there are private. They're this way.
Letty ushered Steed through the rooms at breakneck speed. As far as he could tell, it all appeared to be normal and above board, but as he was leaving...
thank you so very much. Very, very kind of you. Goodbye.
Steed noticed Lord Dessington's car parked outside. On the front seat was a handbag, Mrs. Peel's. Steed made his way back into the Grange, this time by the back windows. Steed found himself behind the stage curtains of the main lounge. The act, Fiery Frederick and his death-defying assistant, was in active preparation. Mrs. Peel, gagged and bound, was on a platform, her body encased in a wooden box. Fiery Fred was sharpening a saw. Steed knew he couldn't let this go on much longer. He approached the illusionist and said,
"I want to see a smash hit."
What?
This. All right, Mrs. Peel. Soon have you out and... No gags, eh?
Oh, thanks, Steed. About time you got in on the act. This place is...
What's the devil's been going on?
I wouldn't know. I followed 2 men down here and got knocked out over the head by a fake policeman. I came to with that character about to give a performance. What now, Steed?
Mingle with the other guests and try to look like an old, out-of-work actor.
Well, the way I feel at the moment, that should be easy. Hey, listen.
Come on, we don't want to miss the final curtain.
We'll lead the way. Let's get the show off the road. Thank heavens Fiery Frederick's act has been cancelled. Lead on.
Attention! I have reviewed the situation and decided that we will call a halt to operations for a while.
Hey, what you talking about?
Quiet!
Very well. But I don't understand, Mr. Punch. We've nearly completed our task. There's only one member of the board of the Capital Land and Development Company left.
Yeah, that's right. With them all wiped out, we can take over the theatres again. We'll all be back in business.
Yes, you can't stop us now. Right, everybody?
No big
what are you talking about now?
Now, the whole thing was my idea. And it is I who will have the final say.
No, we want action. We've been out of action long enough.
Action you will get. But the wrong move will jeopardize everything we have achieved so far.
Why? I don't get that. Jolly is right. Why will it?
Believe me, I know what is best. Like you, I want to see us all working again. All the theaters in lights, the audiences applauding, the curtains going up, the rebirth of vaudeville.
He's right. The rebirth of vaudeville. And that means live acts, not puppets and Punch and Judy shows, but the flesh and blood again.
Who are you to question my decisions?
Gentleman Jack, a song, a smile, and an umbrella. And the umbrellas, and the umbrellas.
Yes, he's right. We don't want to be told what to do by a tatty end of the pier Punch and Judy show.
Of course not. We've taken orders from puppets for too long.
I bet he isn't even fully paid up at equity.
Down with Punch and Judy show.
John Steed and Emma Peel were always good at stirring up trouble, and this time they excelled themselves. Within minutes, it was a free-for-all.
Steed got in a quick jab at Maxie, who thought it was delivered by Jolly. They came to blows quite easily.
Why, you dirty, rotten little... You always ruin our act. How dare you, hogging the limelight all the time, always wanting top-billing us.
Peel, turn over the Punch and Judy. From under the wrecked stage crawled the figure of Mr. Punch.
Of
Seagrave.
course. It had to be him, the only one left.
Get out of my way. This gun is loaded.
And so there's Truncheon, the old one too, Mrs. Peel.
Right.
2. It was all a plan to sabotage Project Cupid. Seagrave assumed that being the only one left on the board of directors of the Capital Land and Development Company, he'd be able to ruin the whole plan.
Very nearly succeeded, too, didn't he? He had his own contractors. He could have planted explosives underground and sabotaged the whole thing before it began.
How very pathetic. Using out-of-work actors to bring it all about. Sad, really. Oh, well, I suppose none of them will ever make the big time now.
No, might get some work on South African television. Like to see a show this evening, Mrs. Peel? A live show?
Oh, I don't think so. Thanks, Speed. I think I'd sooner take in a movie. Perhaps a horror movie. Bound to be one on somewhere.
So much less frightening than the real thing, I agree. But I prefer really witty comedy. Which reminds me, did I ever tell you the story about... well, stop me if you've heard this one, won't you?
And with a vicious uppercut, Jimmy Anderson finishes trimming his whole hedge in just 3 hours, 11 minutes. Great work, Jimmy. You play any other sport?
Yes, dominoes.
You're looking pretty cool, Jimmy. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
So many women tell us that once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Women like Mrs. Clark of East London.
This is certainly the one that I've stuck to. And it's all I get now.
Yes, Goldwater Omo cleans best. Over 1 million housewives have proved it.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Coldwater Omo. Now, from the makers of Coldwater Omo...
Lady Adriana Beardsley walked across the sweeping veranda of Stokely House on a crisp autumn afternoon. All was extremely peaceful. She handed her brother an unusual-looking rifle with a telescopic sight.
Here you are, Conrad.
Oh, it looks great. Thank you.
You know what you have to do.
I'm strictly a one-man shot. You know that, sis. Do I just wing him, or...
My dear Conrad, you're demonstrating the rifle. I'm not. Just show me at the set years, that's all.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel take a refresher course in arms and ballistics, and Steed advises her to shoot straight from the shoulder. Stokely House can be glimpsed through the trees of its vast and splendid grounds. Its gardens are beautifully kept, with glowing flower beds bordered with clipped hedges, splashing ornamental fountains and well-swept gravel paths. Across the smooth lawns, the proud peacocks cry their harsh, strident calls to the grey sky. Crouched in the shelter of a clump of flowering shrubs was a young man in his early 20s. He carried a rifle held at the ready. Using every available piece of cover, he scanned the garden carefully. There was no sign of the man, Conrad. A peacock screamed again. The man wheeled round. Beads of perspiration trickled down the side of his face. He stumbled. About 50 yards away, Conrad heard the noise. He moved forward silently, saw the man, and a thin smile of triumph broke over his face. He stooped and picked up an egg-shaped stone from the base of a wall. He pitched it effortlessly into a clump of bushes to the right of the man. The man spun round and let loose a magazine into the bushes. The shots crashed and echoed around the silent garden as Conrad rose from behind the wall and almost casually lifted the rifle to his shoulder and squinted down the sight. He fired. As Conrad turned away from the dead man, the silence of the garden was broken by light clapping. Adriana Beardsley rose from the chaise longue on the terrace. She had a stopwatch on a golden chain about her neck.
Well done, Conrad. 3 minutes, 0.16 and 2/5. Jolly well done. Come and have some tea.
Adriana Beardsley and Conrad weren't the only ones to be taking an interest in firearms that afternoon. John Steed's London Mews home looked like an armory. Guns were lying or propped up all over the place. Rifles, revolvers, Stens, submachine guns.
A lot.
Exactly, Mrs. Peel. Thought we'd do a refresher course in arms. Must keep our knowledge up to date, you know.
Any particular reason, Steed? I mean, you're not thinking of trying all this lot out on anyone we know.
Not at the moment. Let's see how much you know.
Steed picked up a squat automatic.
This is a Zagami, new Italian. Quite effective at close quarters.
Looks it. I've never fired one of those.
Know this one?
Mather .38, 9mm automatic, kicks to the right.
Very good. And this?
Steed picked up a concussion grenade and tossed it to Mrs. Peel. She caught it with one hand very neatly.
It's a concussion grenade. The pin comes out like this.
Mrs. Peel whipped out the pin.
Mrs. Peel!
Mrs. Peel grinned, her finger still depressing the firing lever. She slipped the pin back and threw the grenade back to Steed.
Naughty. Never play with firearms. What are these?
A clip of bullets. Czechoslovakian, 7.65mm for an automatic.
Good girl. This?
Elkin 1065, telescopic sight. Very useful hunting gun. Although if I were after really big game, I'd use the Borscht. The one over there against the chair. Matter of preference, I suppose.
You seem quite well clued up.
I have been known to keep abreast of things.
So I see. Know what this is?
Steed took a bullet from his pocket. It had been fired. Mrs. Peel caught the slug again with one hand. She examined it, a frown of disappointment creasing her forehead.
You've got me this time, Steed. Sorry, I don't know.
Oh, don't let it bother you.
Well, what is it?
I don't know either.
Well, that's an admission.
I've got an idea it's from a new type of rifle still on the restricted list.
Where on earth did you get it, Steed?
Oh, out of a body.
Ooh, whose?
Again, I don't know.
No identification.
Very difficult. Male, early 20s, cased in concrete.
Somebody making sure of things.
Quite. It was dredged out of a gravel pit in Hampshire. Might never have been found. Bit of luck, really.
Oh, not for him, poor fellow. This should be easy enough to check on, though, shouldn't it?
Well, I was hoping you'd think so. You've got the job. The ballistics centre at Shrivenham is expecting you. I've warned them you'd be calling.
I thought there was something practical behind this gun check. Why don't you want to?
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm busy. I must call an old school friend.
How nice for you.
Who is up to no good.
Oh.
When you get back, we'll go down to the rifle range. Your theory on the arms here is pretty good. We'll see how good you are in practice.
You in a betting mood, Steed? Because you're going to lose. No kidding. See you.
Emma Peel waved cheerfully and headed for her car. John Steed made off in the opposite direction. He parked near a very expensive hotel, strolled nonchalantly, hat and umbrella in hand, into the foyer. There was no one in the lift but the male attendant.
Good afternoon, sir. Going up.
Thank you. 6th floor, please.
Oh, 6th floor's closed for repainting, sir.
Steed smiled amiably.
Well, then, let's try the 7th.
The attendant gave Steed a somewhat quizzical look and took him up the 7th floor. Once there, Steed simply slipped down the servants' stairs to the floor below, parting the swing doors with his umbrella. He moved silently through them and found himself confronted by an enormous Greek gentleman, impeccably dressed. Steed advanced and said,
"Good afternoon, I have an appointment."
The enormous Greek gentleman advanced and said,
"An appointment with Colonel Aristides."
The Greek, whose name was Giles, shot out a hand for Steed's throat. Steed sidestepped, caught the arm in a lock, propelled him to the swing door, and kicked it open. In the corridor, he hit Giles sharply over the head with his umbrella and threw him at the far wall.
Incoherent to the last.
Steed turned, made his way back into the hotel's 6th floor, selected the door of the fire suite, and knocked with his umbrella.
Come in. John Steed.
The man was sitting behind the desk, holding a pistol across the blotting pad. Steed found himself looking down the barrel.
I'm beginning to think the 6th floor doesn't welcome visitors. Hello, Colonel Aristides.
Steed, my dear Steed, come in.
Oh, thank you. Welcome to swinging London, Colonel. Put that ridiculous gun back in the drawer and tell me exactly what you're doing here.
Is that an order, Steed?
As your senior school captain, yes, of course.
Well, put like that, how can I refuse? Come in. Take a seat. We have a great deal to talk about, haven't we?
Mrs. Peel completed her task at the ballistics centre at Shrivenham. They'd examined the bullet Steed had given her, they'd measured it and photographed it and submitted it to various tests. In the end, they handed it back to her. Mrs. Peel said,
"Thank you,"
dropped it into her handbag, and left. Outside in the car park, Conrad was talking to two other men.
We believe they are onto the body. She took the evidence in there. Erickson, you know what you have to do.
Sure. I've got my car. Leave it to me.
Jackson, stay with me.
Right.
Look, here she comes. Move in.
Mrs. Peel had reached her car. As she approached it, Erickson appeared in front of her, a gun in his hand. He held it low, unnoticed by any passerby.
Give me that handbag.
Certainly.
Mrs. Peel made a gesture as though she was passing the handbag, and then whirled it on its strap and hit him between the eyes. Quick as a flash, Mrs. Peel kicked him smartly in the stomach. kicks like a mule and moves like lightning, does our Mrs. Peel. She made for her car, climbed in, started, reversed, and was, in a matter of seconds, heading for the exit from the car park. Conrad, in his car, made after her, heading to cut her off.
Got to get her.
But Mrs. Peel was thinking ahead, as always. She appreciated that she had a double enemy. At the ramp to the exit, she stopped, reversed, and tore down to the entrance.
What goes in must come out.
Baffled, Conrad screamed his car round in a sharp curve.
She mustn't get away. Hold on, Jackson. I'll fix this little witch if it's the last thing I do.
Careful, Mr. Conrad. It might be just that.
Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo...
There she goes. She's heading out the wrong side of the car park. I'll get her for the last thing I do.
Just watch it, Mr. Conrad. That might be only too true.
We can stop her. If I head down here, cut it off. Careful. We've got to get her.
Look, there's Erickson.
The man Mrs. Peel had hit with her handbag and kicked into the gutter had got to his feet and rushed across the car park. He threw himself onto the bonnet of Mrs. Peel's car, clutching at the windscreen, filling the whole visual area, making it impossible for her to see where she was driving. Mrs. Peel braked immediately. She quickly reversed. Erickson lost his hold and fell off. Mrs. Peel swung her car round and headed for the true exit of the car park. She ignored all other cars and screamed for the exit.
Ain't it? All right. You want to mix it, boys? Take me on.
Several seconds later, Mrs. Peel knew that she had not outwitted her opponents. Conrad, grimly clutching the wheel of his car, followed her every move.
You want to fight to the death, lady? You've got yourself the right man.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 2 of this story, in which John Steed investigates the activities of an old school friend, and Emma Peel proves to him that as far as all types of small armaments are concerned, she can shoot straight from the shoulder. As usual, at the beginning of any case, John Steed and Mrs. Peel didn't know what they were up against. Steed, very interested in the firing of small arms and the science of ballistics, had been baffled by the appearance of a bullet found in a dead body. He thought it must have been fired from a recently designed and top-secret rifle. He'd gone to visit an old friend, Colonel Aristides, leaving Mrs. Peel to follow through on the identification of the bullet. She'd taken it to the ballistics centre at Shrivenham, and upon leaving had run into big trouble. One man had accosted her, and another 2 were after her in a very powerful car. But Mrs. Peel, as always, had a trick or 2 up her sleeve. She made the exit from the car park just in time. She headed to the open country, the 2 men in pursuit.
Careful, Mr. Conrad.
This car twice as powerful as that little thing she's driving. On the open road, she doesn't stand a chance. Hold on, here we go.
Mrs. Peel, a careful eye on the road and quick glances in the driving mirror, could see what the idea was. Conrad would overtake and squeeze her off the road. The distance between the 2 cars grew less. Mrs. Peel's gloved hand worked the gear stick. She swung her car round and made a sharp turn down a side road. Conrad followed, just making it in time. He saw the main road coming up again and accelerated, trying to draw alongside. Mrs. Peel grinned to herself and let him get nearer. When the main road came up, she swung across it, neatly cutting the corner right across Conrad's path. Conrad was forced to brake in order to avoid a collision. He lost control, the car skidded. Mrs. Peel winced as she looked back to see it angle crazily and end up in a ditch. The man Jackson hit the windscreen. Conrad managed to get out unharmed. He looked after Mrs. Peel, pure hatred on his face. Mrs. Peel stretched up an elegantly gloved hand and waved farewell. Then she put her foot down. A short while after that, she joined John Steed at the rifle range. Steed carried 4 or 5 revolvers and an automatic rifle.
You look like a Mexican bandit, Steed.
What, an Ebola? Well, I suppose the idea could take on. You've got the ammunition?
Yes. Lead on.
Of course, Whitehall's in a terrible state. Mother's never off the phone.
Mother never is. Is it about bullet from the FF-70?
Not so loud. It's the Army's top-secret weapon.
Oh, so I gathered from Shrivenham. How the devil did that man get himself killed by an FF-70?
Best if I know. Someone blasted one off at him.
Without permission? Where are they made?
Factory in Surrey. Place is top security.
Oh, that's where they must have got the rifle from.
That's right. Could have been stolen, I suppose.
They're on to us already, Steed. They tried to get the bullet back.
Oh? When?
When I left the ballistics centre. 3 men, 2 in a black saloon car. Might find what's left of it on the M1. They thought because my car was smaller, they'd squeeze me off the road.
And they didn't.
I'm never squeezed unless I want to be. How was your visit to your old school friend? Was he pleased to see you?
Colonel Aristides. Not particularly.
You said you thought he was up to no good.
That's right. There was an incident recently between his country and ours. We declined to sell them arms and ammunition. I think Aristides is over here to try a little under-the-counter business. Tricky.
Everyone seems suddenly to be interested in firearms.
Yes. Coincidence, isn't it?
Aristides after the FF-70s?
Sincerely hope not. But, speaking of firearms, how about trying these?
Long-barreled Suffolks. Kicks like a mule.
But tones up the wrist muscles. Here, try it. There's 2 methods. Straight arm, shoulder high like this, or center crouch, supported wrist like this. Show me the straight arm position.
Right.
Good. Center crouch.
Right.
Excellent. Now, all we have to do is hit the target. May I?
Of course. Oh, we have got a side bet on this, haven't we?
Dinner?
Of course.
Right.
Bull. Good shot. May I? 2 straight on. 3 more left from crouch. Now. I think you'll find they're all bulls, Steed.
And that's a lot of bulls.
Where are you taking me to dine?
The Rainbow Room at the Westboro Hotel.
Oh? Why there?
Colonel Aristides has a suite there. May as well combine business and pleasure, mayn't we?
Steed would have been very interested if he could have looked into the Colonel's suite later that day, for he had visitors. Adriana Beardsley and Conrad sat eyeing the large, dumb-mute Giles.
Is he to be trusted?
Are your own companions always to be trusted?
Conrad is very close to me.
And Giles cannot talk, even if he wanted to.
Good. Oh, I'm glad you returned to England in the autumn, Colonel. I think it's the loveliest season. Stately House will be at its best for you. The shooting's magnificent, of course.
Of course. There are a lot of good weapons on the free market these days.
All either second-hand or obsolete. Do you think we might have a window open? I find town so stifling. Conrad?
Of course. What is your best, Lady Beardsley?
Something to stop a man at 700 yards.
A modern rifle?
So modern that it's not yet been issued.
The FF-70?
I've already said too much.
How many have you got?
I've said far too much.
Please. How many?
How many, Conrad?
3,000. Ah, splendid. And what are you asking?
Oh, that's not settled yet.
I will give you a good price.
You need them very badly, Colonel Aristides. I know. Your, relationship with the president of your country is far from good. But we'll talk of this later. I really must go now. I promised to feed the peacocks at Stokely myself tonight.
Let me see you downstairs.
Oh, how kind, Colonel.
The Colonel showed Lady Beardsley out. Conrad and Giles exchanged angry glances. There was a slight struggle for precedence, and Conrad pushed his way through the door. Down in the hotel lobby, Mrs. Peel sat reading the evening paper, at least giving the appearance of reading the paper. When Lady Beardsley's party moved out of the lifts, she whispered to Steed.
That young man following up the party.
With Aristides, you mean? What about him?
He was the dangerous driver of earlier on.
Ah, that confirms it. All in it together. The Colonel must be after the FF-70. I'm going to check up on his holiday itinerary. You sticking around?
I'm still waiting for dinner.
It won't be long. Oh, Mrs. Peel, don't look now, but your newspaper is upside down.
It wasn't, of course. Mrs. Peel showed the tip of a pink tongue in Steed's direction, and getting up, wandered off in the direction of the street. Lady Beardsley's limousine was waiting at the curb.
I believe your president has only 50 ex-Indian Army rifles, Colonel. Inaccurate at 10 yards.
And likely to blow up in your face, Lady Beardsley.
That shouldn't be hard to beat. Thank you, Conrad. Will you drive?
Of course. Only...
What is it? Something wrong?
Conrad, who had been about to open the door, saw Mrs. Peel's reflection in one of the rear mirrors on the car's wing. Mrs. Peel sensed this and re-entered the hotel. Too late, Mrs. Peel.
That girl's in the hotel.
Girl? What girl?
The one who collected the bullet and got away in that car.
What a busy little beast she is.
Shall I go back?
No. No, Conrad. She's found us once. She'll no doubt find us again. Let her come to us. And when she does, well, you'll know how to deal with her, won't you? A nice young woman dying will be a change, won't it? Goodbye, Colonel. We shall expect you at Stokely House in the morning. Until then.
Mrs. Peel, back in the lobby, retired behind the paper. Aristides and his henchman Giles appeared and headed for the lifts. Mrs. Peel looked at her watch.
You'd better get a move on, Steed, or you're going to get caught red-handed.
Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo...
In the 6th floor suite of the Westboro Hotel, John Steed pulled aside a small picture.
They still put wall safes behind pictures. Shockingly unoriginal. Well?
Steed shot his cuffs with a deliberately exaggerated movement of his elbows, flexed his fingers, and pressed his ear to the dial of the safe.
Piece of cake. Nothing to it.
The safe door swung open. Steed reached inside and found banknotes, bundles of them. He counted them swiftly, grinned, replaced them neatly, closed the safe, replaced the picture, and made to leave the room. A slight noise came from the window, which was open. The curtains billowed out. From under the curtains poked a pair of man's highly polished shoes and a couple of inches of trouser leg. Steed froze in his tracks. Caught in the act, Steed.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 3 of this story, in which John Steed gets more involved in the affairs of Colonel Aristides, and Emma Peel finds herself facing death. Straight from the shoulder. John Steed had been suspicious at the return of Colonel Aristides to London. Steed knew that the Colonel wanted to buy arms, and in particular to get his hands on the new FF-70. A secret high-powered rifle. Steed and Mrs. Peel both knew there was a serious leakage of information and that the people behind it were killers. Mrs. Peel had already met trouble at the hands of a sharp-shooting young thug called Conrad who'd tried to crash her car. They'd traced the whole party to Aristides' London hotel, and while Mrs. Peel kept a watchful eye on the hotel lobby, Steed searched Aristides' suite. The safe had been an easy matter, but who was behind the curtains watching Steed's every move? Steed didn't wait to find out. He lifted a large book from the Colonel's desk and threw it at the bulge in the curtain, dropping down out of gunshot. The figure behind the curtain jackknifed forward. The curtains ripped apart. There was a crash. A heavy object rolled across the carpet and stopped by Steed's hand. It was a man's head, in plaster.
A tailor's dummy. Decapitated, too. Nasty omen for someone. Well, let's have a look at the rest of the dummy. Military uniform. Resplendent new uniform. Gold braid, blue sash. A general's uniform. Now, what does that mean? Well, thanks for certain. I'm not stopping here to find out.
Wise man. For along the corridor at that moment came Colonel Aristides with Giles, the loathsome henchman of his. Outside the door, they stopped.
I don't think I left this door unlocked, Giles. Get in there. I'll see to it. No one here. But the dummy. A uniform. Could the wind have caused that? Sam, I don't think so. Giles, search the place. Search the whole suite. Quickly!
Too late, Steed had slipped out of the other door while they were entering the main one. He walked swiftly down a flight of stairs and took the lift to the lobby. Mrs. Peel demanded food and got it.
Any progress?
Found out a few things. Aristides has got exactly £200,000 in the safe upstairs.
To buy FF-70 rifles?
Probably, but that's not all. He's having a new uniform made.
Well, I can't blame him for that. Bond Street's still one of the best places in the world. Natural enough.
Except that the badges of rank show our colonel has been promoted.
Oh, he must be pleased.
Pleased with himself. Uniform smothered with cross swords, and he's got 5 stars.
A general?
Oh, even higher in the colonel's country. Army Commander of the Islands, sky blue sash, of unique guardian of the people's freedom.
But that's only worn by the President of the Republic, surely.
Quite. Our colonel is obviously planning to do his own promoting.
With new arms. With FF-70 rifles, he's bound to win. So he's planning a coup. Have you done anything about investigating the factory where the rifles are made?
I thought about it as your first job tomorrow.
Charming of you. There is the small problem of getting into any top-secret establishment. They're not normally cooperative.
Well, we'll get Mother to fix it. We'd better think of some good cover. Swing it round, make it look like publicity. Take an ad agency photographer and a dolly model, and that'll put everybody off the scent. Meanwhile, let's order some more champagne and have a decent meal.
You owe me it.
Mother will pay. He doesn't know it, but he usually does. Cheers, Mrs. Peel.
And that was how Mrs. Peel came to arrive at the factory of Thrupp and Withenshaw the next morning.
Is this the place?
That's right.
Absolutely no admittance without authorization.
Oh, gosh, what an assignment. Passes, please.
Here you are, all in order.
Mrs. Peel drove through and parked her car alongside a pile of packing cases. The 2 advertising people climbed out.
Oh, darling, I can't model here.
Mrs. Peel walked across to an open warehouse. A burly man with a checking sheet in his hand came over and demanded...
Now, look here. What the devil's going on?
Publicity. I have full authority.
I don't care what authority you've got.
It's from the ministry, Mr...
Paxton. I'm in charge of distribution.
Good. Then you can let me have an assortment of rifles. This has got the minister's signature on it, as you can see. Anything in those cases will do.
No, and not those. They're already checked. I'll find you something, wait there.
Paxton moved off into the shed. He hadn't gone far when Conrad stepped out of the shadows.
Hurry it up, Paxton. We're leaving in 5 minutes.
You can't take the crates. It's all too risky.
Look, we need the assignment, Paxton, like you need this money.
Conrad thrust a hefty envelope at Paxton, who grabbed it eagerly.
Yeah, you could load up tomorrow. I could change shifts so that you'll be all right.
We need the stuff now.
But there's something fishy going on. 2 birds have just arrived, and a fellow with a camera. They're taking photographs. If they get a shot of us together...
Which 2 girls?
There, outside the shed. You see them?
Get up on the tape, Lydia. And remember, make it fluid.
I'll try my best to make a Welsh part really.
It's that one again.
Fluid.
One with a car. All right, you can go take care of things, Paxton. The van's all ready. 2 of my men are waiting for the signal. I'll attend to this girl, and it'll be a pleasure.
But by the time Conrad had got outside, Mrs. Peel had disappeared. She left the advertising couple to get on with things and slipped silently along the side of the warehouse. At the other end, she spotted Paxton beside Conrad's truck. There were 2 men loading. One of them came towards her. He held a gun in one hand. Mrs. Peel didn't wait for him. She backed down a side alley, but the other man headed her off. Mrs. Peel realized she was trapped. Mrs. Peel caught the second man with a sound butt in the stomach. The first man raised his gun and fired. The shot went wild, and Mrs. Peel moved in. She got a good grip and threw the man into some packing cases. Mrs. Peel was about to head up the alley to Conrad's van when...
Stay where you are, hands high in the air, please.
Conrad was standing on a stack of crates, his legs astride, his stance almost casual. but he had an FF-70 tucked in his shoulder, the sights trained on Mrs. Peel. She stared up at the barrel and knew this was a man who never missed. While Mrs. Peel was experiencing all this excitement, John Steed went back yet again to the Westborough Hotel. This time, he called Colonel Aristides first and was shown into the suite by the surly-looking Giles.
Morning, Giles. Top of the morning to you.
Giles' scowl deepened. He went to take Steed's bowler and umbrella.
No, I'll hold on to these. Never know when one might want them, you know. Morning there.
Morning, Steed. Have you come to show me the sights of London?
Not exactly, General.
Just as well. I'm off down into the country for a few days. What is all this, general stuff? My rank is not all that exalted.
Well then, I'm anticipating events, Colonel. Congratulations would probably be out of order at this stage.
Don't be vague, Steed. Out with it, my old friend. We've always been frank with each other.
Invariably so, yes.
So please, speak your mind.
Well, my tailor would have a fit if I asked him to put a blue sash and all that scrambled egg over my uniform.
I see. But surely you're not here to talk of clothes. Come on, old chap. You can tell me. Are you short of a little ready change, or maybe you're temporarily between jobs?
No. As a matter of fact, I've just taken a new job. I thought I'd call round and tell you about it.
And what job is it?
Sort of buying agent.
Buying what?
Same as you, Colonel. Guns. But mine are for your president. He's a bit worried that the coup d'etat season is fast approaching. He wants to get ready for it. As I had the honor to help him gain the presidency, you remember, Colonel, that was when we first met again after school, I volunteered to see what I could get him. Interesting.
I didn't know that you were still in touch with the president.
Oh, we've never missed a Christmas card yet. Well, I won't keep you if you're going into the country. Bye for now.
With an airy wave of his umbrella, Steed left a rather worried Colonel to prepare for his visit to Lady Adriana Beardsley. Mrs. Peel was already down at Stokely.
In there, and no tricks. Quickly now.
Old English hospitality. Charming manners from the lower classes.
Adriana, come and meet Mrs. Emma Peel, and tell me what you would like me to do with her. Anything goes.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo...
Mrs. Peel liked the country. She also liked old, large, rambling houses. But she didn't like her visit to Stokely House one little bit. Conrad had a gun pressed firmly in her back.
Come along. Inside, no tricks.
Charming manners.
Shut up. Adriana, come and meet Mrs. Emma Peel and tell me exactly what I should do with her. Anything goes.
Good day, Mrs. Peel. I'm sorry, but I really haven't much time to bother with you at the moment. You see, I have important guests arriving at any moment. Throw her in the cellar and lock the door, Conrad. I'll deal with her later. Hurry now. That's a good boy.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 4 of this story, in which Emma Peel finds herself in grave peril and John Steed gets a profitable offer. Straight from the shoulder. John Steed and Emma Peel were investigating the leakage of information on the new secret FF-70 rifle and had discovered there had been crooked transactions at the armaments factory. Lady Adriana Beardsley had got her hands on a large consignment and had interested Colonel Aristides, a wealthy revolutionary, in buying the rifles. It was typical of Mrs. Peel that she interfered in her usual hit first, ask questions later manner. It had landed her up in the damp, dark cellar of Stokely House, while Lady Adriana entertained her distinguished guest. Colonel Aristides believed in getting down to things. He was lying on the rich sitting-room carpet. He was in a firing position, sighting a rifle.
I like it, Lady Beardsley. I like it.
Lightweight ammunition, fast firing, telescopically sighted, high muzzle velocity. The FF-70 has been designed for the conditions in your country.
I'll buy all you've got, all 3,000.
Not quite yet, Colonel. I'm not open to private offers. Yet. Not before the auction.
Auction?
I always think they're so fair, don't you? I mean, think of the situation in other areas of the world, Colonel. Of course, there are other buyers.
How many?
More than enough to preserve a spirit of competition. However, Colonel, I can say I do look favorably on your offer to take the entire consignment.
Good.
Unless, of course, that someone else makes the same offer.
And who can that be? You're in touch with John Steed.
Am I? Now, why do you say that?
Steed has appointed himself buying agent for my president.
How interesting. I haven't met Mr. Steed yet.
There is really no point. You know our government is bankrupt.
The president may think that my rifles are worth a special effort. He'll be right, of course, but let me show you around the grounds and explain to you what my little demonstration will be like. That's the way to the garden. You may take the rifle with you.
Very well.
Lady Adriana allowed her guest to go first, then she quickly whispered to Conrad.
Prices should be very buoyant this afternoon, Conrad. Contact this John Steed, whoever he is. We can always do with another customer. Get him down here this afternoon.
How do I find him?
Use your initiative, dear boy. If he's a respectable businessman, he should be in the London telephone directory, shouldn't he? Coming, Colonel. Coming.
Mrs. Peel spent a miserable morning. John Steed quite a pleasant one. He'd readily agreed to meeting Lady Beardsley and enjoyed the drive in the crisp morning air. As he turned into the driveway of Stokely House, the Colonel, with the inevitable Giles, was practicing some golfing shots on the lawn.
It really is the most outrageous thing, Giles. I consider Steed's behavior to be most ungentlemanly. Taking a commission to buy arms for the president is a betrayal of friendship. I agree. It's most unsporting. If both sides have arms, it isn't a coup d'etat. It's a war. Particularly unfortunate since I am so fond of Steed. Yes, you're right. Kill him.
Steed, unaware of this sudden decision on the part of his old friend, arrived in a cheerful mood.
Hello there. Lost your bearings?
Good afternoon. No, I don't think so. I'm here for the garden party. John Steed.
Oh.
Gentleman phoned inviting me.
Yes. You'll be representing the president, I believe.
The Colonel mentioned it? Very sporting of him.
Nevertheless, Mr. Steed, I'd like to see your credentials.
Oh, certainly.
Steed pulled a black leather case from the seat beside him, snapped it open. It was filled with banknotes.
Satisfactory, ma'am?
Eminently, Mr. Steed. I am Lady Adriana Beardsley. Park your car round the back and join the others.
Delighted.
Tea on the terrace in 10 minutes. So glad you could come.
Beardsley? Rings a bell. Ah, well.
Steed started his car and drove it round the back, reversing expertly and parking it alongside a fleet of cars. Several of them were flying ambassadorial pennants. Steed was rather amused by this, and walking with his black case back to the house, he stopped to examine one on a Rolls-Royce. As he did so, the man Giles loomed out of the bushes. He raised a long pistol with a silencer attached. His trigger finger began to squeeze slowly. The shot thudded out. Metal was ripped on the radiator. Steed ducked and rolled beneath the car. Steed, on the ground, drew his own gun like lightning, but before he could even get his bearings, another shot rang out. Conrad approached casually, rifle under his arm.
I'm much obliged to you.
Conrad bent over Giles and took the gun from his dead hand.
Standard Mark 7, 7.65 millimeter, 1616 silencer.
You're an authority?
I suppose so. No stopping power. Had to get rid of this oaf. Never liked him. Besides, Adriana believed in a spirit of cooperation.
Very enlightened of her.
Shall we go in? You can meet the others. This way.
Conrad didn't take Steed into the main part of the house. Had they ventured near the drawing room, they would have met Mrs. Peel.
You've been extremely troublesome.
Me? I'm always as good as gold.
I'm left with one man short for this afternoon due to your tedious ways of the armament factory. One man completely out of action.
Oh, I'm sure you can rustle up a few more. I'm very sorry.
I accept your apology, of course, but I feel it would be more helpful if you gave some concrete help.
In what way?
Take his place, for instance.
I don't really see how I could.
With your skills, Mrs. Peel, and your strong instinct for survival, I think you might give us a very good run for our money. The demonstration will be competitive, and may the best man or woman win. I do trust you are a reasonable shot, Mrs. Peel.
I have been known to hit a target in my time.
Splendid. It'll be arranged in couples. You will be competing against my brother.
Your brother?
Yes. Conrad is my brother. And quite the best shot in the country. Should be interesting for both of us, shouldn't it?
John Steed took a long and careful walk around the grounds. There were more men about the place than he realized. Lady Beardsley seemed to be onto a good thing. Many were already studying the ornamental gardens, wondering just what form the demonstration would take. Steed found himself moving cautiously through the undergrowth. His foot struck something in the bushes. He stopped, tore away some ivy and bracken. He uncovered a small stone headstone in the shape of a machine gun and read the words,
"The last resting place of Scamp, beloved companion of Hector Beardsley, November the 7th, 1915. Hector Beardsley. This gets more and more intriguing.
Coming back to the house, Steed met the Colonel. He greeted him as affably as always.
Steed, my dear fellow. Have you had tea?
Yes, thank you, Colonel. Pleased to see you got here.
And you too.
Steed put his hand into his pocket and drew out a gun. The Colonel raised an eyebrow. It was Giles' gun.
Standard Mark 7, 7.65 millimeter, 1616 silencer. No stopping power. I was lucky it didn't stop me. Would you like it back?
Oh, look here, Steed. I think we should have a firm talk. As an old friend, why not come in with me? Join forces.
The President wouldn't like it.
If we outbid the others, pool resources, we're bound to get the arms we need. Then I'll be president within a week.
And what will I get?
Judgeship?
Wouldn't suit me.
Ministry for Foreign Aid can be very lucrative.
So I believe. Enormous chances for a fiddle, while Rome burns.
Well, name your place. I'll accommodate.
I don't think so, Colonel. Ah. It seems that our hostess wishes to commence. Shall we?
I won't waste your valuable time on sale to talk about our new rifles, gentlemen. That, as you know, is not our way. We demonstrate. If a man sells vacuum cleaners, he shows them at work, cleaning carpets. We sell weapons, and there's only one way to demonstrate their efficiency. The infantryman functions under conditions quite unlike those found on a rifle range. He's often hot, near exhaustion when the time comes to kill. So, gentlemen, our first of several demonstrations. The SF-70 in use under stress. Jackson? Erickson?
The two men who had originally tried to kill Mrs. Peel stepped forward.
Are you ready?
Yes.
At a point known to both men, exactly 100 yards away from each of them, we have placed a loaded rifle with a safety catch on. So, when I give the command, on your mark, get set, go.
The two men obeyed and leapt like greyhounds from a trap, anger in their eyes, murder in their hearts. Lady Adriana Beardsley's demonstration had begun.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel is adapted and directed by Dennis Folbigge and produced by Dave Gooden. Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
Lady Adriana Beardsley had planned one of the most bizarre garden parties in history. A country home at Stokely House was being given over to a practical demonstration of the new FF-70 rifle. Several couples had been allocated to prove the effectiveness of this secret weapon. Lady Adriana herself gave the starting orders.
Are you ready?
Yes.
At a point known to each of the two men, exactly 100 yards away from each other, we've placed a loaded rifle. The safety catch is off. So when I give the command, on your mark, get set, go.
The two men leapt forward, anger in their eyes, murder in their hearts. The demonstration was underway.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed fails in his bid to outwit Colonel Aristides, and Mrs. Peel faces the marksmanship of Conrad Beardsley, who aims to kill... straight from the shoulder. Mrs. Peel had found herself in some tough spots in her time, but this was one of the most dangerous yet. She knew that Conrad was a psychopathic killer. He'd already tried to murder her, and now it was going to be made legal in the demonstration of the FF-70. She was placed with the competitors, unable to communicate with John Steed, who stood on the terrace with Adriana Beardsley, Colonel Aristides, and other interested revolutionaries. Sooner or later, she was going to have to go out there into those beautiful grounds and be hunted down, pitting her wits and skill against one of the world's top marksmen. In the meantime, she watched with growing horror as the two men rushed for their respective guns. Jackson was making slightly better time. He leapt over flower beds, circled the fountains. Ericsson, in the other direction, found his rifle leaning up against a tree. He slithered to a stop and tripped. The slip gave Jackson that split second of time that he needed. He whipped his rifle up to his shoulder and sent a blast across the grounds. Ericsson fell where he stood.
Very good. Good shot.
Steed turned to the colonel.
Recruitment must have its problems for this kind of thing.
These men are mercenaries. They aren't playing games.
Are they all volunteers?
They do get a short-term contract. If they get away with it, and naturally they all believe they will, they can retire with a packet of money at the age of 22 or 3. They think the risk is worth it.
The precarious lives some youngsters will lead.
No, they are prepared to take the chances. All except Conrad, of course.
Oh? And what's his attitude?
Oh, he does it because he likes it. Between you and me, Steed, I think Conrad's just a little, strange in the head.
Only Conrad? What about Lady Adriana?
She spoils him, you know. She's never been able to refuse her brother anything.
Not even blood sports?
Jackson has a glass of champagne. Aren't you going to congratulate him, Steed? Are you impressed by the demonstration?
You should try it on tour. Belfast, perhaps?
Aren't you bidding?
I think so.
I'm afraid Steed has decided against doing the gentlemanly thing.
You mean he won't join you in an attempt to overthrow the precedent?
Afraid not. I even promised him the Ministry of Foreign Aid.
And he turned it down. Oh. He must be a man of integrity.
You never know with Steed. You just never know.
Very good shot.
The next pair have shown us a straight-firing duel. I think the final bout should be most interesting. We have a guest. Excuse me, I must make an announcement.
Lady Beardsley moved off to address her guests. Steed, noticing Mrs. Peel being led out, pushed forward with interest.
Gentlemen, the set piece of the afternoon, my chief demonstrator, and the guest. Now, your forces, gentlemen, from necessity, have often to rely on manpower, which is, with respect, not always in the highest state of training. Very often, in the forces of a coup d'etat, you use women. By happy accident, my brother and I are now able to show you that SF-70 can be easily handled by a woman. Mrs. Peel, forward, please. Conrad?
I've been looking forward to this moment, Mrs. Peel.
There's no magazine in my rifle.
Your magazine, Mrs. Peel, is down there, on your left.
Mrs. Peel squinted down into the garden and the stone wall.
Ready? Begin.
Mrs. Peel needed no second bidding. She charged forward with her rifle, whipped over the wall, grabbing the magazine as she did so. On the safety of the other side, she clipped it into the rifle and fell into the protection of a flower bed.
Lady Beardsley, I think we've seen enough of this. I'm convinced. I'm a busy man. You interested in talking money?
Fine, Mr. Steed. You wish to call it off?
Can continue your game some other time. Let's talk money. Now. Or I'm not interested in the sale.
Oh, very well. I am sorry, gentlemen. Stay where you are, Mrs. Peel. Conrad, the demonstration is halted. Temporarily. Please return to the hut.
Look here, it's nothing to do with Steed.
I'd like to please all my customers. We'll have the auction now, and whoever bids highest
gets the rifles.
And the demonstration, if he wants.
That's not fair.
I've made up my mind. The winner gets the gun. And Mrs. Peel.
Conrad could hardly contain himself, as protestingly he was led into the house. Mrs. Peel, aware that she'd gained a sudden reprieve, looked appealingly at Steed, but he was engaged in listening to Lady Beardsley.
Down to business then, gentlemen. You've seen the weapon in action, noted its lethal capacity, been impressed by its versatility. The offer, then, is 3,000 mint-condition examples of the FF-70. Enough, I might say, to guarantee success in any venture. Ready, Mr. Steed?
The reserve price.
Thank you. Mr. Steed bids £70,000.
100,000.
Oh. Any advance on 100,000?
101,000.
150.
180.
119.
200.
215.
300.
300. Am I bid higher? No.
The goods are mine, I think?
Not quite, Mr. Steed. Colonel Aristides lodged a deposit with me some months ago.
A deposit? Well, why didn't you ask me for one?
Rather pointless, Mr. Steed, considering that you only arrived this afternoon. And you do represent a head of state.
How much did the Colonel give you?
£50,000. So I have two bids of 300,000. No more cash, Mr. Steed?
No more cash.
Colonel?
The Colonel gave an oily grin, reached into his case.
I can manage an extra 10,000.
Mr. Steed?
Grandfather's gold watch, worth £75 of a penny, goes to.
I also have the watch, a gift from the President.
Oh, no good, it's always stopping.
Now, gentlemen, please. You know the custom of the house. Cash only.
What about my car? It's the only one of its kind, worth several thousands, no punctures, and I had an oil change yesterday.
Mr. Steed, I must remind you that such suggestions are not cash.
Sorry.
For the second time of asking. Going, gone. Oh, bad luck, Steed. Sorry.
Yes, so am I.
What about Mrs. Peel?
Yes, you would be interested, Conrad. What about her, Colonel?
Let the demonstration continue.
On the terrace, some time later, the atmosphere was tense and everything was silent. Adriana was as radiant as ever. She should be, having gained all that money. The Colonel, also in high spirits, applauded as Conrad and Emma Peel, with their rifles at the ready, again took to the grounds. Adriana smiled.
Cheer up, Mr. Steed. At least it's not you going out there.
Your brother is a good marksman.
Oh, the finest in the world. The creature has yet to be born that he can't kill with a single bullet. He prides himself on it.
I see.
Steed was privately thinking that he'd like to have a go at Conrad himself, but his attention was distracted by Adriana's call.
On your marks, get set, go.
Conrad made towards the wood, Mrs. Peel to the garden. Steed screwed up his eyes to see against the October sun. Both fighters had vanished. Conrad had the advantage of knowing the layout.
So you've chosen that path, have you? Round by the sunken garden. Now, the moment you appear by that large ornamental urn, you'll give me a perfect target. The peacocks are out. That'll unnerve her.
But to Mrs. Peel.
Think I'm going to be thrown by those peacocks, do they? Not round the front of that white urn. Make me a sitting duck. No, the other way round. Setting sun behind me. He's going to the north, and he'll have to come out of that clearing.
She'll let off a shot at that peacock sooner or later. Let's try the old trick of throwing a stone by the urn. Now.
Conrad lobbed a round stone across the urn by the place the peacock stood.
Silly trick. I'm not falling for that one.
Conrad, so sure that Mrs. Peel was hidden in the shrubbery by the urn, broke cover fast. Mrs. Peel fired from the shoulder.
So I was right. You are there.
Mrs. Peel broke cover before he could fire and tore across the lawn, firing from the hip.
Here goes.
Mrs. Peel stood still. Conrad sighted the rifle and fired. Mrs. Peel threw up her hands, her body jerking forward. The rifle flew forward and crashed into the shrubbery. She lay still.
Very good, Steed. Bravo. Very good.
Steed looked across at Mrs. Peel's motionless body. The crowd swarmed around Conrad to congratulate him on the kill. Out on the lawn, Mrs. Peel slowly opened one eye and then closed it again quickly. Smart girl.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. From the makers of Cold Water Omo.
In the grounds of Stokely House, Mrs. Peel broke cover and tore across the lawn, firing from the hip.
Missed. Well, here goes.
Mrs. Peel stood still. Conrad sighted his rifle. Mrs. Peel threw up her hands, her body jerked forward, the rifle flew forward and crashed into the shrubbery. She lay still. Steed looked across at Mrs. Peel's motionless body. The crowd swarmed around Conrad to congratulate him on the kill. Out on the lawn, Mrs. Peel slowly opened one eye and then closed it again quickly.
The Avengers.
John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 6, the final episode of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel join forces to defeat Adriana Beardsley and her brother Conrad and fight it out straight from the shoulder. The demonstration of the FF-70 by Lady Beardsley had been an unqualified success. That is, if one wanted to see a lot of excitement and plenty of blood spilt. John Steed had seen quite enough of these in his life to be rather unimpressed. But the others in the party were pleased with themselves, particularly Colonel Aristides, who had purchased the whole assignment of arms. He and Steed were standing on the terrace when Adriana called her brother from the grounds.
Congratulations, Conrad. A splendid shot. Come here, dear boy. Come and have a glass of champagne.
Conrad gave Steed a triumphant smile and was about to push by him when Steed grabbed the rifle.
Excuse me. An awesome weapon.
Steed swung the rifle to his shoulder and squinted down the telescopic sights. He focused on the still form of Mrs. Peel. Mrs. Peel winked. Steed, with no expression on his face, returned the gun.
Fully automatic, but no first pressure on the trigger. Dangerous unless you know what you're doing.
But I do, Mr. Steed.
Oh, yes. No one is in any doubt about that.
Come on, Steed.
Going so soon, Steed?
I'm afraid so. I really must be getting along. Goodbye.
Look, Steed, I know you'll accept defeat in the right spirit. We, old Etonians, sentimentalists to the last man and all that, but no hard feelings, I hope.
All in the game? That it, Colonel?
Ah, but of course, that's right. The game's the thing. But, look here, Steed, I'm sorry about the woman, that Mrs. Peel, dash it, I mean to say, if you were fond of her...
let's just say the best man always wins.
Oh, deuce sporting of you. Sporting, yeah. I always say we spend our lives living what we learned on the playing fields.
Dirty work in the scrub. It gives me a lot of leeway. Bye, Colonel, for the moment.
Some while later, Conrad insisted on taking Colonel Aristides round the grounds. He deliberately crossed the lawns to the place where he'd shot and dropped Mrs. Peel. She wasn't there.
But she was here. Right here.
Well, she's not now.
But you saw her. Everyone saw her. Look at the grass.
The grass is certainly flattened, but there's no blood, is there?
I must have got her. I must have.
Ah, she's tricked you, Conrad. She's tricked you. No wonder Steed took things as calmly as he did.
But where is she? Where is she?
Mrs. Peel was at that moment sitting on a fence in the cover of some bushes. When Steed's car appeared round the corner of the lane, she slipped out and thumbed a lift.
Going my way?
Where to? The rifle range to get a little more practice.
Oh, that's not fair. I never used that weapon before.
And he was an expert.
good shot, I'll grant him that. But during the short time I was forced to spend in his company, I gathered quite a few other ideas about Mr. Conrad.
Psychopathic personality?
To start with, yes. His ego has turned him into a one-shot man. Am I right?
That's it. He prides himself on only using one bullet.
So I waited. And when I saw his rifle come up...
You dived down. It was certainly a very convincing death.
Thank you. I was a bit concerned, though.
What about?
Well, that you might think I really was dead.
Oh, not for a moment, Mrs. Peel. Not for a moment.
Lady Adriana Beardsley was in the main drawing room of Stokely House, seated at her secretaire, busily counting out Colonel Aristides' pile of money, when the door burst open.
Oh, what is it? What is the matter, Conrad?
The woman, Mrs. Peel, she's gone.
Gone? You mean her body's been collected? Oh, of course. One can't allow dead bodies about the place. Bad for the police.
She's gone. There's no trace of her being killed.
Could you have missed her?
No. No, I couldn't. I never miss. I'm certain I get her.
Well, this is serious. I'll have the ground searched. Double the guard on the rifles, and first flight tomorrow, we move the Colonel's consignment out.
John Steed parked his car on the open road and opened the cocktail cabinet. Over a glass of champagne, he discussed the curious state of the Beardsley family with Mrs. Peel.
It appears that grandfather Hector Beardsley founded the family business during the South African War. He sold weapons to both sides.
Immoral.
Well, makers of armaments rarely think of moral issues. One of old Hector Beardsley's best-selling articles was a type of butterfly mine patented as the Adriana.
That name again.
The business boomed, not surprisingly, considering it was 1914, under the guidance of Hector's son.
The father of Adriana and Conrad. What particular weapon christened him Conrad?
Well, it was the other way round, actually. Little Lord Conrad was 18 months old in 1940 when he gave his name to a type of machine gun. Their father died on VJ Day.
A disappointment, no doubt.
Adriana and Conrad were children at the time. The business was mishandled, divided up, and finally sold.
And they've decided to start it up again, with trimmings. The auction, the lot, including me. I felt like a slave girl standing there.
Well, that attractive fantasy did cross my mind, Mrs. Peel. I did my best.
Not good enough. You sold me and failed to buy the rifles. What are you going to do?
Well, I've got you back, so first we finish this champagne.
I'm with you there. Then?
Dinner at the Rose and Crown in the village.
Lovely.
Coffee, perhaps a little brandy to keep out the night air.
Which should take us up to around midnight. And then?
Then back into the attack. Midnight it is.
At midnight, the moonlight was streaming across the silent gardens. Steed and Mrs. Peel, grateful of this, dodged from wall to fountain, from fountain to bushes.
Careful from now on. Bound to be guards somewhere.
Right. I think the arms are in a hut in the trees. Shh.
There. By the wire.
It's one of the men. Jackson, I think. Yes. And there's the hut.
Get him.
Right.
Mrs. Peel wriggled her way through the undergrowth and under the wire. She whistled an obvious fake bird call. Jackson wheeled round, made directly for where Mrs. Peel was crouching. Mrs. Peel said,
"Boo to you too!"
and chopped him. Steed joined her on the other side of the wire, and they made their way towards the hut. It was padlocked. Steed slipped his umbrella into the clasp and twisted.
No opposition so far.
Over here, Steed. Boxes. 3,000 FF-70s.
That's right. And 808 plastic explosives. Let's take a look in here.
Steed used the steel rim of his bowler to prise open a small crate.
I was right. Look, a long coil of black fuse wire and a box of detonators. Now the temptation is just too great.
I'm with you, Steve. Let's fix it.
Colonel Aristides can say goodbye to his rifles and his revolution.
And not to mention his uniform.
Well, now, when you put it like that, we are really doing him a favor. Come on, give me a hand with the case.
But Conrad Beardsley, worried about the disappearance of Emma Peel, was still prowling the grounds. He came across the unconscious form of Jackson and advanced to the hut, just as Steed and Mrs. Peel had completed their tasks.
There, that's fixed it, I think.
We are taking matters into our own hands. We should try the official approach through the ministry.
At this time of night? No one would take us seriously. And if the Colonel gets his hands on this lot and his coup succeeds...
Well, I suppose it would be an embarrassment to the government. Match?
Right. Come on. Oh, just a moment. Force of habit.
Steed removed his bowler, stuck it on the end of his umbrella, and pushed it out of the doorway into the moonlight.
You know, that's the first time it's ever paid off.
Conrad, I can see him from the window.
Right, Mrs. Peel, it's all yours. Keep him busy.
Pleasure.
Mrs. Peel grabbed a rifle, crawled through the window, and a few seconds later, Steed heard...
Working hard on this case is our Emma.
He slipped from the hut and made back across the lawn, banging straight into Adriana, who, aroused by the shooting, came running from the house.
Conrad, where are you? What's happening? What's going on?
Evening, Lady Beardsley. Allow me to explain. It's not what's going on, it's what's going up. 3,000 of the finest rifles that are ever likely to be used in a coup d'etat.
Steed, how dare you? I'll kill you.
Spoken like a true Beardsley.
Mrs. Peel's shooting had improved. A few minutes later, she met up with Steed and Lady Beardsley, who was still proving difficult.
Conrad, save the rifle!
Mrs. Peel, as you seem to be doing all the work, would you mind...
I refuse.
Nicely thrown. Where's the brother?
I got him in the shoulder, and... The fool! He's going back into the hut! Come back, you fool! Come back!
Well, he always loved violence. I wonder if Lady Beardsley had any champagne in the house. Don't wake her up. Let's find out, shall we?
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.